Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's try that again. Welcome in 9 minutes after the hour. It is not a Cook's Pest Control Best of Edition. You are listening to the Kickoff Hour live. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Speedy out today. Greg Burgess, how are you, sir?
Glad to be back. How are you? Hey, I thought we had a new employee today. I ain't seen you in a month.
It has been a few weeks for sure. Yeah, we have.
Last time I saw you, just got a haircut. Now you need one.
I know. You're right. I do. Thought about that as I got out of the shower this morning. Yes, it has been a while.
Wow.
And I did say Speedy's out, right?
Yeah, Speedy's out today.
Okay. He'll be back tomorrow. I have not been gone that long from my family. First of all, let's start there.
Yeah.
Amanda and I talked about this. So I took a spring break vacation the week prior to Rick and Bubba for the UAB men's Blazers tennis team. We took a trip to, it was started in North Florida University in Jacksonville, and then went down to South Florida and Tampa and played the University of South Florida. And it was a lot of miles. I drove every one of them. And I like driving. I like driving the big vans. Yeah.
You like driving?
I do. We'll get into that at some point too. I need to put that down. Driving big van. I'm the pilot, and Coach DeSanto, head coach DeSanto, tries to help, and I won't let him.
Yeah.
But I think he enjoys it. Like he's like, okay, I've never really had this before. You're the one that's.
I think you need to give that seat up a little bit.
And then on the way back, that's a whole story within itself. But on the way back, because we went to Jacksonville first, which is not as far.
Yeah.
And then when you go 2.5 hours on down, 3 hours down in Tampa, then it makes the trip back a little further. And so we were like, do we stop? Do we want to split it up? How do we want to do it? And I told him when we left, because it was tired, we just played a match, and it was long and grueling. And he was like, why don't you because I was wanting to drive. I said, I'm going to take it. I said, I'm going to get us to Atlanta. I'm turning over the keys to you. And he was like, okay, sounds good. Well, then I got to Atlanta, and I got personal with me. Like, I got to finish this.
Yeah.
And plus, we stopped at Buc-ee's right outside of Atlanta, and I was fired up then.
Nearly home by then.
Exactly.
Not too bad.
Well, you got a new grandchild.
I do. That worked out perfect because, I was set to do the best of Monday. You were out of town. Speedy was out of town, so there was no way around it. And they, at the time, thought that the baby would probably come on Monday. They were going to put Chandler in the hospital Sunday, get everything going, her have it Monday. But she decided to come Saturday, so that made everything better. So I didn't have to miss anything. So that was great. That's number 4.
That's awesome.
Mary Hollis Jones, and she'll join that crew I got now. Her brother's been really good about it.
Okay.
We're a little concerned.
That was going to be my first question.
He thinks she's funny. He's doing good.
Good deal.
Got to watch him get a little rough.
Sure. He doesn't know though.
It's great. It's the best thing ever. And like I say, I got 4 of them now, and I just keep them coming.
You do. It's a stack of them.
Yeah.
We'll discuss that later on in the big show as well. I know Rick got a chance. I saw him put out some pictures, so he got a chance to hold the baby, which is good. So, when I left, Greg, this was the first time I had been away from my family for over a week. I think in the existence of kids.
That probably makes sense.
Amanda said, I don't remember us ever being apart this long since you went to Peru.
And you didn't have kids.
Well, did we? Yeah, we had kids. So I guess that was, but it wasn't as long. It was like 6 days.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as long as this. But that's, in her mind, she was like, that's the one time you've been away so far. But it was 8 days, and goodness gracious. I missed the heck out of them. But at the same time, it was a nice vacay from and they probably were like, hey, it's good to not have Dad around here for a week.
They were dreading you coming back.
So Maddie was excited to get me back. I don't think Brady and Caroline were.
Yeah,
they just were like, whatever. Yeah. In the middle of all that, Caroline turned 16, and so we had that.
Missed that.
Yeah. So So I
got a new driver in the family.
How about that? Yeah, that's I completely forgot about it yesterday, and she was gone, and I was like, where's Caroline? And I looked up, and her car was gone, and she was gone, and I'm like, well, I guess she's driving somewhere. That's probably where she's at.
She was little when you came to work here.
I'll never forget. We were doing the 3-on-3. Remember we were doing the 3-on-3 basketball?
Yeah, at the Met.
Yeah, and she did not like men at all at that point. And I was the only one. And then maybe my dad, my brother, the only ones that she would, but for some reason she took a liking to you.
I know. Me and her always
sat
got
in your
along.
lap and hung out,
She
and
just sit there just as content.
and now she's driving.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Good night.
I know, Greg.
Woo! I know people say that and we overuse it. Oh man, you blink, but really,
It does.
she was what, 3?
Yeah.
Good night.
She is. It's
she
funny
was
too
toddler.
because when I was gone, they did this big. Amanda and one of Caroline's friends did this big surprise party, which was an all-chick thing. So I really wouldn't have been a part of it anyway. But I was so glad, honestly, that I was not around because number one, I'd have messed something up. I'd have had some bad attitude about it. Be an all-chick thing. No, and because Braden,
How far? I bet he was a million miles.
Oh,
from
you know
it.
where I sent him? You talking about dad move of the year, which cost me way more than I needed it to. I sent him to the basketball regionals with a buddy at the NCAA regionals. You know, they were in Birmingham this year.
Yeah, they were.
As part of the Final Four. I don't know if you know that or not, but we got a Final Four. Didn't even know that these teams were in it.
Oh yeah.
Florida Atlantic, UConn, Miami, San Diego State.
No way anybody had this 4 picked.
I wouldn't think so.
This has been, and again, I don't follow it much at all.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of the top teams were dropping early.
Yeah.
A lot of number 1 seeds.
Well, I sent him to the round of 64 over to the. I was like, yeah, here, you and your buddy go over there, get out of their hair.
Yeah.
And so he did that.
Yeah, they had a pretty big ball games over at the.
They did.
Legacy now.
It is. Braden said it was awesome. So you had Auburn and Alabama there.
Yeah.
Which was good.
Yeah.
I say it was good. Some people have been like, did it? Because when you buy tickets, you buy session tickets, not game tickets. So the day Auburn and Alabama both were there playing, and so it's like.
Different sessions?
Yeah. No, they were the same session.
Well, they same session.
And so
Bubba
it's like,
went during the week.
All right. Braden went on Saturday.
Oh, Bubba went during the week.
We'll be back. Much more to catch up on.
Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great-tasting recipes right to the door, new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too.
The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who
Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com.
You know, we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for Home Security. Customize the perfect system for your home or small business in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
21 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show live on the Kickoff Hour. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Speedy out today. Boys will join us at the top of the hour as well as Eddie Van Adler, who will have that YouTube and TV rocking for you. I know many of you missed that last week. You sent me an email, and we don't do YouTube live when we are doing best of shows, so that's what that was about. A couple things, Greg, and I kind of was doing it then too. It really took me a while to get back in the swing of things once I got back from my South Florida, North Florida trip with the team. So much so that Tuesday was a disaster, in my opinion, best of wise. I sucked.
I came out Monday a little rough. I tried to promote the charity charge, and I just got hung up. I mean, it was really bad. But luckily, it was, I think, the first hour, so maybe there wasn't a lot of people listening. I try to avoid talking as much as I can because I know I'm a good one. So I'll read the brought to you bys and all that, and I'm just trying to do the charity charge, but. You said, it took me a minute to get.
Let me tell you something.
I was better halfway through than I was, but early.
I got caught up.
It's like I'd never done one.
In a brought to you by Greg and just gave up.
Just quit in the middle of it?
Yeah, may have cussed. I was just like, look, y'all got the point. I'm out.
Okay, close enough.
Just plays a bit. Y'all get the website. I mean, I was frustrated with myself, and I was talking down to myself.
Yeah,
And, it was bad. And just coming in out of break, it wasn't. I didn't have my music right, and just everything was just I'd push the wrong buttons, and it'd go dead silence for 3 seconds, and I'd look at the board and go, why is that not playing? Oh, because you got the wrong button pushed, dummy. I was doing stuff like that. Now, Friday, now I'm going to tell you this. Friday, I owned it.
Well, yeah, like
I was all over
back in it.
Yeah.
But, when I'm trying to cue a spot and forget to put it back in. I did that, and then at the end, I had one that was long. I was going to run to bed music, and I did a terrible. It was ridiculous.
There was one moment where I miscounted, thought I
I've
had
done
8
that,
minutes,
too.
and I only played. I picked a bit for. I had 8 minutes. I picked a bit that was 7 minutes, and I saw I was a minute short. And I'm like, what do I do for this minute? I can't sit here and talk the whole time because I'm not talking well.
Yeah, and I got to trying to add in my mind back time early, and my brain wouldn't work. And
when you do that,
and
do you
then
actually?
finally, I'm like, okay.
Do you write it down at all? Like I am see, that's where I messed up. Is I normally sit here and when we go to break, I'll write it down
when it goes out,
and then I'll write and then I'll count back from where we need to stop and all that. And so I wasn't writing it down. I thought I was sharp, thought I had it. I was trying to do math in my head, simple math, and could not.
I know. That's why I try to just play the bit and shut up. Less I talk, less I can screw up.
So. Speaking of screwing things up, and I know I don't think I did this, but the coffee maker, the Keurig machine, I think is broke.
Did you break it?
Well, Tuesday I used it fine during the best of.
It worked Thursday.
You said it worked Thursday, and so I went in Friday. I was really disappointed too because I was wanting a cup of coffee, and I couldn't get it to work. And I would put the little pod in there and close the door down, and it would do everything that it was normally do. Plenty of water. It even heat it up. You know how it'll heat up.
Yeah.
And I hit how much I wanted, and I hit the go button, and it would act like it was starting. It'd make that noise and start, and then the whole thing would shut off.
Maybe worn out.
And I was like, well, that's weird.
You remember that other one? Is it gone that used to be in there that never worked?
I don't know.
You remember that big one?
I thought it was still in there. It may be,
but I don't think it ever worked since we've been here.
Yeah.
Now, evidently it is, because normally the people outside of this show don't usually make many pots of coffee. They use the Keurig.
Yeah.
But I noticed today that there was a half a pot left over from the weekend, so I guess it is probably out. It's probably not working.
I tried it too. I went through 2 of those pods.
Dumped it out, made new, but yeah. It's been a little rough.
Was it?
It would have been.
Okay. So I just wanted I didn't break the coffee maker. I want to get in front of that.
We might check the camera.
I didn't. Y'all can check it, pull up the footage. That's fine. But I did not break the Keurig, even though I was the last person here on Friday and it was working on Thursday.
They wear out. There's a lot of people using it. So
and I was proud of myself on Friday for redeeming myself from Tuesday because it was awful. It was a rough ride.
I was the same way. I think my Thursday was better than my Monday. Neither were great, but they were better than mine.
So, previous segment we were talking about I sent Braden. Amanda had one of Caroline's friends hosted a birthday party at a restaurant and it was a big surprise deal. Caroline had no idea this was going on. She was completely surprised when she went there. She thought she was going to eat with her grandmother's.
So a surprise actually worked.
Yes, and it was good. We got footage of it. It's great. But Maddie was all excited about it. Everybody was involved. But then you got the 17-year-old boy sitting there with Amanda's like, you got to find something
Picture
for
him
him.
in the middle of all that.
You got to find something for him to do that day. And I said, well, he is 17 and he can, he has a car. And no, we need him out of here. And I said, well, I got an idea. So I got him tickets to the NCAA regional. Well, when I got those tickets, it sounded good, and that's awesome. Hey, super dad. But then I got to thinking, he's never really been downtown by himself.
And there was a crowd.
Yes.
The place was packed out.
And now the buddy that he picked to go with him, because I bought 2 tickets, I said, just take one of your buddies, and I'm so glad he picked the one he picked because he is a responsible kid. I thought, okay, Braden, so I got him on the phone. I said, listen, I'm in Florida. If anything goes wrong, I can't do anything about this. And you know how you have to do the tickets. So I purchased them, had to transfer them to him and all that, give him a login, and so all that went fine. And the biggest speech I kept giving him was, "Don't let your cell phone go dead." My dad used to tell me the big speech, and he still gives me to this day. I'm 45, Dad. Every time I leave his house, he says, "Don't get no speeding ticket." That's what he tells me. Still to this day.
Okay,
he still tells me that. So I have realized what that is for me, for Braden, and that is, don't let your cell phone go dead. Don't let the phone go dead. Don't sit there on the phone the whole time.
Things we didn't have to worry about.
And the battery go dead on you. I don't tell him not to get any speeding tickets. I just tell him not. That's my thing to say to him is battery on the cell phone. And my thought was, you've never been downtown by yourself with a buddy. You need your GPS app to get you out of there.
And plus,
you're going to be there for 6 or 7 hours.
Because when you try to leave and they've got traffic going a certain way, and
exactly,
you just go where you go.
So And I told him this, too. I said, look, they're having this nice celebratory deal for Caroline. Don't ruin it. Like, Amanda doesn't need to be getting a phone call from you saying this is going on downtown. I'm in Florida. There's nothing you can –
Yeah.
She better not be pulled away from that. But all went well. He handled himself, as far as I know, really well and enjoyed the basketball.
Yeah.
He did say it was a little strange. He went on the Saturday when Auburn and Alabama both were playing, and he said it was a little strange for both of them to be playing. And you can't buy single game tickets. You have to buy session tickets. So you had Alabama and Auburn both sitting through, the ones that stayed for both games, sitting through each other's game. So that was strange.
Sure. And I'm sure got a little jawing going on. But
Probably so. And I told him that too. I was like, hey, let's not end a real good day with you getting in a fisticuff.
Yeah, like I say,
that'd been good.
So he survived. You get down there.
He
and
survived.
You got to find your way around.
Yeah.
And
I was proud of it.
We got GPS stuff now that helps. That we didn't
no
have
doubt.
when I
If
was
you have your cell phone.
Yeah, you do need that.
Do need that. I told him, don't get in there and let yourself. I'd give him speeches like, if you've got 25% left, just cut it off. Just cut it off. Ain't no need in you having it out. All right, we'll be back. I've got some confessions to make.
Oh, no.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new dietitian win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a regular listener, you know we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. And we aren't the only ones. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. And CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for home security. Simply Safe is trusted by experts and customers alike. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring costs less than $1 a day and half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock your doors and access your cameras from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes after the hour. It is the kickoff hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg, Burgess, the guys, other guys, the big boys, and Adler join us at the top of the hour.
I already had a Bubba sighting.
I saw that.
Yeah,
He got
he
here
got
early.
early.
He did get here early.
He's excited and ready to go.
Yeah. Hadn't seen Rick yet. Adler popped in earlier than he normally does.
He did.
So
had a week off.
Yeah.
Gets everybody all. There he comes.
there he is.
Look at him.
You know, Adler was doing something a couple weeks ago. He still may be doing it. I need to kind of watch him and see. But you know how he'll bring in his water bottle and fill it up?
Yeah.
I did that today. I brought my water bottle that I carry around with me all the time now. I knew you'd look at me like that.
Why,
Funny.
you carry a bottle around with you?
Huh? Yeah.
Why you
Well,
doing
not
that?
like I keep it in my – it's a big – one of those big – I don't know what it's called, but it's a huge
Yeah, big
water
jug.
bottle. Yeah, you put like 2 big ones. Let
So
me
you
see
just
if I
walk
can-
around
I'm gonna ask
and
Adler.
sip on that all day? What?
Adler, are
Well,
you still carrying around your big water bottle?
I don't know. I'm all worried about
I got you up. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
There
there it is. Okay.
I'm all worried about microplastics. I don't know why. I don't even know what microplastics are. But
So
I see
that's what you're worried about.
I see the word microplastics everywhere, and I'm like, all right. But I did just grab a couple water bottles, and I'm going to drink them. I guess I'm going to be full of plastic, but
So they hadn't
I
fixed
forgot
it.
to get my cup, and it's a long walk
Yeah, it is.
back to the cooler thing. So plastic this morning, gentlemen.
Hey, they still haven't fixed your microphone. That's good.
Is it
Yeah.
is it quiet? What if do I need to talk like this?
may
Hey,
not.
hey,
It's
hey,
just
hey.
not great quality.
It's soft or something's
Yeah,
weird.
yeah, exactly.
The compressor's too high on
Something
it.
ain't
It's
right.
It's too
I mean,
pinched.
we can get by with it, but it's not good quality.
I sound weaker. I sound
think
like
you
a
do.
weak person. It's
Adler, I
not
think you
good.
sound great. It's good to see you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. I'm glad to be back.
It's got a weird little.
Changed about 1,000 diapers between last time you
I
saw
bet,
me.
I bet you
I mean,
have.
probably at 1,000 diapers.
Getting good at it, ain't you?
My goodness, I got 2 of them. Everybody, half of the house is in diapers.
Yeah, everybody.
Half of the house is going to the restroom in their pants.
Hey, they ain't cheap. Either.
It's a blast.
Oh
Goodness
wow!
gracious.
But I'm glad to be back, guys. Glad to be back.
Well,
With my weak voice.
even though we can't really, hear you good, but we can hear you.
Greg,
Okay.
I can hear him fine.
Do you think that's good quality?
I didn't
really?
say I don't know about the quality, but I can hear him okay.
There's no excuse for him to sound like that.
But I am carrying a water bottle, like I keep in my
Good
bag, and
night.
because it's easier to fill. We have these big coolers at the courts, and I felt like I was taking those Smart Waters, like 2 and 3, with me when I left here, and I hated keeping up with them. And so now, and I remember Adler going. I mean, he fill up that. We've got that big water thing in the kitchen, like gallons. Greg, 5 gallons. Remember, I broke one that
Yeah,
time.
you did. We stuck it back and didn't tell nobody.
Didn't tell anybody.
I bet when they picked it up, like,
Yeah, it probably spilled. But I can use that and fill it up. It's got.
I haven't seen that
my
weird
backpack.
guy that
I'll
does
bring
that.
it in here next break and show y'all. You'll
Great.
love it.
I carry water.
Got a couple of confessions to make. And one, I
Well,
don't
there's
know
one
where
there.
the audience is going to land. It's going to be hit or miss. I got a feeling. The other one, I think, is pretty much, it's a preference thing, and they're not going to really carry the way. But I realized two things over my 2-week break. I haven't given enough to two people, I think. One is Creed, the movie, the two movies, boxing movie.
I've talked about that. In the third one out too?
I think it's out in theaters now, and that's why
I've
the
never
big
seen
start.
either one.
Okay.
In fact, me and Lisa went by it the other night and said something about, well, maybe we ought to watch that.
All right, so I am a Rocky. I know this is going to sound. Rocky was a huge part of my childhood.
Oh, mine too.
Huge. Huge
I'm
piece.
gonna apologize for. Was it 5 that was so bad when he lost all?
Well, and I even liked
Tommy
it.
Gunn one.
Yeah, and I even liked
terrible.
it because I was a little younger, so I was able to like
I'm
that
from
a
the
little bit.
original 1970 something version, the original.
Yeah.
So that one, all the others, as corny as some of them got with the Russian and all that, Mitch, they were still good.
3
That's
and
the
4.
only one I got. But then we've done even Rocky Balboa.
I know.
and it's been okay.
3 and 4.
They've lost me there.
Were huge pieces to my childhood. Okay.
Yeah.
And so then I just didn't give Creed anything. And so over the last few weeks, I have watched both Creed 1 and Creed 2, or Creed and Creed 2. It's not Creed 1, Helms, just Creed. And loved every minute of it. Thought they were good.
I've heard they were good.
I thought they were great.
I have heard they were good.
And so I was a little frustrated that I haven't given it enough. Now, I'm not going to go to the theater right now and watch 3 because I don't really go to theaters that much these days.
Yeah.
But the minute it comes out in streaming, I will watch it. So
between Rocky and Rambo, I mean, you've got so many sequels that it's unbelievable.
So
you got to give Sly Stallone credit. I mean, he hit the money bags on both of them, but my goodness.
Amanda came in at one point. This was when I was back. This didn't happen in Florida on the tennis trip. This happened when I got back, and we were in the middle of best ofs and all that last week. And there was a couple of moments where she was like, "Are you sitting in here watching a boxing movie?" And I'm like, "I am. I'm digging it, like loving it. This is awesome." And so I want to, for the Creed fans and Rocky fans, by the way, Sylvester Stallone is like 76 now.
Yeah, or something, yeah.
Mid-70s. Looks great.
Them steroids do that too.
Greg, don't do that.
But
so that's one confession I want to give. I haven't given Creed enough. And I finally did, and I loved it. And I'm so mad. Yes, I'm so mad that I hadn't given it.
I did the same thing. I just never really was drawn to it.
And it makes me wish, and I know it's not real life. Helms, don't do this to yourself. It makes me miss boxing because there was an age of boxing when we were growing up,
and I was a huge fan.
Was a big deal.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
And I couldn't even tell you who the boxers are these days.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Well,
I mean, I know Tyson Fury and what's his name that they've always fought, but
from Tuscaloosa, we don't even know his
name.
We
don't know his name.
Anyway.
You're still up, Adley. You can help us.
Guys, that hurts my feelings. Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, there you
go.
There you go.
Yeah,
but that shows you how far boxing.
I know.
And boxing, like I say, the days of Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns, and then of course Tyson and just Riddick Bowe, and it just went on and on.
The other confession, this is not going to land well with a lot of people, and probably you two is sitting in here now. And I'll tell you why this happened.
Evander Holyfield.
Yeah. I'll tell you why this happened. I don't think I've given Morgan Wallen enough.
Oh, my gosh.
And I'm gonna tell you why.
I didn't see that coming.
I know you didn't.
Now,
I knew this would shock.
I
knew this would shock everybody in here.
Let me get on record. I'm not saying I'm anti, because I'll be honest, I'm not that familiar. I've heard a couple of songs. Like, that's pretty good for that, if that's your thing.
Well, and
but now I didn't know you were going to bring it up.
I know.
So you got Creed and Morgan Wallen.
These are the two things I needed to get off my chest today. Creed, I have not given you enough, and Morgan Wallen, I'm sorry, I have not given you enough. And I'm going to tell you why this even came into my life. So on the way home from South Florida, long drive, 8.5, 9 hours, I go to, and I plug my ears, and I'm usually listening to podcasts, and I'm usually listening to books and those type things. I never really listen to music.
Taylor Swift.
I have a tennis playlist that I play when I'm on the courts for the guys, or if I'm doing lessons or whatever, I'll play those, and it's kind of it's kind of an upbeat type, music that I'll play. But I guess I got 2 or 3 hours into the trip, and I thought, Helms, you're going to have some kind of music. Let's change it up a bit, buddy. Let's get off the podcasts and books for a minute. Yeah, you've done that the entire trip. Let's throw some music, see what's out there. So I pulled up the top. I went to Apple Music and I pulled up the top 100 in the United States. I'm not exaggerating when I say what I'm about to say because you're gonna go. He don't even have that many songs. I bet he had 35 to 40 songs listed in that top 100 in the USA.
No,
and I thought, to myself,
has he even been around that?
I thought the same thing, Greg.
I know the controversy he was in. I don't know that.
It was I remember that, and so I started. And don't think that it's like he had one or two up top. It was like in the first 40 songs, there were like 17 of them were his, and I'm like, what in the world is going on? Have I not given this guy enough? And so I listened to.
He's good.
I'm going to admit, I actually added like 4 of his songs to my playlist, and I listened to them. But there is a song that's out that he's got. I didn't know it existed.
Good.
And this is what pulled me in because it was very creative. And this is not one of his big, chart topping hits. Okay, but when I heard it, I said, okay, I like this guy. Have you ever heard 98 Braves? Okay, he has a song called 98 Braves where he talks about he compares the disappointment of the 98 Braves season, which we all lived as younger men.
Sure.
And he compares it to a specific relationship with a woman that he had.
Okay.
And it's hilarious. It's creative.
I'm interested.
And so that's why I was like, wait a minute. This is Morgan Wallen doing this song about the 98 Braves. It's pretty creative, number one. Number two, I kind of like the specifics he was giving about the 98 Braves and tying it to this relationship was excellent.
I'll give that a listen.
But then I got to flipping around to I Wrote the Book and something about cowgirls and something about, and I was like, okay,
something about a truck and dirt.
I'm actually digging this guy.
Okay,
and maybe Greg, maybe it was the late night that got me. I don't know. On the road, maybe that was it. Maybe I was exhausted, missed the family, and thought I needed some Morgan Wallen. I don't know.
No, I mean,
but I feel like
I
haven't
worse things you'd listen to.
When I saw that he had so many hits,
now that I knew he was very popular, but I didn't know he had.
I thought, have I not given this guy enough?
And correct me if I'm wrong here, because I always say this show never has anybody. Isn't he off The Voice? Wasn't he on it?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
because I always talk about The Voice. First of all, The Voice is on all year. It seems like, but nobody to me, unless I'm probably wrong. There may be famous people off of it, but I just never remember anybody being that famous.
Found myself wanting to hang out with him, Greg.
He is off The Voice. I didn't know that.
Okay.
He was originally on Usher's team. But then later, he was on Adam Levine's team.
Oh, he saved him.
So it got crazy. But, yeah, I haven't given Morgan Wallen anything, and I'll see those charts all the time. I'm like, how does this dude have 8 out of 9 or something
That's
crazy?
exactly what's going on.
It's crazy.
Good for him.
I should probably give him more, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's impressive.
I'm just trying to catch up on Chris Stapleton, and I mean, I'm just trying to catch up, everybody.
Yep.
That's kind of me. And I just felt like, I'm just looking it up now, top 100 USA. The first song, Morgan Wallen. The third song, Morgan Wallen. Right. The 8th song, Morgan Wallen. 10th song, 13th song, 15th song.
Sound like you're doing
16th song, 19th song, 23rd song, 24.
98 Braves.
26. 98 Braves is 24, by the way.
Okay.
You go on down, Greg, and there he is again at 41. 48. And I'm thinking 52, 56, 57. Like, how many songs does a guy even have? 62.
I know. I didn't realize he had that many
64. There it is again. 67. And so you think about all these songs that he has in his top 100. I'm saying there's over 20. And then you have, I don't even know how to say some of these people. Miley Cyrus, Little Baby, Luke Combs.
Little Baby.
Drake. Chris Brown. There's Luke Combs again. Metro Boomin. I don't even know who these people are, but
you're a big Metro Boomin fan.
Yeah. I was just caught off guard by how many hits he had.
Yeah,
and how beloved he was.
I knew he was a popular guy, but I didn't know.
And I evidently hadn't been giving him enough.
That's a lot.
And he pulled me in with 98 Braves, and now I've found several songs that I've added to my playlist and listened to one on the way in this morning.
Oh, got a little
really loud.
How about that? Didn't see that one coming. But nothing wrong with it. I just didn't see it coming.
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't. Glad I got that off my chest, knowing Speedy's not here.
That and Creed.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining MediShare right now. MediShare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. MediShare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And MediShare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 27 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8 ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app. Use the promo code BUBBA25. Get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Welcome in, 53 minutes after the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess.
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show sponsored by buyraycon.com/Bubba. You know, we love products from buyraycon.com/Bubba.
That's what I sound like on Tuesday,
Sorry,
by
buddy.
the way.
It's premium audio at the perfect price point, and you can build great habits without breaking the bank. Whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party, buyraycon.com/Bubba has got you covered. And they start at half the price of the premium brands. How about that? They want to make sure that you feel great about your purchase by offering buy now, pay later options and a free and easy return guarantee on every purchase. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. Save 15% on your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to save 15%. Or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Two things real quick.
Yeah.
When I hear things like gaming
That 98
headphones,
Braves was good.
Just stop. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. When you mentioned gaming headphones and buyraycon.com, that's another thing that I think if I gave more to, I would enjoy, and that's games, video games.
Oh, I would
like
too.
Xbox
I
and
just don't let
PlayStation.
myself.
And there was a moment over the weekend.
Oh, they're habit forming.
I had Amanda was gone when I got back. We had a week together, and then she left for 2 or 3 days with the kids to a tennis tournament. I had to stay back. First, we had practice. Second, probably first we had dogs. I probably could have. Justin, Coach DeSanto would have let me go watch them if I wanted to, but we have dogs that we have. Somebody's got to watch over.
How about that?
So anyway, I thought to myself at one point over the weekend that maybe I ought to grab Braden's PlayStation or Xbox and hook it up to the big TV and play some games. And I thought, don't go down that path because then you're going to be consumed by it. Because that's one of those things I think I would enjoy.
I mean, I get it. I get on to people about it. But if you let yourself.
Yeah. I think I'd really enjoy it.
Especially nowadays, the stuff they have.
Won't belabor the point, but evidently Morgan Wallen has released some kind of 36-track album.
That's beyond a double album there.
Yeah, that over spring break, and that's why he's in the top. That's why he's in the top 100. So many songs. So anyway,
well, how about that?
I'm also getting emails like, "Can't believe you listen to him," and also I'm getting emails from people going, "My kids have pulled me in this, and I'm loving it too."
Well, look, if that's your type of music, I'm sure he's pretty good.
I didn't see this coming. Okay, but I do find myself playing songs in my vehicle and in my headphones, my Raycons, as well as adding things to my playlist. I'd like to hang out with a guy. I would.
Well,
I'd like to have a cup of coffee. Now I know he prefers whiskey based off some of his songs, but I would have a coffee and I'd like to hang out with Morgan Wallen.
Well, maybe we make that happen for you.
There said it.
How about that?
There's a lot of things in his songs that we have
That 98 Brave.
we have commonality in, Greg. Okay. We have commonality in a lot of lyrics in his songs.
You had no idea.
No idea.
Well, he's got
and
a lot
you've
of
added
songs.
something to it this morning, and Adler confirmed it with the whole voice.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
You know, because I always say that nobody gets famous off there, but I guess he has.
I will.
And I don't think he won. I think he was just on it. I may be wrong.
And I know it probably doesn't happen today because today and probably tomorrow it's going to be about catching up in our personal lives, and I get that. I'm looking forward to seeing what happened with everybody here. I mean, our group text was not as active as it normally is.
No, it wasn't.
Which I do think is good too, because I like coming in. Like, I know Bubba had a trip to D.C. We get to hear all about that.
Oh yeah.
You've got a new grandchild. I don't even know what Rick did we emailed a few times about man church stuff, but I don't know what he did. I don't know what Adler did other than change a bunch of diapers.
He said he did a lot of that.
And so I'm looking forward to two things. One, finding out over the next couple of days what went on with you guys in very good detail. And the other thing is, I can't wait to figure out what's going on in the world, because I have no idea. I did not know until this morning who was in the Final Four. I did not know until late last night that we had a horrific storm in Mississippi and a tornado that killed a bunch of people.
And then
no
idea
idea.
In Georgia.
Yeah. So I am so out of the loop. If it was not uploading podcast or had to do with college tennis, I am completely out of the loop.
I didn't know there was a TV anchor, I think, in Mississippi that got quoted Snoop Dogg and got pulled off the air.
Greg, she did. You told me about that this morning, and we don't. I really honestly didn't think there was anything wrong. I thought there was a stage. I thought there was a stage where everybody was doing that.
Yeah, I mean, if Snoop Dogg's allowed to do it.
I think there was even commercials where people were doing it.
I think so. Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't. That was odd.
Hey, that's weird. I mean, the world we live in. Everybody,
it's bizarre.
Lighten up.
Well, it's
everybody lighten up.
It's why I don't know anything, because I just can't throw myself into that.
It's ridiculous.
It is.
Oh,
ridiculous.
It gets worse every day.
I know.
I mean, there's so many. I mean, we have lost our minds.
If I wasn't a part of this show, I would be clueless to what is going on out there, because you idiots run me away.
Yeah, I agree. It's unreal.
But we're going to catch you up here in the next few minutes as the guys join us. We are back on YouTube.
Yeah, we are.
Greg flipped that over this morning, and Adler is in there just cranking it out right now. So glad to see you guys.
Back warmed up and ready to roll.
Back as well. Speedy will be back tomorrow. You won't have to put up with us two good ones talking about Morgan Wallen for two segments.
Emsy's in love with Morgan Wallen for some reason.
I'm saying, I ain't giving him enough. All right. RickandBubba.com is the website.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Frank, welcome back. He's back with us. He's out on the road. Frank Caliendo, hello, buddy.
Hey, I have to laugh because I haven't been working on this yet, but I've been thinking about it. I've been trying to figure out how to do the impression of you, Rick. And it's going to come. Yeah, it's going to come from your rejoins.
Oh yeah.
You can find certain things, but you're the only person who talks about time like this. It's 6 3/4 minutes past the hour, and this is what?
Have you been studying my time checks?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's 6 3/4 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock, and we are rejoining. What? Do you do that in real life? Like, no, if somebody asks you what time
Frank,
is it?
you know why we do that, right?
Oh, why? No, why?
Because we're on in different time zones. So we just say what it is after the hour. We don't say what the hour is.
Right, but the way you say it is the way Rick says
very
it
detailed.
Is hilarious.
Yeah, very detailed. 9 minutes and 30 seconds to the top.
You know what? Okay, so you know what? That actually does help me understand it, because I thought it through a little bit after. Once again, it's like Bubba with the space-time continuum. All you have to do is just put it in perspective with Bubba, and everything makes sense again.
Yeah, that's the way it works. Why this thing's been around 24 years, baby.
Frank, crazy as it is, most of the goofy things we do, we have a reason for doing them.
Isn't that sad?
I know that sounds
Isn't that
strange,
sad?
but
the one that drives everybody crazy when they ask, and you probably haven't been tortured with this, and now I'm going to. First-time callers say monkey grass, and then people want the background of that, and it's always very much a letdown for them when we go. We got tired of shows. A caller called up and says, "I hate on talk shows when somebody says first-time caller. It annoys me. I hate that."
So we went for a code word,
and they said, "Can y'all please have them say something else?" And I guess I was having landscape issues.
Yeah, just first thing you thought of.
Because I said, "Well, all right, how about monkey grass?" And they said, "Why monkey grass?" I said, "I don't know. That's just the first thing I thought of."
I think Greg suggested something else, and you misunderstood what he said and said monkey.
No, you may be right about that. There's a lot of truth to it. Frank, you know I'm upset with you, right? You know that.
Oh, what this time?
Well, this thing with you and your ticket sales. I mean, you had me the last time you were on, and we were trying to sell out all the shows, and you started feeding me what turned out to be bad information, that the tickets weren't moving in Birmingham, and I was so frustrated. I'm like, no, but we're selling. Then you started kind of saying, well, they told me on this particular weekend this, well, I shouldn't expect that. It's a big room and all that. I'm like, no, by golly. And then all of a sudden, when I was really stressing over it, you were like, oh, by the way, I had bad information. It's actually really, really good.
You caused us to panic.
They had given me counts from like 2 days ago before I had been on with you guys. And then all of a sudden I was on with you guys, and they were still giving me the old counts, not the club, my agents who former agents. Right?
Those other guys.
No. So it was one of those things where I was like, it's going to be good. But then all of a sudden I looked at the Stardome website that weekend. I'm like, it's sold out. Or my brother had texted me about it. And I was like, well, that can't be. I was just told it was like half full. And then I went up to the club, and they're like, no, it's completely sold out. And I was like, oh, Rick's going to be so mad at me at 7 after the hour.
And how about this? You don't know how much I stressed over that.
Yeah.
Because you know how you want to come through for your friend?
Yeah. Because you were texting. You were worried more about it than I was. It was like that was really a great moment for our friendship, as far as I'm concerned.
It was.
Because you were so. Although I think it did come back to being a lot about you.
No. Frank, it's like you're at bat and somebody's on second base. You want to get them home.
Well,
and you know, they keep up with an on-base batting average now. And, you know, we like to have that number up there. You're not always able to do that. But, I mean, that's Luther Strange. But, you know, most
Scott
of the
Dawson.
time,
I'm changing Bubba's name. Bill. It's no longer Bill Bubba Bussey. It's Bubba DeGrasse Tyson.
Who we've had on the show before, by the way.
Right.
Did Neil deGrasse Tyson say to you, like, what? What's that mean?
Frank,
that actually happened.
Frank,
no, you're joking. You're joking, but
Frank,
that actually happened.
If you had heard the segment where he was telling us about dark energy, and I told him I didn't have enough faith in that was precious. It was precious because he'd kind of run down our faith part, and I said, I ain't got enough faith to believe in dark energy. You can't measure it, you can't see it. How'd I know it's there?
Can I tell you, when Degrassi, however you say his name, was on this program?
It was great, Frank.
I've seen this happen twice, Frank. You really need to run with this. You figured the Bubba thing out that is humorous. There's been 2 times on this program when we had a professor of mathematics from Oxford and Cambridge on the program, and then we had Neil deGrasse, Anderson, whatever his name is, all these names.
Neil deGrasse, Mike Tyson, Anderson Cooper.
Right. Yeah. and both times Bubba rendered both of them speechless. I've never you talk about a weird moment because they come in here, they hear the name Rick and Bubba, and look, we're a bunch of good ones. We understand that.
Dandies, we know
but
that.
We've made an entire living out of low expectations. And,
right.
When people have said, you know what, the show wasn't as bad as I thought it was. And so that's kind of been our deal. But when Bubba went dark energy, and then the other one was when you were talking about carbon dating with John Lennox.
Mm-hmm. And the error in it.
Yeah, and how it was when Bubba looked at a professor from Oxford and Cambridge who traveled the world as an apologetic and talking about the age of the earth. And Bubba says, well, that's like taking a ruler and going end over end from Birmingham to Atlanta and saying you come up how far it is to Atlanta. There's going to be 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We've had some great time off. Hope you've enjoyed the best of shows. Most of us are back today. Speedy is still not back, but everybody else is. And we'll recap the weekend. We'll celebrate a birthday today. But first, the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Yeah, working our way. We've got 29 years behind us and working our way in year 30. and we thank you for being here. And we'll look back over last week. Hope you got caught up on some best of shows. And thanks to the guys for doing that. Everybody got a little time off. We'll recap that today. As I said, today it is Bill Bubba Bussey's birthday bash. We'll talk about that on the program. Helmsy and Greg have given you a kickoff hour. Speedy out. Eddie Van Adler is back from vacation. So the YouTube experience is back live again and archived. You get both. So hello to the tubers. Hopefully y'all got caught up on a lot of archive stuff while we were away, but that option is back to you as well. Welcome on America's favorite radio stations, the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, podcast archives, watching maybe the best of hour on Blaze TV. However you are here, we are thankful that you are here. We are missing one, the birthday boy, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome back into the live edition of Rick and Bubba.
Move over, Rover. Let Jimmy take over. There's Jimmy.
Move over, Rover.
Let Jimmy take over.
What a great line.
That is a great line. Of all the Greg, you and I, since we haven't got to talk, music in a week or so.
Oh yeah.
Of all along the watchtowers, do you like Jimmy's the best?
Oh, absolutely.
Have you heard U2?
I have, and it's good.
Hey, that's good.
It is good. I think it was on that documentary or that movie they made
Probably.
at the time as a concert movie.
Rattle and Hum?
Yes.
But let me tell you something.
Very good.
But Jimmy's is the best. Bob Dylan wrote the song.
To me, that's my favorite Jimmy song.
Yeah, but how about this? But none of us want to hear Bob sing it.
No.
We're glad he wrote it, but
I saw him sing it with Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers playing behind him as his band. That helped.
Was that okay?
But he's
y'all, I've never seen anybody that I thought was overrated more than him when he's singing.
Well,
especially now.
I do not get it at all.
How about this?
Let
him write, let others sing.
Yes.
I'm probably going to get some judgment here for this one, but I got to say, the Dave Matthews Band, All Along the Watchtower, is actually really good.
No, how about this?
They tear it up.
I think I've heard that.
I don't know why, and we'll review the vacations. I can't wait to hear Bubba's adventures in the Capitol. We've got Bubba's birthday today. I had a staycation. So staycation allowed me to really delve into a lot of things I normally don't have time for. And one day, it was one of the beautiful weather days. And I had my truck like I like it. I had the tunes up loud, and I said,
letting it jam.
And I listened to as many versions of All Along the Watchtower as I could.
How about that?
And I listened to Dave Matthews, U2, Jimi Hendrix, Bob Dylan.
Wow.
Educate me.
That's great.
Educate me on this. So does everybody do this album? Is it just open domain? I mean, does everybody do it? Or
Yeah,
how,
I mean,
how do we have so many different versions?
If Bob
of it?
Dylan writes the
I mean,
song,
y'all understand that's the question for somebody that doesn't follow that.
If Bob Dylan writes the song and he says, "I own the publishing rights," everybody have at it.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can record it.
Okay, so that's what he's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. I'll tell you what's funny. Have you ever heard the Jimi Hendrix live album when he does Like a Rolling Stone 2 and he pretends that Bob Dylan's mother's in the crowd?
No.
Jimmy didn't have it all. I mean, Jimmy obviously was preparing himself to show us, to open his mind. And he gets up and he goes, he's doing some kind of little riff to get into it. If you heard it, he goes, "All of a sudden I tell me your popcorns and your candies." It's a song by Bob Dylan. That's his mother over there. Yeah.
And just saying whatever comes to his mind.
Yeah, it's like a Rolling Stone, and he jumps into it. Of course, his version of Like a Rolling Stone's outstanding.
Yeah, it is.
So I like Jimmy. Jimmy was not. Yeah, well, he was, but made a lot of choices that nobody thought Jimmy was good. I saw an interview with him. Anybody, if your phone knows you did anything, it thinks you want to know everything about Jimi Hendrix.
Right.
And it had him on with Dick Cavett. You remember Dick Cavett?
I saw that.
Yeah.
He asked him about being a paratrooper or something.
Yeah, and because he was a paratrooper.
He was airborne.
Yeah.
Man.
But what was funny is he asked him. He said, "Jimmy, are you going to get married?" And he said, "Not if I can help it." He said, "I hope not." So, but of course, that is a wedge, early 20s.
Yeah.
But anyway,
sad.
and it doesn't mean a whole lot when you stand before the great I Am on how well you play guitar. But all right, so we'll come back. We'll jump into it. As you said, we got a lot to discuss. We also, Bubba, to add to our excitement today, we have a brand new phone system that I've never worked with.
All right.
So
that'll be exciting.
And there's some hope that it might make the listeners' calling in experience better.
It's definitely going to be better for us.
Yeah, and maybe the phones will sound better. Can't do anything about self-service.
Supposed to.
Yeah, all right, we'll go.
Rick and Bubba.
There in that. And his face, I mean, he looked and he tilted his head to the side like a golden retriever. You know what I mean?
He made him think.
Yeah, and then same thing with Dark Energy with Tyson.
Neil deGrasse.
deGrasse.
You know what?
Anderson.
I always go with the Stephen Hawking quote. I defer to Bubba.
That is.
Well, Frank, I like to sum up all the physics with if I'm standing still and I throw a rock straight up in the air and I stand there, it's going to hit me in the head. Now, if you just understand that, everything else becomes very simple.
Yeah, we all work from there.
Yep.
All right, so Frank, we do want to. How long we got, Frank?
We can have him one more. I think he's got something at the bottom.
You got something? We got two segments with you because the tour obviously is going quite well, and we do know when we were talking about this tour, this is you still doing impressions, but you're not just you're really giving them more Frank and Frank's views on what's going on in your life as a dad and just things you encounter. It's really Frank Caliendo, the comedian, who happens to also do some impressions, right? I mean, what's the percentage of impression and commentary?
I'd say it's probably close to around 50-50 by the end of it right now.
Yeah.
Last night at Zany's in Nashville was probably the first, 15 to 20 minutes, had like a couple of voices in it here and there, and it was talking about my family a little bit and a little bit about myself, but it's all coming from truth now. That's where I'm trying to come from, is like I find that the emotion of the truth and how that how those things bind themselves together, that's what people seem to be really like. Because I might have told you this before, but women would come up to me after the show and be like, "I love when you talk about your son and your daughter and your wife," and guys would just look at me and go, "Do more voices."
Yeah. It is 20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, we're back. All right, so Bubba, as we come back, we'll work through everything today. Like I say, new phone system. Again, we're not saying that's going to solve if you have a bad sale. We're not saying that. But I think some of the reason people on our show sound like, a lot of times you'll see us over here doing the tempo thing, and people sound confused, and they seem to kind of struggle to get their phone going. They can't seem to quite understand what we're saying. We did start hearing from people that when they call the show, you can't really hear us really well down the line, which adds to the confusion, and they've got a lot of noise in what they're hearing. We think this new phone system may have at least resolved that. So,
well, we hope so.
We hope so.
We're gonna see.
So we'll do a phone segment here pretty early on, just to I got to learn how to work it and all that, and we'll work through that today. Bubba, happy birthday, 59 today.
Thank you, sir.
Edgar's has got a birthday cake en route. So, and you're gonna need it today, apparently.
Yeah, I think I am.
Yeah.
I think I am. Looks like a rough day ahead of
yeah,
there.
Bubba's got. I'll let you speak to that as you
Yeah,
say that.
well, we'll get more details here and kind of try to figure out.
I'll tell you
what's
this
going
though,
on.
you can chime in on the tornado updates that we'll do.
Yeah, I think so.
Because while we were away, a lot of our different listening audiences dealt with severe weather on different days at different times, and unfortunately, there was a lot of loss of life while we were gone.
Incredible damage over in Mississippi.
Yeah, I saw communities in Mississippi that don't even exist anymore. I mean, there's nothing left. I mean, it's just piles like you would go
Just
by
rubble.
Of rubble with like 18-wheelers on their sides underneath them, that kind of stuff. Like you said, Greg, when you used to work with the Southern Company, it'd be one of those, let's just start over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Total rebuild. Look at that. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that is F5 type damage, and I mean,
good night.
It just it looks like an atomic bomb went off.
It really does.
And the last, now again, we've been on vacation, so it's not like we're on top of it every day. Of course, you listen to our show, you think, are y'all ever on top of it?
Good.
Loss of life, the last I heard was 23. Has that number gone up?
I heard 24 at one point.
Okay.
Yeah. And I heard 26.
Okay, so it's probably going up, unfortunately.
Guys, that's
and this is in what part of Mississippi?
This is Fort. I have it right here.
Yeah,
Isn't it around the Delta?
Rolling Fork.
Yeah, Rolling Fork
is what I'm showing right now.
Yeah, and there were some others, and it was awful.
Look at that. Look at those.
So
that's that 18-wheeler you're talking about.
Yeah, that was that picture I was talking about. Yeah, so that
it's just piles of wood and metal just wrapped up into a bird's nest.
And I saw some of the people, and I want you, some of y'all are not as familiar with it, and some of the emails came from up north, and we love y'all up there, and thank you for listening. But I saw some people and y'all have to understand this, when you're talking this kind of devastation, for those of you that are watching, for those of you who've seen pictures, when you're talking F5, F4s, you can do everything James Spann told you to do, and you're still going to die. The sheer force of these, I don't think some of y'all that don't deal with these understand. You could be in your safe space, you could have a helmet on, you could do all that and get in the line of an F5, and just the sheer force of it, your day on this earth is over. And so anyway, that's tough. And there's been I've heard the churches and all of us all across that heard your news. We've been praying for you. So I know this is tough, and you'll be working your way back. So that was an unfortunate thing to hear while we were away, and then some more storms even came through last night that didn't have the severity, thank the Lord, but some places it got ugly again.
Yeah, apparently it did.
Yeah, I saw a story, the news anchor, the weatherman or whatever for the area, while he was watching, he could tell it was really bad. Started praying on air.
I heard about that too. Yeah.
This is bad. He could, from what he was looking at, he knew.
Oh yeah, well it's one of those things where you remember when we had the string of storms that was historic in April of 2000. Oh, I can't remember 11? The year. Was it 11? Somewhere in there?
April 24th. Yeah, what year was that? Has it been 10 years?
I can't remember how long, but I remember watching Spann and these men and women that know this stuff, and he was like, this is bad, And that's what this guy did.
Yeah,
it started praying there on the air. So anyway, so that's what it looks like for somebody to call. Okay. But anyway,
and if they've called before and we've entered their name's going to populate without us even doing it.
Laugh at that.
Yeah. Well, this person's never called before because it just says Huntsville,
You know
Alabama.
what? You're going to love it.
Yeah, but you know where it's coming from. Though.
Yeah,
How about
and so
that?
for instance, we have people that call way too much, and so we won't have to actually put that on there. You'll know.
Right. And I wonder, because I know that we as a society have completely lost, it was a gift, the ability to cull oneself to say, I call too much.
Right.
Or hey, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Or, hey, that's not the way you greet somebody.
Yeah.
You know, maybe I shouldn't have brought that up. Hey, why I'm being loud. You know, it's like.
And I just use that as one example.
No, it does. But I would think if you have a mind that reasons appropriately, you could say to yourself, with no one ever having to say it, I call too much.
Yeah.
Okay. And or when I call, I rarely bring anything to the table.
Yeah.
You know, and so, but there are some people that don't have that ability. So then we have to help.
Yeah.
To help them, not because we dislike them, and to protect the audience.
Yeah.
So that will make it easier.
Yeah. And it'll make it easier on us, too, when they do keep calling, because we don't have to put their name in there. It automatically pops up. We just simply say, hello, so-and-so. What do you want to talk about today?
Right, yeah.
And we, it'll actually add a little personal connection there.
Yeah, a lot of them you know where they're calling from. You don't have to ask them.
Yeah.
Then go where?
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about?
So that the calling situation should get more efficient.
Yeah.
So
That'd be
we'll
great.
see. Yeah.
If they sound good.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll
watch us trying this. That sounds like Adler's microphone.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah. Adler's microphone was having issues over a week ago, and
it still don't sound great.
I think we tightened up the compressor just a little bit too much.
Okay, so loosen it, let it breathe a little bit.
I think we need to loosen it up a little bit.
And I have not seen Michael Ham since March 10th.
How about that? I did the math a minute ago. It's been 17 days.
Y'all look different.
So that's interesting. And then Bubba, we'll just I know you went to D.C. and we'll unpack that. There's some great pictures out. If you follow Bubba on Instagram, he put some of those out while he was away, and a lot yesterday if you haven't seen it. And we'll walk through some of the vacation stuff. You know, anytime you're on vacation, it always garners a story or two here or there. And of course, today being your birthday, how about you now move to the slot of the oldest person on the show?
How about that? For 6 months.
He's on
Until
the
you
point.
catch up with me.
I catch you in October. So
and I'm feeling it. But go ahead. I'll be honest with you, the wisdom really doesn't offset the pain. So
no.
It's
right. It's there's good and bad with aging.
Yes. Yes.
There is. And I was thinking about that on my staycation. When if you think it's hard for me at 58 to get an out of lift kit, you should try to get 81-year-old and an 82-year-old in out of it. Yeah. At one time, I just lifted Mom and just lifted her and set her up in it.
Yeah, seriously. That's not really the vehicle you need to be in when you're carting them around if you can help it.
It was it's always an adventure. And that and the pharmacy girl in the window who loves to watch me try to get my prescription.
Yeah, you're trying to get down,
she just starts laughing. I mean, I literally have to lay out of it and look and get like and turn my fingers into like tweezers, and I reach and try to grab the top of the bag and bring it in. So, bottom of the hour, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we will try to work with the phones today too. Hopefully, you enjoyed the best of shows last week. Also, Rick and Bubba the store, we get some new items later today. We'll show you those on tomorrow's program. So that be getting ready for that too as we get another week rolling. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But we never got rich. Daddy was a veteran, a Southern Democrat. They ought to get a rich man to vote like that. Sing it.
There by the Supergroup Alabama. The also
Jordy texting you
again. How about this? I do want to give you the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events there at rickandbubba.com. Excited for an opportunity, couple of services on July the 22nd. This just presented itself not too long ago, and was glad that I was able to. Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo is almost back.
They'll be here before you know it.
The last weekend there in be listening to ZZK for those details. So rickandbubbaoutdoorexpo.com. Go there for all the information. It's also an upcoming event. So O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day. And Helms, I was going to tell you, because I know you've been talking about this a little bit. I was looking out on the different things people are putting out on Twitter, including that request for bed music. And I'm getting this a lot. This is a guy out on Twitter says, I don't know who decided to go all out on these ancient clips on the TuneIn app, but it's amazing. So many great memories, and hearing voices like Mickey Dean and Cassio and Don Juan, all the guys, and all the Rick and Bubba history. You're really getting a lot of feedback on that. I mean, what happened was we didn't have a way to put them out there, and we took on a project to go back and put these things in the digital realm that had always been burned on CDs, I guess.
Yeah, they were digital, but they were an outdated medium and needed to be updated before, because we burned those CDs. So that technology, we really don't know how long it was going to last, and we were losing some of them.
So now that we've got all that archived properly, you can access it now for the TuneIn app, and people are just like.
And I don't want to. I guess I'll spoil it. I'm spoon feeding them. What they're getting is not half of what we have to put out there, because I do have people that have sent feedback and say, don't put them all out there. We also want to hear the stuff from 2009 on.
Oh, sure.
And so what I've done is, if you think the next few days is a lot, you haven't seen nothing yet.
What has it been like for you? And, of course, Greg, you being my brother, you kind of were part of all that. So you heard these things as they were happening.
Yeah, a lot of them as a listener.
Because you were family. But Helmsley, for you.
Rick, I can tell you this.
And Adler, I don't know if Adler's even listening to
Amanda and I'll just have it rolling, because some of these that I've put on there, I don't know the quality. I want to make sure quality is good.
The quality range is wildly.
At least so you can hear it. And I know it's not going to be what it is today. Okay, I get that. But as long as you can hear it and understand it, I'm going to put it out there. Amanda and I, my wife, we have been laughing. I didn't know some of this stuff even existed because I did not listen to the show.
Right.
We have cried. We have laughed. It is hilarious. I'm going to tell you that one right there. 02 sitting over there.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness gracious.
I know. I don't know.
I used to have Greg's job.
Yeah, I know. You did. You were Greg. It
is gold.
You're Uncle Bubba.
Yeah, that's right. And so a lot of people are, because you think about now the body of work is getting larger and larger and larger. Yeah. So when you think about what hits us, like when we'll do a golden ticket seat visit, and somebody stands up and says, "Well, I started listening to you when I was 4."
Yeah.
And you're like 4, and they're getting a picture made. We get 28.
Yeah.
And so you think about the body, and of course every year we put more and more stuff out there, and it's all unique to the time, and I think sometimes we every now and then, and look, we've all been guilty of this, of things we enjoy, of you want something to stay exactly the way it was the very first time you ever heard it. But when you do a show like ours that truly is just a stream of consciousness, I dealt with an emailer yesterday that didn't like topics we talked about in like the first hour he was listening.
Yeah,
and he tried to declare that that's what all the show is now, and I was like, well, that's just not true. I said, The show has been like it is, as far as the way it works, unchanging. However, the show has always been, these guys get on here and talk about whatever they feel like talking about, whatever's going on in the lives, whatever's going on in the world, and they have commentary on that and talk about where they are at whatever period of life they're in. That's always been the show.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry that sometimes where we are in life and what's going on in the world has changed some, but that doesn't mean the show's changed. Right. The material has changed, and and so just enjoy the show in whatever era it was in. But it is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so Bill Bubba Bussy birthday bash today. Relief Factor, what a great time for this to be with us. Because when we first met with the team at Relief Factor years ago, the research revolved around the aging process and the body's response. And, they were working on ways to try to, see if they couldn't alleviate some of the downside of aging. But what they realized is that these 4 botanicals actually work with anyone struggling with pain. So here's an example. Here's Cheryl. Cheryl listens to us on the TuneIn app out of Indiana. She says, guys, I have arthritis and other autoimmune inflammatory conditions, and I've had them for years. I regularly see a rheumatologist and have tried many of the first-line medications, but I've been taking Relief Factors thanks to listening to you guys. I've had it for several months now, and I'm feeling a lot better, less stiffness and pain. I just got the results of my ESR blood test. I'm not familiar with what that is, but I guess that has to do with what's going on, which measures inflammation. Normal at the lab is 0.30. Several months ago, mine was 62, but now it's back down to 41. So I'm very delighted to see this. I'm hoping maybe I can get it down even further. The only changes that I've made are eating healthier as best I can, and that does help, and adding Relief Factor 3 times a day. I am no anti-inflammatory. I don't take any of my anti-inflammatory medications at all now. I'm very encouraged and will continue to take Relief Factor. Well, Cheryl, wow. What an email, and we hope we get one like that from you. I take it every day. I certainly see the results. It's all natural, and you can take it every day. Get yours. A 3-week supply will let you know if it's going to work for you or not for only $19.95, and you can do that by going to relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and a majority of people that do the 3-week trial, they order more because it's working, and we hope you'll be in that camp. Relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Anybody having fun over there? Bill Bubba Bus, your birthday bash?
Yeah, how about it's a birthday I'll never forget? I'll tell you that.
Well, happy birthday.
That is a fact.
Wow. How about a little gift for sunrise?
Yeah, I know.
Sure.
How about that?
Yeah,
We'll delve into that later. But, Rick, the trip to Washington.
Washington, D.C.
Or do you want to take these calls here and test
Do you want to play with
Yeah, I kind of want to know that
Do you
it's
want me to go
working.
in there and take them and put their names in so that y'all can actually
Yeah,
see how it works?
I'll tell you one thing. Right now, I know without you going in there, we got somebody calling from, looks like Whittier, California.
Here, I'm gonna
Here's
go in
somebody from Guin, Alabama.
No Guin.
No, that may be Guin from Birmingham. Okay. And then Huntsville, Alabama is calling. All right.
So Gwen from Birmingham?
Do I just click on it? Guin, I think, from Birmingham. Do I just click on this? Just click it right here?
He don't have to answer.
Or the one? What do I click on
Just
to
click
answer?
on anything on the blue box. See what.
Well, hang on, nothing's happening.
I probably should have told you that.
Yeah. Show me.
Do you click on
how
the
do
little
I
thing
answer?
going up and down, or what?
What am I clicking on?
I think you click on. Just click there.
Here?
Yeah.
Well, the one?
All right. Now click down here.
Nothing's
Is it
happening.
not on?
Nothing's happening. I'm not getting any. Nothing's clicking.
Oh. Did you say how many times you just clicked, Rick?
Yeah. Well, I'm a click-o-matic.
Hello?
What did it do then?
Hello?
It moved somebody over to the other bank.
Yeah, they went California over there.
Well, we're off to a blazing
Yeah,
start
well,
with the
that's
new
good.
phone system.
Well, it's been a weekend.
Listen,
there's been a weekend.
Anybody that doubts the professionalism of this show,
Yeah, right.
you can just stand down.
You can stand down.
You can stand down.
I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how
Yeah.
it works.
I thought I'd just click it.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do.
Click it or ticket.
Click it or ticket. Well, that's sharp.
Well, we
go play with it.
None of us knew this wasn't going to happen. What about talent?
No, I don't know. We can try it. No, that's certainly not it.
There, they went everybody.
Well, let's face it. On this show, if you click
What about down
talent,
at the
it's going to
bottom?
come up empty.
Well, all I can say is I'm a joke.
They gave up.
People moving around. I don't know, man. You want to shut it off and turn it back on? I'll try that a lot. I've fixed a lot of things like that. So somebody.
I don't, what's that?
All right, something happened then.
All right, are they on there?
They were.
Okay, let's do this.
Yeah, we got them now. Is this Ewan? Gwen? Is this Ewan?
It is.
Ewan. All right. So how did you do that? Do you know how you did that?
I did. I hit next.
So I have to.
But I don't think you.
It does have a different sound
It
to it.
does.
I'll say
Kind of a
that.
strange sound.
All right, Ewan, what's on your mind? Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long-time listener. Love the show.
Thank you, man.
Can you hear us okay?
Do you hear us better? Testing 1, 2 for Ewan.
Yes, sir. I hear you great. It's a lot better. I've called one other time. This is a lot better quality over the last one. Reason I called just from the best ofs while y'all are out. A quick question for Mr. Chris Eagle.
Okay.
Ever think we're going to get a round 2 on the mismatch town throwdown?
Oh yeah, the throwdown in Mismatch Town.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
that's
play.
fantastic. I think
yeah,
I said
we
it.
need a version 2.0 there.
I think I said at the end of that bit, I was like, "Give me 3 years and I'll do it." Of course, it's been
Right.
like 6 years or whatever.
Yeah, and plus I talked to the guy that I buy Keyman insurance from, and he suggested I don't do that.
Okay. That's saying I got kids now. You know?
Right. And,
I got a family to feed.
Right, and I've also got an umbrella guy, and he's really going nuts because he knows he goes. Well, thanks for calling, man. All right, so we're gonna put you on hold. We're gonna try to put you on hold.
All right, I think I put him on hold.
So now you're back to him.
Why can we hear the click?
All right, there.
Shouldn't be able to hear
I
that.
mean, it's coming through.
It is Huntsville, Alabama.
What's going on?
Hey, man, what's your name?
Hey, this is Larry from Florence, Alabama. Hey, I was just going to give you a tornado update. Florence, Alabama got hit pretty hard with a F2 with sustained winds of 70 to 80 that blew down several hundred big, huge trees off in Killen, Florence, damaged some homes in Plantation Springs. They were real lucky, actually.
Yeah, there's been some really bad stuff.
Nothing compared to what was in Mississippi.
No,
but
no.
The Lord had his arms wrapped around Florence.
Yeah.
On that day.
Thank you, buddy. All right, there we go. To California. Is it Whittier, California? Is that how you say it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Well, what's your name?
Alexia.
Hey, Alexia. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask what y'all think about I'm from Los Angeles, and recently for the past week, the Los Angeles teachers has been on strike. I know what y'all's opinions are on public union.
Okay. Thanks for the call.
Okay, so I know what you're talking about. The union, not the teachers, but the the janitors and all the support
Well, the teachers
staff.
are out there too.
Yeah, they
Joined
went
them?
in support of
Okay.
them, but it wasn't their
Okay.
direct strike, and they pretty much crippled the school system there, and they've agreed to pay them what they wanted, and they're getting a 30% pay raise.
Yeah, I didn't know what happened. I just saw it. I didn't watch a lot of news, so I don't know the details. She asked a bigger question. What do we think about, I think she said public unions? But, unions are like a lot of things, Alexia. They were created for good reason because there was a time when workers were treated very poorly many times by employers and had no recourse. And so there was advantages to saying, hey, we need to kind of come together as a union so that we can, all be on the same page and fight for what's commonly good for all of us. But unfortunately, like a lot of things, and I've know a lot of friends. I've never been in a union, but I know a lot of friends who are in them or have been in them. And a lot of times the union then turns into the kind of like the homeowners association.
Yeah.
It was created for a good reason. Let's all work together to protect our property values. And then before you know it, the people in charge like being in charge, and they like all the perks that come with that. So they start concentrating on things that really don't matter. And then everybody in the union is like, you're killing us. I'd like for us to address the major issues that we have. We're all out of work over something minor, or we're being unreasonable, and hey, you're costing all of us. Anytime you give people power, it's difficult. So look, they can be a good thing, but they also can be abused.
Yeah,
just like everything.
Well, it's meant to be a balance between the management and the workers, and they both have their places. And like you said, if it gets out of kilter either way, it's not good. If you have people working way too cheap, it's not good. If you have them being overpaid, it's not good. And usually those things hopefully will balance themselves out. But I don't like holding the school kids hostage over it. I think that's, of course, they did it to maximize their power in this. But They all have their place. That's for sure.
Well, I'll go back to this again. I tell you what I don't like. I certainly don't like, when you get in these situations and somebody starts making bad deals for you. But I'm not overly critical, because I will tell you this: the number of times that I certainly was glad I'm not in a union, but I still have my version of a union. It's called a contract.
Yeah.
And I certainly wouldn't work for any of these broadcast companies without a contract.
No.
So I understand why you need them. Absolutely understand it. And contracts, all that is just another version of a union. So you have some sort of recourse. So, but again, sometimes they lose their way for what's important. And when you're teachers and things like that, like Bubba said, when you got students involved, that's a different animal.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll continue to play with the phone system.
I think the sound of
sound
it
is good.
Sounded really good. I thought.
I got to figure out how to answer it though. You think you got it? Okay, all right. I mean, we have a way to answer it, but we need to be able to choose. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Beauty of technology now, you can enjoy every aspect of it. We definitely want to be. I've always said, and I'm going to use a musical reference here because I think we can all grab it. I've never wanted the show to be Bachman Turner Overdrive.
Yeah.
We got taking care of business. We got You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet. We have nothing new, and we just go around doing those same old songs. What I want to be is you too. Yeah. I want you to still love Suddy Bloody Sunday, but I also want you to like the album we just put out.
Yeah.
And they're still the same band, but their music has evolved and changed over time. And I want the stuff we're doing this week to stand on its own. I just don't want to keep doing the same old things we've always done because I think that would get old.
It would.
So anyway.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mm-hmm. So I can't remember where I saw it, but and one of my kids mentioned it the other day, and it's like getting critical reviews that are positive, which kind of, I don't know where to go with this. And plus, there's always these things that have been said that are not true that you always have to go to, Snopes.com. And we all know the legend of Mr. Rogers.
Well, they said he was a sniper,
trained killer.
That was not true, by the way.
It has tattoos and all this stuff.
It was a good story.
Yeah, it was.
Well, to add to the confusion, they're saying it's going to be an award-winning documentary, and it's in theaters, and I already see them promoting it on like Apple and all that too. It's not there yet. You can pre-order it.
Won't You Be My Neighbor?
Won't You Be My Neighbor?
I've heard about this.
Yeah.
And people are like going crazy over it.
Yeah. What is it? What's it going to be? I mean, behind the scenes.
And here's another thing: it's PG-13 of all things.
But I knew him and that Marine museum go round lady. I knew something was up with them. That weird puppet.
Yeah.
That is. I didn't like their puppets because their mouths didn't move.
Yeah, I didn't.
Even as a kid, it bothered me.
Yeah, and all right, the late Arlie Ermy. So 8 minutes to the top. Let me tell you what we're dealing with, okay? And only in our world of broadcasters could this happen. So I want, first of all, we've got a printer that we rent, and it went south right before we went on vacation. So whoever we get the rental from, send us a replacement that also doesn't work. So we can't get a printer. So we can't print out stories. We got to try to find stories. My goodness, we got Dana at the flagship printing out stuff for Adler. Greg's in there printing stuff out on my printer, which I don't like people to do. Okay? Hey, let me tell you something. I print 4 to 5 things a year on that thing, and I want it left alone.
That's right.
Okay? So
Don't be getting in my stuff.
Right.
That paper's been there since we were at the last office, and I'm saving it.
My paper is brown, but it's there if I need it. All right, so we got printer problems that we can't seem to resolve. Yeah. And by some genius move, we've decided to replace the phone system while no show is going on. So everybody's on vacation to some degree. So the people who need to be trained on it aren't even here. So what we've done is we've left a new phone system for them to work out when they come back for vacation while the engineer's gone. Now, who would work that strategy? I don't even understand. You know what I would say? Let's leave it like it is till the engineer and the show gets back so you can train them on it.
Right.
I mean, wouldn't that make sense? I mean, this shoot, ready, aim stuff. So now we don't.
We have figured. Greg and I have figured out how to screen.
Rick, I'll be honest. From my standpoint, I'm enjoying watching you learn it.
Yeah. All right. How about this? But who comes up with that strategy? I tell you, we should put a whole new system in when none of them are here. You know, you're talking about the ones that have to use it. Yeah. Well, how are they going to know how to use it? Well, they'll figure it out when they get here on Monday. Coming off a weekend when storms have been everywhere. And the printer company, do y'all have a printer that works?
Well, I mean, in their defense, I think the printer actually it works. I think it will print, but the problem is it's not connected to the network appropriately, and we've got to get other people involved. The network admins.
It's back to the home team again.
Correct.
Okay.
And so I have reached out to them to say, hey, can you add this printer back to the network?
So I'm sorry, printer
I didn't
company?
figure it would be plug and play.
Yeah.
As everybody actually, I mean, I think that's what was the thought process.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew when Brett, y'all know network admin extraordinaire Brett.
Network Brett.
Yeah. He had to come in, and because this network is locked down a lot more than what we had at the old place.
Oh, it really is.
So he had to come, which is a good thing. Security's good.
It is good.
So you can't just come in and plug in a new device and expect it to do what the other one was doing.
Understood.
So I've asked him.
You got to have help there. All right. So that's not on the printer company then.
Right.
Let me say this. My big computer in there, because of the security, if I don't use it enough, it'll leave. And this last time I can't get it to come back. All right, so
I can fix that.
Now let me. I got to figure out how to answer phones. That I got to know.
All right, so
I can live without a printer. I can't live without not being able to answer the phone.
Just try this. Click on that A. It may not work, Rick.
So I got to click that.
No, that's not it. All right, so now click next and see what happens.
Well, I know I can make it work on next.
Well,
there you go. So there's William.
I mean, we shouldn't hear that clicking sound either.
I kind of like the click.
Well, there's a part of me that likes it, but it really shouldn't happen.
No, it's grossly unprofessional, but this show is grossly unprofessional. It works for this show to have a clicking sound when you answer the phone.
We may have hit a new high or low today.
Is he on?
All right, William's there.
Hey, William, what's up?
Hey, William.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Fired up and loving it.
I think the first answer is Gooden. That's who.
Yeah, you're right. We're all a bunch of good.
Yeah. Hey, look, I was just going to make a comment on the union. I think the big distinction to be made is she said public sector unions. There is no one to negotiate on the behalf against for you and I, the taxpayers. So you have the
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
union that is out there with they are connected. Yeah. They are bargaining on behalf of their members, but you and I, the taxpayer who pay their salary,
I see what you're saying.
There's no one to argue for.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. Yeah, and that's what she meant by that. You're right. That's a good catch, William. Thank you. Yeah, and that is a different deal. When the taxpayers are paying you, then we're the boss, and we're not even at the negotiation table. We get stuck with whatever other people decide for us. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and the people who are going to make the decision want to be reelected. Do you think they want to stand up against?
No.
Their citizens?
Oh, look, you think our state didn't know about that? Our state was run by the teachers union for decades.
Yep.
I mean, for that very reason. All right,
so let's try this.
Is that you, Greg? Greg has put you up as goober. Is that you?
I don't know that. Okay. Yeah, click on that for me.
Just click it anywhere.
Click it. Yep. And now click right there.
Here?
Yep.
Why you got to click twice?
All right, now I know I can do it here.
Rick, we can't test it if you did that.
Can I put you back on hold? How do I do hold? Right here?
Yeah.
All right, you're back on hold.
All right, so you would think that it would be down there, right?
What's Greg hollering about in there? You talk in your microphone if you want to be heard. Mama told you about this.
Why does it keep changing colors?
Oh, your mic sounds better than it ever sounded.
Yeah.
Could Adler talk on your mic?
It keeps changing colors.
Well, that tells
those.
you the status of it.
It don't tell me nothing.
That way you just glance and you know what the status.
What does that mean?
I understand
What's
that.
baby blue?
No, it's not baby blue in here. It's green in here. How about that? Try that on.
Well, maybe it's green. I don't
You
know.
think that's baby blue?
There it is, Rick. Found it.
What happened?
All right, so watch.
What'd you just do?
I don't know why this calculator keeps
You got to go down
popping
to
up.
close down there at the bottom. See where it says close. All right.
Oh, look at you. All right, so let's go to hold.
All right. How'd you?
You got it. You just got to click right here on that A.
There's an. Is the A always up there?
Yeah.
And then if I want B, I'll hit B.
Correct. That's it.
All right.
What's wrong? All right,
You
here
can
we go.
still hear it.
You don't like me touching that mouse, do you?
No. I mean, what's next? You gonna stand right here rest of the show? All right, I'm dropping it.
So we need another call.
All right, somebody
'cause
call.
I think that's it.
I don't have a lot of time. Somebody call right now.
Just clicking.
866 We Be Big. Somebody call. All right, now if I want somebody to be on B line,
then you'd click there, but there's no. Yeah.
But I'm not going to do that right now.
Not right now.
I'd be happy just to answer 1A.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big. Come on, I need somebody right now. God, I'm running out of time. I got 30 seconds. 20 seconds. I don't blame you. I wouldn't be listening to this either.
Here it is. All right, click that A. Yes.
All right, we got it. Testing 1, 2 for whoever you are. Testing 1, 2.
Put them on hold and then click and see if it. And,
Oh yeah, I can.
all right, now go here to B. Click right here. All right, now it changes to B. So now you click that and you put. No, not them, Rick. You got them on
I
hold
see.
right here.
Okay, hang on.
You can do it here. There it is.
Okay,
I
I got
we're,
it.
we're figuring it out.
Okay, I got it. Okay,
we're figuring it out.
I got it. I'm good now. I think I'm good.
Can't do anything about the clicking noise though.
Well, I don't know.
That's odd.
For some reason, I find myself trying to embrace the click a little bit. Hey, thank y'all for helping us with the phones. We come back. Bubba goes to D.C. Wasn't there a movie called that?
I think so.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I knew that.
Eddie Murphy doing the knockoff on Saturday Night Live. Gosh, that was good.
That was good.
It was good.
Robinson, where's the rent? Time for Mr. Robinson to go down the fire escape.
Yeah.
That's
very
good.
good.
That's good stuff. I don't care who
We probably
you are.
won't see a documentary about it.
But they should
But
be one.
y'all, what? I mean, how much?
Did y'all see him in Vietnam?
How much?
Yeah.
Rick, I just didn't see a lot there. You could make a documentary.
I know.
Out of that
What?
trailer seemed long to me. Okay.
I know.
Well,
His
what-
voice puts me to sleep.
What he's going to do, what they're going to do, you can see it. They're going to say that he, through children's program, took on all the big issues of the day.
Yeah.
Some of them quite controversial, and he was a moment in time, a guy who kind of maneuvered those waters smoothly and kindly, and
that's how we need to be today, more civil.
I'm thinking.
That's what.
That-
I'd really rather see a documentary on Captain Kangaroo.
I knew that was coming. Ping pong balls.
Mr. Green Jeans.
Now, wasn't there some
you know?
weird thing? He was something too, like a CIA a killer or something. stupid.
No, the moose was.
Bubba and I on the trip.
Don't forget
That
about
little rabbit. What was the little rabbit?
Yeah, what was the
Mr.
rabbit's-
Green Jeans. I remember him.
Bubba and I on the trip.
that's
the
good
trip
stuff.
that spawned Willie and Wanda.
We saw Captain Kangaroo watering his lawn with his shirt off.
We saw him shirtless.
Oh my! He used to have him sideburns.
Yeah.
Has anybody played that on the best of
We
lately?
saw it.
What's that now?
Has anybody played those clips?
the actual trip, not the Willie and Wanda.
Right, the rest of the trip.
Yeah, when we did all the interviews and all that.
It was been a while when y'all were at with Cato Kalin and
yeah.
Lionel
what was
Richie.
yeah it's been maybe a little over a year. There was one time I went back and I played that and I played y'all hunting the rainbow people.
Oh my gosh!
And then I also played, which is one of my it's my favorite, but it's hard to play, is when Bubba claimed he was going to jog.
Yes.
From Gadsden to Anniston.
From
during the
Gadsden
show.
to Anniston, but every time you checked in with him, he was just at another restaurant.
Yeah.
And he hadn't made
2 blocks away.
and he hadn't made it very far at all.
I made it over to the
That was a
bridge.
good
The
one.
struggle you have a lot of times with some of the really older bits is fitting them into our clock now that we use.
Right.
But you can make it work. But and two, some of that stuff, especially with the rainbow people, like one segment was only 1.5 minutes or 2.5 minutes, so you just have to pull them all together. But it is that you jogging, Bubba,
It's very funny.
is gold.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Bubba, where are you? Bill. Bill, where are you?
Bill,
where are you?
Shock jock.
Well, Rick, I'm at Hardee's. Bill, that's just right around the corner. Well, yeah, but Rick,
That was into the
gotta get started.
But to the point on Mr. Rogers, look, very kind guy, appreciate all that. But just because somebody, and I guess I'll watch the documentary, I'll see, but
I won't go to a movie to see.
Even as
it's hard enough to stay awake anyway in a movie theater.
Even as a kid, to Greg's point, he was so monotone and he was so boring. Not that he wasn't a great guy, and he's not, but it was just tough. I mean, it didn't have the payoff.
Was it for all kids though? I don't know. I can't answer that because I thought it was boring too. But I think and I think that's what they're trying to show too. Is he was one of the guys without all the fluff. He put on a sweater and a tie, and he had all these puppets that you bought at.
But he used
Dollar General,
and he used kindness.
Well, I hate to say this. Listen to me. Can you go back to the beginning?
Are y'all trying to tell me Captain Kangaroo was high tech?
No, listen. I want y'all to listen to something. We were talking during it, and it stuck in my head.
We're rolling.
And this is what I would no wait.
Oh, stop it!
Because you have to hear the beginning. Listen to this person describing his show, and think of this show. Okay.
Is that the lady from the forest talking to the trees too? She had a little ring.
Yeah.
Wait, was he describing Mr. Roger or this show?
Right.
Which ones was she talking about?
I got a little trivia here. Do y'all realize? You remember Mr. McFeely?
Yeah.
Fred Rogers' name is actually Fred McFeely Rogers.
I saw that.
That's where he got Mr.
Thank
McFeely.
you, Greg.
There you go, a little fact for Fred.
I thought him being a Navy SEAL was a big deal.
But Rick, you couldn't beat a cast like Dancing Bear, Bunny Rabbit, Captain Kangaroo, Grandfather Clock, Mr. Moose, and Mr. Green Jeans.
Yeah, it must have been the same creative team. We want to call the rabbit. How about Bunny Rabbit? That'll work. We got this bear that dances. What do you want to call it? How about Dancing Bear? We're having an Indian on the show?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6.5 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. We're back. All right, so working through a new phone system today with engineer on vacation. Got a printer that we can't use because of the network. IT guy's on vacation. We just came back from vacation. So it's going to be a little clunky for another week or so. So we'll work through it as best we can. Speedy out today. Helmsy, Greg, and Adler here. Welcome back from vacation, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. Our thoughts and prayers still go out to the folks that had such devastation in Mississippi over the weekend. Boy, that footage is just heartbreaking, isn't it, when you see that?
It is. So, Bubba, you we haven't even delved into vacation because we've come back to so many things that I know were award-winning radio, us playing with equipment that we didn't know how to work. So you went to see your daughter in D.C., so it kind of led to I'm a tourist and visiting family all in one few days.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you were there. But.
It was fun. We headed out Friday afternoon after the show and went, by the way, had a pretty smooth trip.
Easy.
We have an airline here that has direct service to D.C.,
Mm-hmm.
and that was
direct
was
is always good.
Yeah, it's real good. And we had signed up for that clear thing, where you go through the airport and they, take a picture of your eyes and all that. So It went real smooth. We got there, and Caitlin works in the Congress there for Jerry Carl, Alabama District 1, and got to meet their staff and tour the Capitol. You know, when we went before, it was all shut down because of COVID, so we didn't get to see all that. So we got to see that, and it was amazing. I'd never been to the Capitol and been to the Rotunda and see all that kind of stuff. It is. It's really, and the history that's tied up there. You think, you know, I'm here now, but you know, hundreds of years ago, people were here doing this.
It's a shame that we've now squatted and crapped on it.
Yeah, in a lot of ways it is.
Yeah.
But, you know, one of the things I had wanted to do since I had just been a small child, I used to have a Viewmaster of the Air and Space Museum.
Oh, boy.
Where they had all this stuff.
Poor
and
old
to get
Betty.
to go
Poor
and to
Betty.
see that.
Poor Betty.
And there's two. There's one at Dulles Airport, and it is humongous, Rick. The inside of that thing is like 3 Georgia domes put together. Actually, 4 going the other direction, too. But got to see the Enola Gay that's hanging there.
That was your first picture you sent us.
Yeah, that was something. Being my dad was in the Pacific, and that airplane probably saved his life in a roundabout way.
Sure.
If you think about what the metal on the outside of that thing had seen,
goodness,
isn't that wild?
Oh, wow.
And then they have a Concorde jet that's in there, a full one, one of the first Boeing 747s. They have a Predator drone hanging up there. You saw.
How
Phantom
was
F-14.
Betty during all this?
There's the F-14. They have the Phantom
I'd like
4,
that.
which they were good. Her and Caitlin, it wasn't their cup of tea, but there's the SR-71 Blackbird. But you can't help but be interested because it's so massive.
Right.
And, I mean, they have the Space Shuttle Discovery hanging in there. I mean, sitting in there.
But did you find yourself having to tell them why they should be excited right now?
Well, I think it's just so massive, and it's just so big. It's impressive to you, you know. I mean, you can't help but do that. And you see all these airplanes from World War II that fought. They have World War I airplanes in there too. But you know, they have captured Japanese aircraft. They had captured Nazi aircraft, and they had one of the first jet ever made in there. You know, that was if honestly, if the Germans had got those in production, it would have been a different deal.
Right.
So you know, just a lot of history. It was amazing, and then we got to go to the one. There's one downtown, not far from.
You
the
made
Capitol.
Betty go to 2 of these?
Yeah, on different days.
Oh,
different days.
Oh my!
And we went over there, and they have a lot of stuff in there too, but they have a lot more of the small stuff. Neil Armstrong's spacesuit is in there. Michael Collins' spacesuit. The Apollo 11 capsule is in there that they actually went, you know, around the moon. You have the Mercury 7, which was John Glenn's trip. His capsule is there. They have one of the Gemini capsules there. You know, so it's just really intense. That's a cutaway version of the Redstone missile, which was built in Huntsville and named Redstone Arsenal after. So it was just incredible. All the Wright brothers, they have the original Wright brothers flying machine there.
Did you meet Joe Biden?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
Didn't find Joe?
I did see.
Where'd he go?
I did see the Marine One helicopter come in and out a couple of times, and it flies very low when it comes in. This is look. They also have a speed section in it. Adler, hold it right there just a second. And here's Betty in front of Richard Petty, one of his original cars.
Oh,
they also have Evel Knievel's motorcycle in there, Rick.
Really? Did Betty care about NASCAR at all?
Yeah, oh yeah, because she knew her mom would really care about that. So
Okay,
she
yeah,
had her
that was
picture
good.
made next to it. And then this is a Lego spacesuit, full size, that somebody built.
So here's the difference between taking Betty somewhere and Sherry somewhere. Sherry'd be on the other side of that rail next to the space guy getting a picture, and with people screaming off, "Miss, Miss."
They also have a display to things in the movies dealing with space. They have a full size X-wing fighter there. You see the picture of it right there.
Yeah.
And a lot of things. They had an example. This is some of the ham satellites that have been put in orbit. These are the CubeSats.
You did not make Betty Bussey look at ham stuff.
Oh yeah.
No, you
we
did
had
not.
ham satellites in the Smithsonian.
You did
How
not
about
do that.
There's old Friendship 7 right there.
Friendship 7.
Let's see. That was the one that our buddy the Admiral flew in.
Mm-hmm.
What was his name? Can't remember.
What
it
are you
all.
talking about?
You know that we met in
Alan
Hollywood.
Shepard?
Yeah, Alan Shepard.
Oh,
right.
gosh.
Your buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I felt like the way that thing looks.
Let me tell you, when you see that thing up close and you see how that thing's riveted together, and you think you're going to put that on top of a missile and shoot me, at 20 times the speed of sound.
What did Betty and Caitlin do during all this?
Well, like I say, it's so big and encompassing. You can't help but be interested in it. They have.
Do you think did they stay interested the whole time?
Yeah, they stopped and read a lot of stuff.
Okay,
and they
good.
would bring it for comment on it.
Not the ham stuff.
Here are the engineering twins of the rovers we've put on Mars. They had, these were ready to fly backups in case the ones that they had loaded something malfunctioned on it last minute, because their window to shoot it is so tight. This is the one that looks like a clamshell is the one that captured the tail of the comet in it and then brought it back.
Okay,
so, little particles and stuff. So it was good. I mean, it was.
Was this your favorite thing on this trip? More than the Capitol for you?
It all was good. I have to say the space and air museums were top
Superb.
level for me.
Yeah.
Now, when we went before Ford's Theater, I put that right in the Spy Museum. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff there. The Bible Museum's good.
Yeah.
There were still things we didn't get to. We didn't get to the Smithsonian Museum of Natural Science, which is where the dinosaur bones and all that's at. And I want to hit that too. So, we still got things to do. Washington, there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot of people there too.
Yeah.
A lot of people. A lot of people in a very small space.
Yeah. You pulled out a jacket. We don't see a lot. Is that so?
Well, it was cold.
Was it real cold?
It was several mornings were below freezing, and then it warmed up a little bit during the day. So
right.
It was quite a transition. We came back, landed. It was 75.
Yes.
But they warmed up to 75 too. And let me say this: we probably need our own segment on the cherry blossoms, because the cherry blossoms were there's 6 stages to them, and they were in 5 going to 6, which meant it was like Mardi Gras for trees. I'd never seen so much enthusiasm for trees in my life.
Did you get caught up in it?
Well, it was interesting, but it appeared to be a little over the top for me.
Because I walked out in my
yard.
yard.
They are beautiful.
Yeah.
They are beautiful, but to the casual viewer, it looks like a dogwood, and there's a window there that they bloom, but that city goes bonkers over that.
Yeah.
We were scheduled to go to the White House, and we didn't get to go because they were having the Cherry Blossom Marathon or some kind of run.
Right.
And
You
they
weren't
had
in
it,
that?
They had it all blocked off, and we couldn't get to it.
Well, I want you to
and
know.
by the way, it's changed since we were there. They have multiple fences. You can't get near as close as you used to when we went.
Well, picture. I'm just trying to help.
People keep running in the wild.
For some people, and this is going to be hard for you to imagine, for some people, those trees are their hamfest.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Rick, I know.
Yeah.
Listen, you have no. I have one picture. We're down at the wharf, which is a dock and a boat place and restaurant row and apartments and all that down on the Potomac River, and I mean they have sign. Look over my head. That's
is that what those were? Because I thought you were at LGBTQ.
No. It's like you know how at Christmas we put up things on the street lights going down.
Yeah.
They have cherry blossom things up everywhere.
Oh yeah,
everywhere.
It's a big deal.
We need to talk about it.
We'll talk about it. 16 minutes past. Bubba goes to Washington. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tell you guys right now, and I want y'all to listen because I'm gonna try to do a better job, because so many of you emailed me the first time that we did this this ad for MD Hearing. That's the letter M, the letter D, hearing. Because when it comes to, and I've already gotten these for Dad, because Dad had some of the very expensive hearing aids, and of course he messed them up and all that. So when Mom heard me talk about MD Hearing, and I got a pair for myself too. I don't need them yet, but Sherry says you need to go ahead and unpack those. But I'm not to that point yet. But Dad is, and they're making hearing aids not only less expensive, but they're making it very, very simple, okay? So listen, you got to check out MD Hearing. It is an FDA-registered rechargeable hearing aid that costs a fraction of what typical hearing aids cost. And like I say, Dad's loving his. I took some over to Mom and Dad. MD Hearing's new Neo model cost over 90% less than the clinic hearing aids. And the Neo is MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever. It fits inside your ear. No one will even know that it's there. Now, MD Hearing was founded by an ENT surgeon who saw how many of his patients needed hearing aids but couldn't afford them. So he made it his mission to develop a quality hearing aid that anyone could afford, and boy, has he done it. People enjoy going to clinics because they want clinic-level care, and certainly understand that. Well, MD Hearing provides clinic-level care via telemedicine from doctors and licensed hearing professionals. Basically, you get a clinic-level experience without ever having to leave your home, and you also don't pay the clinic-level price. So how do they make their hearing aids for a fraction of the cost of the clinic hearing aid? That's a good question. Since about 95% of the people who need a hearing aid only require a few settings, a lot of this stuff you're paying for you never even use. MD Hearing simplified the need for certain components not needed by most people. Plus, they cut out the price-hacking middleman, too, so you're buying directly from them. MD Hearing has sold over 1 million hearing aids, plus they offer a 45-day risk-free trial with a 100% money-back guarantee, so you can buy with confidence. Here we go. Are you ready? My family's been using MD Hearing and they're loving them, so here's what you need to do. If you want the smallest hearing aid ever, go to MD Hearing. This is what a lot of you are emailing me about. Now, listen. MD, 2 letters, hearing.com. And our promo code is Rick Bubba. Put our names together, no and in there. And you buy one and then get one for $149 each after you buy the pair, okay? Plus, they are adding a free extra charging case. That's a $100 value just because you're listening to this show. The code is Rick Bubba. Put that together. Buy one and get one, $149.99 each. When you buy the pair. Do that now at mdhearing.com. Use the promo code RickBubba. You said you wanted answers when you went to the break?
Yeah, let's just say we were talking about what this guy bought and didn't buy with this fraudulent credit card.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying to that level.
No, okay. You're doing Brewster's Millions.
Yeah, if the guy showed up on the street, and I'm not saying $1 million.
Okay.
Let's say $250,000.
Well, that's more than this Demi Moore thing.
Yeah.
Well, but it's comparable.
Okay.
Or say $200,000.
I love
if
playing
you don't
this
do that.
game.
Let's go $250.
Let's go $250, man.
I like
$50,000's a lot.
That gets me an extra car.
$250, and you can't make the world a better place. You can't pay off debt. You got to go spend it today on stuff, or give it back. What do you do?
Can you invest it in like a sports team?
No. Can we invest it, like, say, put it towards something?
You got to buy
as
stuff.
long as it's not debt?
You got to buy stuff. You got to buy goodies with it.
Can you go on trips? Is that okay with you?
You could buy a trip. That's a goodie.
Yeah, I'd like to take
Speedy.
Terry somewhere.
We're going snow skiing with all the rest of the people from Vestavia.
Okay, yeah.
Because we can't do it right now. Everybody else does.
Do y'all stand out and wave at them when they go by?
Can I tell you? Can I tell you one thing?
They're the skiingest bunch I've ever seen.
Maybe you can find a bunch that'll raise some money for just.
How much have I got, Bubba?
You ain't gonna like
$250.
I want to go though before I can't do it any longer.
It's overrated.
I want to go to see the beauty of the place where people snow ski, but not snow ski.
Now, my wife wouldn't be in on this, but I would take some of it and build a small dirt track on my property, and I'd buy a bunch of cars, and all our buddies would get together and race on it.
That's good.
So you would become a dirt track owner.
Yeah, at my house, and I'd have all my friends got to come over and we'd race.
Well,
just
Pass the gravy, please.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Bill Bubba Bussey birthday bash today. Everybody's favorite Bubba turns 59 today. So we have a birthday cake from Edgar's Bakery, and we'll celebrate that in the next segment. We'll sing to Bubba, and I know he didn't want any cake, but the rest of the birthday party wants some. But so we'll do that.
Edgar's does such a great job.
Yeah, they
with
do.
these, Rick.
Have you seen your theme?
Oh yes, yes, it is precious. By the way, Speedy was worried how it turned out. Oh, they've knocked that apart.
It's hilarious. So we'll do that next segment. Do you said you transitioned from Bubba Goes to DC, and you've gone through all your science stuff, and you wanted to discuss the hype of the cherry blossoms. You went during maximum cherry blossom.
I'm already getting email
Me too.
about the cherry blossoms,
Oh, yeah.
and I don't want to make anybody mad, and that's not my goal here.
No, I saw cherry blossoms. You know what I did? I walked out my front yard.
Well, I was trying to identify, and they have the ones that they are talking about is in what they call the basin.
Oh yeah,
it's down by the Potomac.
Yeah, mm-hmm. You
And
gotta go see that.
They were given to the U.S. as a gift from Japan around 1910 or somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they've taken root, and they are beautiful. Okay,
They are
don't get me
absolutely
wrong.
beautiful.
I mean,
look at that.
Look
Oh,
how
wow.
pretty
That's gorgeous. How can you
Wow.
not be excited about that?
Yeah, I
Willie
get when
Ralph.
people are excited about it now.
That's
listen,
fantastic.
we went down there. You take pictures. Everybody.
Did you take pictures?
but
I
Rick-
didn't see one cherry blossom picture.
Well,
all I saw was a bunch of
Well,
rockets.
they're just in stage 5,
and
Rick.
a couple of ham radios.
Rick, here's the thing: the beginning of each newscast, they tell you what stage the blossoms are in.
Well, it's important.
They go live to the reporters down there that tell you about the cherry blossom.
Right.
And they're also telling you about the cherry blossom run, the cherry blossom biking thing,
course.
the cherry blossom concert,
Of course.
the cherry blossom, clogging event, and it's. And, about the first 10 minutes, because there's other things going on in D.C., it's kind of an important
Look at
place.
that. Yeah. How can you not be excited about what we're seeing right now?
No, I am excited about it, but I could not believe the amount of hype about it.
Right.
I see that's beautiful. I see it's beautiful. I want to ride down there and see it. Apparently, so did everybody else on the Eastern Seaboard.
Right. Do you realize, Bubba, that some people plan their trip to D.C. around this?
Oh, yeah. And we kind of lucked out because we had to I saw something funny. I'll remind me later to tell you about weather radios.
Okay. Apparently you needed one.
Yeah, and I got real mad at one Saturday night. But
Oh, really?
Probably leave that plugged in now.
Yeah.
But we went there, and Rick, the number of events tied to the cherry blossoms is just unbelievable.
I can't believe you didn't go to one.
If you think the Vulcan has some things tied to it here, you would be mistaken if you thought that is a serious dedication to an event.
I hope you moseyed on down to see Jason Aldean.
My daughter said that it was one of the 7 wonders of the world, which I couldn't verify that.
That's a bit of a step out.
I thought there was 8 wonders, and I don't think it has anything to do with trees. But
you're right.
Maybe I don't know. But we had to go when she was available. It was about her schedule.
Yeah.
And I hate that we don't get to go when the Congress is in session.
Right.
We have to go when they're on a break because she has more free time.
That's right.
now.
Yeah. It's a visit.
And she's like really working.
But you went to Cherry Blossom. Bubba, people.
You're going to see too. We went to Ted Cruz's office.
I saw that in the picture.
And
we just looked at that.
I have one picture in the office. That's Tubby's office, and Coach Senator Tuberville.
Yeah.
And
now I did see one time where you had like some bullhorns on. You were standing on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
Well, let me tell you, this is
QAnon
funny.
shaman.
That's actually Ted Cruz's office there.
just
so
go in.
this is the wharf down there where they have all
And
the.
that's you at the
let
gay
me tell you,
parade.
the wharf is one of my favorite places to go to because they have all these. Let me tell you something. DC has restaurants,
Yeah, man.
buddy. If you want food, you are in the right
got
place.
it.
And all of them have history tied to them, where Abraham Lincoln went and made deals, where, there's one called Martin's Tavern in Georgetown. And it's the one that has all the booths that they named the president's favorite booth. And they have the booth where JFK supposedly proposed to his wife at the time. What?
I just know Grace.
I love that you couldn't remember her name. Nobody would help you.
Jackie O. And so, it's...
what was your favorite restaurant?
Rick, they were all good. I think these pictures are from one called Hamilton's.
Oh, yeah.
And it's real
Alexander's
good.
I think I ate there one time. I think when I was there.
Yeah, it's good.
Alexander made that big deal. Remember?
Yeah. I couldn't eat for the people kept dancing.
No, let me tell you what's odd about Hamilton's, okay? Downstairs, they have a theater where they have concerts. And it is built so good the people upstairs can't hear it. what's
How
going
about
on
that?
at ground level.
Wow.
And apparently-
I think Jason Aldean was performing there that week.
By the way, I just grabbed that name out of thin air.
No, I
Are
think
you
that's-
serious?
I think
Yeah,
that's
okay,
right.
Yeah. Did you by any chance? For some reason, I just felt.
I
like
don't
he would
know
be
who
there.
it was, but I feel like that's who it was.
Why?
I may be totally.
I'm
wrong.
upset you don't appreciate the cherry blossom.
No, I do, but Rick, it's
He couldn't give a crap about it.
It's
No,
cherry
people-
blossom this, cherry blossom
people love
concert.
it.
Cherry blossom
Sherry
this.
Burgess would have had a cherry blossom fit.
Well, let me tell you, she would be right in line with everybody else that was there.
Oh yeah.
And they are beautiful, and I went up and read about them, and I looked them up online, and I even asked the question, why don't we
It's
have
just
any
not
here?
yeah.
You know,
We
is
do
it the
have-
temperature?
We do
or
have some here.
Will they not grow here in this part of the country, or
we
what?
have cherry,
I don't know the cherry
trees.
tree
I got cherry
behind my
trees at my
house.
house.
But then I got to thinking,
I don't know if it's
because
that kind.
you remember the Japanese gave us this around 1910 or 20,
Right.
somewhere in there. But you remember the old thing about George Washington not telling a lie? He said, I did chop down the cherry tree.
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember? So they obviously were around when he was a kid,
Yeah, they've
you
been
know,
here a long
back in
time.
colonial times.
And like I say, we have.
Y'all
cherry
believe
trees.
that story?
Well, I'm just telling you what they said.
They used the analogy, Greg, which means that analogy was available because they must have had cherry
George
trees.
Washington was pretty popular. We got to admit. I mean, look at all the things he got there.
You talk about old number one?
Yeah, I mean, number one.
Yeah, right.
And we went out to the Tyson Mall, which is out in McLean or McLean. I don't know how you say it.
CJT there?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But the George Washington Parkway goes up through the woods, and it's beautiful. And there's all these historic places. I mean, everywhere
It
you
sounded like
look,
it was a
there's
phenomenal trip.
There's a historic. It is. It was great. I
There's
loved
more to life than space museums up there. Come on.
Oh, I know. I know.
You
yeah.
could have traded one of the airplane museums for the dinosaur. Maybe.
Yeah.
No, I want to see the space stuff. I'll go back. Dinosaurs rank high, but I had to see the space and rocket.
Well, but I guess cherry blossoms don't mean nothing.
No, it does. I went to
Rick,
see
he
them,
can see
Rick. I
them.
went down there. I was afraid they'd give me like allergies because I wasn't used to them.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I have a couple dirt bikes to come over there too.
Yeah, we'll add
That's
that.
gonna be one of mine.
I'm gonna jot these down.
Nice trailer.
I gotta get
Now, I don't know if Lisa's going to like that track close to the house, but that's what
Right.
I'd like to do.
Let me see.
Will
All
I
right.
have lights on it?
All right,
Absolutely.
All right, so Greg, put him
Funny
down.
car stuff.
No, we're going to have just the old basic late models.
Okay, so Greg, all right, Greg's
Dirt track.
Greg's building a dirt track for
At
his
his
friends.
house. That's
Greg,
good.
for his friends.
And I can do
providing
dirt,
all the
I can ride
cars.
a dirt bike out there too. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll even build a little side where you can jump.
Speedy,
off.
you're going on an exotic trip.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of it, though.
Yeah,
I mean, the rest of
Where's
it.
the rest of it going?
The rest
You
of
got
it.
to buy
I-
stuff. Bubba's not letting us invest it or
I'd
buy
like
stuff.
to. I'd like to buy
Can't
like
give
a
it to anything.
sure enough off-road ATV kind of thing, where with the like the roll cages and all that,
Like
And
a
just-
Baja car in the desert?
Yeah, and get out there on Greg's track.
Okay.
I'd bring that for sure.
And I'll charge you so that way you can spend some more money.
Hamza, what are you
Okay,
getting?
I get it.
$100,000 is going to
No, then I'll be
Sea-Doos,
making
dirt
money that
bikes, road bikes, and trucks to pull them.
Oh, yeah.
That's $100,000 easy.
Yeah. What's the rest of it?
I'm trying to think, Rick. We're going
Would you
snow
get
skiing.
Would you get an
right?
RV?
Yeah, we
What
are
about
going-
an RV to
I'm
live
not a
in
big
while you
RV
pull
guy.
it?
Here comes the RV right here.
RV. Wait a minute.
He'll spend the entire thing on that. on that
Terry's
one.
dream is when we get older to travel in an RV.
See if
Yeah,
you can change
Lisa's
that
kind
dream.
of brought that up
So
too.
what?
See if y'all can change them dreams. Y'all gonna hate that.
Oh, you dang right.
I'm buying what is called an Earth Roamer. Y'all, these things are sick. They can go over anything. You can live in them. It's like a jet with four-wheel drive. And I'm also buying a dinosaur with laser beams.
Because they're cool.
I just thought of something. Add golf simulator to mine for my downstairs.
Are you done now?
Also,
Is that all of it?
You know,
No,
y'all
no,
remind
I'm
me
still
of
thinking.
kids on
So I still
Santa's
got,
knee.
hey, I still got about $125,000.
I don't
to
know.
spend.
I don't know. Some of it's more expensive than you think it is.
also, I'd like to, if I
You
could,
got about 85.
pay for some.
Okay.
I may be able to drive in theater beside my track.
Yeah.
I'd like to have hair, so I might try to find a procedure where I could grow hair.
Well, if we're going to go there.
I mean,
Were you gonna say chainsaw arms, Greg? I was gonna say chainsaw arms
Chainsaw
too.
arms.
I was gonna say that too.
Bubba, what you buying?
Gosh, I've heard a lot of good ones here. I think I'd go 250.
Yeah, I think I've already spent all mine.
I don't think I can get a.
Yeah, yours is gone.
I don't think I can get a good airplane for 250.
No, you can't even walk past it. You can't walk past an
That'd be a
airplane. for that.
crop duster. wouldn't
Whatever
it?
airplane you could buy for that, you don't want to fly.
Right, right. I might get a big boat. Bigger boat.
Bigger boat than you have?
Yeah.
Are
Bigger
you
than a
talking
pontoon.
yacht?
As much as I could get for 250.
Much
As much boat
yacht
as you could get.
Yeah.
You
so
stay
all
in-
of it goes
you
to
stay
that
in fresh
one.
water?
Okay.
No, I do a little everything. I might hit the coastline. I wouldn't get out real deep.
Well, you got to be careful coming from that salt to fresh.
The brackish water.
Your boat, you got to be careful. That's maintenance.
Yeah,
you're a late guy.
So you want a boat that'll go either place.
Yeah, the one that's got rooms downstairs. You can go.
Oh, one. Well, you can't
Hey,
get that for 200.
Rick, he wants a yacht. He wants a yacht.
What about a little?
You can't buy a yacht for
yachts are
$250.
Bubba, what are you naming
A
it?
little.
What are you naming it?
Oh, you're gonna get some bigger
Gotta
pontoon.
name it.
The face?
The bouncing Betty.
The face.
The bouncing Betty.
I like it. Hey, Daddy, there's bouncing Betty.
So good.
That's good.
So real.
You know, from MASH. You remember from the MASH episode?
Yes,
And
exactly.
in the back, here comes bouncing Betty.
That's funny.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna see what a good yacht, a little yacht, cost.
Yeah, what? At least one with a downstairs room in it. I know you can get something.
You see that one old Tig had at that golf tournament?
Yes.
Pretty nice.
Man.
Now he had a big one. It was,
he had one of them
that
that's
was
got a
a
whole staff on it
multi-million
wearing them
dollar- yeah.
uniforms.
Yeah, but you can't get in that league. You
No,
ain't in that
I
league.
know. I ain't saying that league. I'm saying
You need
one
to
with a
have that guy
bedroom
get-
on the bottom.
Well,
of
I'm already
it,
going to
you
ask you, can I have $300,000?
know? No, it was
I'm
250.
cut at $250.
Now, Rick, what about now in Brewster's Millions? I looked it up because I couldn't remember. He could inherit $300 million, but in order to do that, he had to spend $30 million in 30 days.
Oh my gosh!
Wow, that's
because he could take a pay. I can't remember what the first sum was, but remember he was watching the video. He goes, "You got to spend it in 30 days, or you don't get diddly."
Ooh,
and that's why he left it. That's a good movie.
Wow.
I love that movie.
So what was it, Rick?
All right, I'm going to first of all, I'm going to have to upgrade my ATV situation at the farm.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm upgrading that. I'm going to add that arsenal. Everything I got down there is really old.
Even though it's 250,000, we could call it Rick and Bubba's Millions.
Yeah, and then I think if I can be smart and not add too much to that arsenal, then I'm going to ease over. There's about 40 acres back here at the back I need.
Yeah, a little add-on.
And I'm going to go over to that lady.
Jordy hadn't got that yet.
No, go over to this lady, God love her, who's got it and is trying to figure out what she wants to do with it, and it joins what we got. So I'm going to add to the ATVs to upgrade them a little bit and get a little nicer than what we got, or just keep the older ones as long as they're running, and maybe add two better ones.
Yeah, get some new ones.
And then I'm going to go back there
With
and
new
buy,
seats
and
and
I'm going to go
stuff.
back there and I'm going to take the last 200 and see if I can get that. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, back from vacation. Hope you enjoyed the best of shows while we were away. YouTube, good to have you guys back live. Eddie Van Adler there. Helmsy and Greg here. Speedy still out. He will be back with us, Lord willing, tomorrow. Today it is the birthday of one Bill Bubba Bussey. Today, 59 years ago, Bill Bubba Bussey was born, and Edgar's Bakery always delivers outstanding birthday cakes to us, and they get us breakfast every day. They're so good to us. Bubba, here comes, we're doing one candle today because if we did 59, we'd burn the studio down.
Yeah, we don't need that today.
No, so I want you to look at the cake. You remember you were talking about that you wanted to name your new hunting place?
Yeah.
And
We'd been through a series of names here on the
right,
air.
yeah. And so we have on the birthday cake the most popular name, and it even has a cartoon of the logo that we were thinking about using. And this is Beaver. Yeah, Beaver Bite Ridge. Correct?
Beaver Bite Ridge.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's the theme.
That is nice.
For the cake.
BBR.
Yeah, and I don't know, Adder, do we need to hold it in a different way for you to see it? You okay? All right, he says. Should we leave it where it is or let him blow the candle out? All right, let's sing to him. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bubba. Happy birthday to you. There you go, Bubba. Happy
Thank
birthday.
you, gentlemen.
59 today.
50. Or better known as 29 and holding.
Beaver Bite Ridge.
That is
Beaver
fun.
Yeah.
That is fun.
Bubba, how's 59 feel on you right now?
You know, it's showing its age a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Starting out with bang.
We're good. Today, I'll be honest with you. Today, I feel more blessed than ever.
Ever?
You know?
More blessed than ever.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And glad I didn't sleep it too late.
Pretty fortunate that you did.
Yeah, as planned.
Boy.
You know,
Sometimes told you just to go home. Huh?
So I'd like to know
sometimes
what
when the Lord leads you in those little feelings, you just need to go ahead and go with
what made you change your mind? Do you remember? Was there something that says I ain't doing that?
Well, the potential for bad weather to drive in.
Well,
you know, and I do. Sometimes
hit
I
that
drive
apart.
in. It's about an hour drive, about
Right.
like Greg's
Yeah.
coming in.
Yeah.
And I do that sometimes on Monday, but we changed our mind yesterday afternoon, and it appears to be a good call.
Good call on your part.
Yeah,
That'd have been a little
Go
scary.
into more of that later.
Don't want to be there for that.
Little rough action down there.
Yeah, and the weather. Hey, it was bad in a lot of places this
Yes,
weekend.
it has.
Well, you know, March is it's crazy.
Yeah.
The weather changing.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, on several times on my birthday, I remember tornadoes coming through, and one was, up in Goshen Valley. It was on
not
good,
that one.
It was a Good Friday.
You're not going to do the Good Friday
Oh,
one.
I remember
my
that.
goodness.
I was out in it.
Yeah, on the 20. Well, I don't know if it was Good Friday or Sunday.
It was
may have
Palm
been-
Sunday.
It was Palm Sunday. Is what
Yeah,
it was.
you're right. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but I remember
Wow.
that, and I was
That was a big
listening
one.
to some of the aftermath of that on my ham radio, and one of my friends said, "Hey, my wife's here, and she didn't make it," and you go, "Wow, that was a tough moment."
That was 1994.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it well.
Yep. I know. That was awful. And we had a lot of bad stuff in Mississippi. And, where we live, I mean, just recently, but where we live, of course, I know that's not exactly where this happened, but, I was looking before I went to bed because, I'm okay with it unless it happens while I'm sleeping, and I hate that.
Right.
And all we were getting where we live was moderate to normal thunderstorms. That's it. And so I was like, okay, so there wasn't really there was a watch, but there wasn't anything that was like severe weather, like, hey, look out. And so and that's all that I thought. But apparently there was a little more activity overnight than in Alabama than I expected. And
Well, we cross over TV markets there, so you don't you don't hear a lot about down there up here or vice versa. So,
Right.
but it happens. But man, what a beautiful cake! That
isn't
tell
it
you what,
good?
there's nothing
Like
like a
an
little
old Bucky.
birthday cake to cheer everybody up.
And I know you don't want any, but if you would for us, just have.
I'll try to have a little slice, and I know Speedy's not here to cut his
Oh, my
customary portion, but
me tell you
maybe
something.
a little more normal.
I
today
think,
with that.
you go.
yeah, Speedy, what he does to you on birthday cake is just wrong.
Yeah, well, he's testing me to see what I can take. I think.
Right.
It's
Well,
a stress test
yeah,
of sorts.
Yeah, that's it. So,
But what a great cake! That is so fun.
Smells good.
yeah, that's real good. You want some so bad right now, don't you, buddy?
Well, I've got breakfast too. We'll chase it down. We're good here for a little while.
Little combo.
All right. Anything else from vacation then on your end?
I think we have pretty much covered it. We came back to the lake, and we got to have dinner with several friends, and it was good to see them and fellowship and enjoy the sunset.
Bubba, how long were y'all there?
At the lake?
No, in D.C.
We came back Wednesday. So we left Friday afternoon, came back Wednesday.
So do you think you needed a few more days, or what's the perfect time range there?
That was probably about right. Maybe one day shorter would have been all right with me, but it was about right.
So you arrived on Friday.
Yeah, Friday night.
So
we left.
So
here
that was
Friday
kind of a
afternoon.
wash Friday night. Really?
Yeah,
So,
it was.
So you
and
did,
it was a long day. I mean, we
Monday,
start. Fridays are usually I get tired on Fridays. And I think y'all do too after a week of getting up.
Yeah.
I tell you this, I had no problem sleeping late
No.
over this vacation, which
That
I
me
usually
too.
do not have. Usually have issues with. So.
I look forward to that.
But we stayed at a hotel there that was at the Navy Yard, which is close to where the Nationals play, and
Oh, the Nationals.
man, they had a great restaurant in there too, and they served.
You got the restaurant.
Well, a lot of times you go somewhere and they don't have a good breakfast or hey, you could eat anytime, and they had a great breakfast, they had a great dinner. I mean, the whole thing. So in a tot, you went, hey, we always eat at the restaurant.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
So there's the stadium.
So you're saying that 4
That's
days.
the view across the street into the Nationals Park.
Yeah.
And, we were up there. That's
Yeah. So you're saying 4 days is about it because you said 5 was probably 1 day.
well.
too long.
The walking. You do so much walking. I was pretty much done at that point anyway. So these old knees will only take so much every day.
Yeah.
And
I've only been there on an in and out. I was only there like a day. So and did see the Capitol and did
see
all
that was the first time I'd been there when we went up to the White House. Which
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I've been there twice. I forgot about that.
and we
but we didn't do any
Remember, we
tourist stuff.
landed in Dulles and went in.
So
Amanda and I went one time, and I think we spent three days, and we felt like it wasn't enough, that we needed a couple extra days.
Well, like I said, I've been there twice, and both times I've stayed 3 or 4 days, and we've had full schedules, and I still haven't seen everything I want to see.
Yeah.
And I would like to go back to the Spy Museum. I feel like we were a little rushed in there, and it was really cool. It was really. We did the. It was a little cool to do it this time, but we did the big bus tour. Yeah. Where they had you buy a ticket and then you can get on or off at any stop, and it's the top's off the upstairs part, so you go up, and I mean that was really cool to get to see. And they're telling you about all the places, and you can get off or you don't have to get off.
Okay,
Bubba loves a good tour of it.
Oh,
he does,
buddy.
He does. Remember, we got called down on that one in San Francisco for talking.
Right. Yeah.
What was that?
We were in San Francisco, and the guy called us down because we were talking.
Well, y'all were being too loud.
What's funny when you look at D.C., so I went when we did the show up there, and then another time I went to some banquet or something that Sherry and I were invited to, and we did get to see the Capitol and saw Gary up there that day, Palmer, and not Gary the Bulldozer Man. Hey, you want to go in there and see the Capitol? Hey, I'll take you in Ted Cruz's office. Hey, I got the key. But anyway, it was Gary, so we got to see the Capitol, and so I've had 2 little short trips. And by the grace of Almighty God, and Bubba and I both were able to dodge this, the school where our kids went, the 5th graders, go to D.C. for a week on a bus. And Bubba and I, for us to dodge that, and what we did is we went to our wives and said, here's the decision you must make. If we go on this trip, then that's our spring break vacation. Or y'all could take them on the trip, and then the next week we actually have a week off and get to do stuff. You have to pick. And by the grace of Almighty God, Bubba and I worked while the mamas took them up there, and then we got the next week off. You talk about something, and I love when people go, I went up there with my kids as a dad, and I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I got to do that. I said, no, I'm glad I didn't.
There's plenty of things we can do.
I'm really glad that I wasn't on the bus when everybody got a stomach virus. I'm really glad that I wasn't with a bunch of 5th graders. I'm really glad I wasn't there. Yeah. Sherry's got great pictures. I can look at them.
Well, they got to do some cool things. But
her and the kids had a great time. And mamas need time with the kids too, not just dads.
Yeah. Well, Betty had told me too they had to do a scrapbook, which they had to take pictures.
I remember the scrapbook.
She said you almost couldn't enjoy it for trying to do your homework.
Terrified about the scrapbook.
And somebody had told us they don't even. Somebody told us they don't do that anymore.
What?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I don't know. I don't know that it's true. Right. But that conversation came up.
I remember going home thinking a cloud was over my house and looking. It was a big scrapbook. That scrapbook haunted us. Golly, it hung over that house like a storm. But I do not care that I missed those trips. Yeah. I'm thankful I missed those.
Well played.
Absolutely. I've heard some horror stories of the school trip to D.C.
Good night. Whoever thought that was a good idea?
Well, some of us had to work. We'll go phone calls next, whatever you want to talk about, and then we'll get back into some more vacation stuff next hour. No, we're going to do a full-blown phone segment on the new phone system. 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's wide open, every line, and we'll see if old Burgess can handle it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, I just got a text from my wife. Negative on the track. Down payment on Lake House.
You can't do that. Well, does that count if it's a down payment?
Nah, you won't do that.
I think so.
The world.
He's hot for teacher.
The world of Eddie.
Love. How's old Mark doing?
I don't know. I played that for Papa John today.
Wow. Man.
Gracious.
I was listening to that in the kid. Really, guys, we living in Looney Town.
Boy.
I mean,
boy.
Oh, got you, Looney Town. Walking around just waiting for old noose to wrap around your leg and pull you up a tree and hang you there. You're just thinking, somebody got me on something. Before I know it,
I'm in a bear trap.
Am I resigning?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm off the board. What happened?
He's come a long way from buying his old car back.
I just feel bad for Harlan Sanders.
Yeah. I did. Boy, he got through in the bus.
Yeah, he came to Venice.
He did. So
well, you know, what is he thinking though? You can't quote and use that word in public. You just cannot do it.
Yeah, so we can
and because it's going to be that you're going to get some.
If it's that
response.
toxic, though, then you, like we said,
It's
1,000 times, it needs to be done away with. I mean, I was
right.
fine with some certain people if we can sit down and go, just judge the intent of the word. Let's do that, but we can't do that.
But that's not going to happen.
We can't do that.
Yeah. It's such an incendiary situation with that. But as I've pointed out, I think it needs to be removed from the vernacular completely, and then you won't have a problem because let's just and I've used this example, Rick, and I hate to jump into this right out of the gate, but I cannot cuss in Russian because I've never heard it. So if you will remove the word from the vernacular and people don't hear it and don't learn it, they can't use it.
Right. No, it's like you said, the point we've made it many times, but it's just it just seems to keep going. It just I don't mind. Yeah, there's problems, but when we're problem solvers, and we are. I mean, we're problem solvers.
I don't see a reason for letting a problem hang around.
Right.
I mean, time and money usually will solve most problems.
Well, I've learned something. This is something about, fallen human nature that I just, how sometimes something is so, but you don't want it to be so.
Right.
And you try to just go a long time saying, I just don't want that to be so. And you almost just pitch a little, I don't want it to be so fit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And then finally somebody just says, well, hey, Burgess, so. I mean, and I realize that I think the reason why when you present a solution for a problem and people don't seem to take it, it means they don't want to solve the problem. Sometimes, I know here comes I don't want it to be so. I know this is difficult for our logical minds to wrap around, but there are problems that people won't solve. They just want to keep talking about it.
Absolutely.
They like it being a problem.
They do.
Right. Yep. And when you realize that exists, you're like, wow. I mean,
you're right.
Yeah. So sometimes you just have to move on. And I don't really want to live in a world that I can't even say, now so and so, remember he used to say this all the time, and then somebody says, oh, wow, so you even said what he said. Oh, yeah, I was just saying what he said.
Quoting.
You used the word and what somebody else said, and you can't say it at all. You can't even mention it.
Rick, let me ask you this: you quoting?
Unless you're a hip hop artist,
that's it.
Are you quoting in a strange way the movie plot from the Star Trek movie, The Undiscovered Country?
Bubba, there's no way that I know whether I am or not, but
I believe you're the only one in the room that knows.
Greg, how about this, Bubba? You have to be the judge of that. But I will adhere to your authority on that.
That some people want a conflict because it justifies their cause.
No doubt.
Yeah. And I may be wrong.
Well, but by the way, there's a I'm sorry, Greg. There's a gigantic example of that, and it's so insensitive right now, and it's such a dicey little hand grenade I'd have to play with. I may have to tell you in the break. And I was shocked. You know how we all binge watch now?
Oh, yeah.
My wife and I don't even know what it was on. Was it a PBS that now Netflix had it? Somebody had it on. And it was a series. Well, Rick, if you say this. Anyway, it was a series dealing with a historical America period.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't believe, with it being on PBS, that they actually allowed one of the characters to say what he said.
Mm-hmm.
About this particular historic event that I'll tell you about in the break. So, Greg, go ahead. Remind me of that.
I'm just saying, and again, I don't know. They may.
All right, we're going to try it. Our first phone troll ever on the brand new phone system. We dabbled with it last hour. We don't really know how to run it, screening or taking calls, but we're going to try it. And all 10 lines are available. At 866 we be big, 30 seconds is the king.
What's Greg doing his arms like that?
Greg, we ain't gonna work. Calm down, Greg.
What is wrong?
Who puts in a new phone system and with no ability to train you on it before you can put it in use? I got a live spot. Let me do this first.
Okay, sounds good.
LearBubba.com. Right now, with all the upheaval that's going on right now, look, we don't like seeing runs on banks. None of us like to see that. I mean, we're all just kind of like.
Did you see that SVB run? 42 billion in one day.
Oh, my. Well, here's the deal. Boy, if you ever thought about getting gold, now's the time to do it. Let me tell you. Interest rates up again. It's not a great time right now. And gold and other precious metals can give you some safeguard on your finances. Highly respected financial analysts are predicting gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. Now, look, we can't guarantee that's going to happen, but let me tell you this. If you bought gold from LearBubba.com right now at their current price, and it gets anywhere near that, you're going to do really well. They have a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews. Join us right now, and we'll get you a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Okay, so go to learbubba.com. Use our URL to get that silver bar with every ounce of gold. Speak directly to them if you want to, but mention us so you can get that silver. 800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so do you need to talk to me, Helms? Does Helms, boy, look in there. All right, here we go. 30 seconds. Brendan.
All right, Rick.
Brendan, do you need to talk to me? I got a guy on right now. I feel good about it.
Okay.
Brendan, go ahead.
Are you talking about me?
Yes, is your name Brendan?
It is. So I was calling to talk about the idea that we're creating legislation for TikTok because China's spying on us.
Mm-hmm.
But when Trump did it, he put a ban on it. He was racist for it.
Oh, of course. You know, I've never seen politicians, especially the left, they really gamble that we can't remember anything. The problem is
there's
now,
a lot of videos out there.
We video and record everything now. So now, and by the way, we've known this thing about TikTok being problematic. I mean, I've heard this for months and months and months. And so it's like we talk about all the time, Bubba. Why are we worried about all this security stuff when everybody just goes on all these social media platforms and gives everybody all the information they want?
Yeah, I know. I mean and if it's not that, it's somebody talking in a restaurant on their phone, telling you everything you want to know. And it's not like you're eavesdropping. You can't help but hear them. They're so loud.
866 We Be Big. So that went well, Helms. We got that with no problem. Now we're going to try Shane. Shane, 30 seconds. Go ahead. But you know what? We need to do something with this click. We got to do some kind of, we heard click it, ticket. We need to do, when you hear the click, it's not a trick. Hey, if you hear the click, go ahead and speak to Rick. All right, go ahead, Shane. 30 seconds.
Hey, so good morning, guys. Welcome back. Really quick, Wednesday on the Best of show, Speedy was playing a bit about you guys went to New York to do Fox News, Fox and Friends, and talking about Clay Aiken and his girlfriend named James or something like that, having a baby. And Greg was doing his impersonations of James talking to Greg because everybody thinks James is a guy, but it's a girl. Yes. And he's talking about, hey, these shoes come in a size 13. And
yeah.
I'm pregnant, Clay. What are we going to do about it, Clay?
Yeah, I remember that bit. Hard to forget that one. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Randy. We ain't got no ban, Randy. Randy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Biggins, how are y'all?
We're great. Good.
Hey, if you get a chance, you may have seen the video already. There's a preacher in San Diego who told his congregation that trans and drag shows are biblical and actually holy.
You know,
probably have a hard time backing that one up.
There's so many.
He said something about the fact of Jesus saying he was like a hen collecting her chicks, that was proof that Jesus was.
Oh, my gosh. Look, remember this. Couple of things to remember.
That's what we call a stretch.
Go read Matthew 24, and it's going to track with our Wednesday Bible study this week in the Revelation chapter 6. Jesus is saying there's going to be things you got to be looking for as we wind this thing down. And one of them is you're going to have all kinds of false teachers just start coming out of. There's going to be a great falling away. There's going to be all kinds of deception. Now, this was a problem in the church early on. And remember what Adrian Rogers, God rest his soul, said. And he was a pastor, but he knew it. He said, when you're looking for the devil, never forget to also check the pulpit because he's found his way there many times.
Yep.
You now more than ever, you better know sound theology. You better know the scriptures or you're going to be deceived.
Because think about this. I mean, the devil can go back there on the back pew and sit next to somebody, and he causes one to stumble. But if he can get up there in the front behind the microphone, he can cause the whole church to stumble.
And that's the reason why from the very beginning, and I know it's no fun, and it shouldn't be. If it's fun, there's something wrong with you. From the very beginning, and in the beginning with the people, when he brought them out of Israel, God was very serious about keeping the theology pure, so much so he would kill people who opposed Aaron and Moses. Then you get to the New Testament church, go to Acts chapter 5, Ananias and Sapphira. And you'll see that God takes church discipline very serious, and we don't in the Western church. And we let a lot of people hang around, and they're problematic. Paul talks about it in 1 Corinthians, I believe, chapter 5. He's like, why are y'all not dealing with this in the church? And how passive we are on letting bad theology just rise up in the church, it is dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. And you got to cull it, and you got to be serious about it because God's serious about it. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, we hadn't checked in lately. I just wondered what Gary had on his license plate now.
I don't know. I
Since 2 inch ran out?
I think it's Spur 1 or something like that. It's got something Spur on it now. I saw it just the other day. Joanne, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Got a funny Gary story today, by the way. Joanne, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, Joanne.
My husband, Eddie, he shares Bubba.
I can't understand it. We continue. 866
I think that's on the cell service, not the phone system.
I like the phone.
The phone system sounds good other than that clicking.
Yeah. When you hear the click, no, you're talking to Rick. All right, Brian, go ahead.
Well, first of all, and many happy returns of the day to you, Bubba.
Thank you, sir.
And then on top of that, that's one of the reasons, the biggest reasons that Martin Luther broke away from the church at the time, because they wouldn't let people study the Bible for themselves. Correct. They relied behind the person behind the microphone, so to say. Many of them were corrupt.
Yep, he said that, what did he say, farmer or the farmer's son? He basically said the bottom line is everybody ought to have a copy of the Word of God, and they ought to be able to read it in their own language.
Right.
Yeah. So
something's going on in there that, and this is compulsive behavior on my part that I deal with Greg and Speedy.
Yeah.
Is how attention to detail I have when it comes to little things like capitalization and spelling things right and getting cities. It's a deal that I deal with. I'm not saying that they don't care about those things. They just want to get it in. And so the fact that these things are being remembered in the system and he's in there typing them is driving me nuts.
Oh, I didn't think about that. It remembers bad things, doesn't it?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we will probably find out in a few weeks or a few days the way the news is. But I bet have you ever looked at Papa John, how you say his name, Smatter, whatever his name is?
Yeah, I call him Papa.
And as a human being and how he's treated people, I know he's employed a lot of people, and I'm sure a lot were minorities. I know they sponsored the stadium. He's on the board in Louisville. I bet you if you look, he's probably given a lot of money for scholarships that probably went to minorities. I'm just saying the man makes a quote about Harlan Sanders, which, again, was
funny.
bizarre. And you're treating him like that we have dug up this dirt on him, that he is somehow, a racist and is holding people back and is like we said, this was going on during a training session. Somebody leaks it like they found him hiding a body somewhere. We got to get this out because it's so horrible. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know everything about him, but I'm just wondering, we've never heard a pattern. My point is, when you make just a statement like that, does that erase everything you've done good in your life? Everything?
Well, in this particular case, I think we could have a discussion, kind of like Paula, what's her name?
Abdul?
No, what's her name?
Paula Dean?
Paula Dean.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Paula
same
Dean.
thing.
And Paula, not really. In Paula Dean's situation, people were saying that Paula Dean called people that she was around this word. Okay, that's different. But again, you could still say.
But you're right, it is different.
But you could say, now, does that mean that everything she ever did? Now you could make that case. In this case, I don't even know why we're saying that, because the chairman of Papa John's didn't call anybody the N-word.
No.
He said that somebody else used to use that word, and he
also said the word when he was explaining what word they used.
Yeah, he quoted another person.
They were role playing.
Do you realize that we have this guy resigning and being tarred and feathered and never even said he didn't call anybody anything?
I want to ask another question. We come back on the topic of Papa John's. We come back, get back to the root of where all this started going south. It was his NFL comment.
Yeah, that's why I was in this whole training session.
Yeah. Well, that goes back to the create a problem because you think you can use it to your advantage.
in year 30 and still going. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Here we go. Speedy out, Helmsy, Greg, and Adler in. And the birthday boy himself, 59 years old today. Woo! There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
5'9".
5'9", baby.
You know,
stepping high.
Think about when we were in high school, we were teenagers, even college, how old 59 sounded.
59.
I mean,
I thought you were on your deathbed.
Yeah, I thought at 40 you had 1 foot in the grave. Yeah.
59, you were done.
59. Yeah, you don't like
59 on tap.
You don't like when you get to the age that if your time on Earth ended, somebody say, he had a good run.
He did.
Wow. So
hey, I'd sign up for that.
Sure. Wait a minute. What? So we went through Bubba's vacation, and he was a little more active than me.
Which is usually opposite.
Yeah,
I'm more the
it is.
staycation
It is.
person,
I think the
and you
cherry blossom.
usually travel the world somewhere.
I do, and I don't.
If I go to East Boga, it's a big trip.
Hey, I love it.
Well, I'm getting to the point now, and Sherry's letting me know that, enjoy your staycation. The pandemic had staycation people like me. Can't go anywhere. And then I've gone to a couple of short trips, but I love a staycation. I love a staycation.
Yes,
and look,
what?
and it's not about me. I mean, how about this? My kids and me. We would not have experienced any of these wonderful things if it wasn't for Sherry Burgess, because if it was up to me, we wouldn't have gone anywhere.
And I've told this many times on the air. When we were growing up, Rick hated when we went on vacation.
I kid.
He was so. He had a terrible attitude about it.
Yeah,
Terrible.
I don't like going anywhere. I like staying home, and I like getting up and doing, just whatever we want to do, sleep late. Now, I like doing stuff like, what do you want to do today? Let's go to that restaurant we like and do that. Or, hey, let's go down. Now Sherry started this week a little more devoted to, well, if you got all this time off, there's a lot of work needs to be done. She was a little more devoted to that than I was comfortable with. I wanted this just to be a little, sweet love snugglies all week. And Sherry was like, no, we got work to do. We got things we got to get done, and you've got time to do it. And some of that was physical labor, and some of that was, just things we got to prepare. So one of the things that we got to talk about, and I was fortunate enough to get to be a small part of this, is it really worked out beautifully. Greg Burgess has added another grandchild.
How about that?
Number four
Congrats.
while we were on vacation.
Yeah.
That's 2 by 2, right?
That's right. That's right. 2 boys, 2 girls.
Look at Papa with a little Mary Hollis.
Mary Hollis Jones showed up. It worked out because Monday we were doing best ofs. Speedy was out of town. Helms was out of town. So I was going to have to work. Well, they originally were going, if Chandler, they said, if you don't have her, Sunday, we're going to put you in the hospital. You'll probably have her Monday. And I'd have been up here dealing with it. Well, she decided to come Saturday on her own. So that worked out perfect.
It did. And I got to start off vacation.
Look at Rick.
Going up and seeing her, because Sherry and I had to teach Sunday morning. So that was part of prepping. And then after church, we had another meeting we had to come back to at 3. And we hit it perfect. We walked in the room, and it was just one of those times where it was transition, and Sherry and I were the only 2 there.
Oh yeah.
So I got to hold her, and I could tell she was kind of attached to me.
She already made that bond. That's what I heard.
I could tell just a little
Everybody
bit.
was talking about it.
And of course Sherry was like, I got to get my hands on that baby.
Yes.
And there's no, you're not going to keep her out of there.
It's funny. Her and Pace weighed the exact same, 8'1".
What about this thing that says 8'4" on that picture?
Oh, I don't know.
What is that picture?
I just saw it on the card.
Yeah, but there's a picture of her laying on that on the
scale,
and it says 8'4".
Oh, I don't know.
You ain't seen that picture?
Thumb on the scale.
You ain't seen
you
that
think
picture?
somebody had the thumb on the scale?
Yeah.
There's Lisa with
hey, Lee.
But she but yeah, it worked out perfect. And here's the shocker. Pace Jones has actually been really excited.
Greg, I keep hearing this. We were worried about Pace.
Look at that picture right there. Look at him grinning.
Pace, we thought would not be a big fan of bringing a sister in the house, and he's done great.
No, he can be a little rough. You got to.
Can he?
But his intentions are good.
But he doesn't have a bad attitude.
No. He thinks she's hilarious. He'll laugh. And when I was there when they brought her in, and he just got tickled. He thought it was the funniest thing he'd ever seen.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we thought it good. But I'm looking forward. I got 4, and all the previous 3, they all got their own personalities. I'm just anxious to see what little Mary Hollis.
2 girls and 2 boys.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
your quiver is growing full.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
Look, you sweet little dimples.
Oh yeah, she's got her dimples.
Sweet little precious dimples.
Yeah, it's been everything turned out great, and like I say, the timing was perfect.
It really was.
I was going. I picture myself up here doing a best of, and them giving me reports of the baby being born.
Yeah,
So,
that would have been awful.
Yeah,
That was a really sweet post talking about the dimples that Lisa had, by the way.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
so you're gonna make us cry? So
That
we,
was
you know,
really
we were
sweet.
gonna let that go, Adler. You got to bring that up.
Lisa posted it, so I thought it was public.
Let's
You're
see
right.
it again.
Yeah, and
That
see,
was
Lisa's
really
mom had dimples, and Ellis has them too. Same thing.
Yeah.
So it looks like Mary Hollis is going to be the exact same way.
Well, Lisa posted,
and the name, her mother was Mary Ann.
Yeah.
and she's named after her mom.
So Lisa's mom, who was gone on into glory when Lisa was was a teenager, 18, has the same dimples, and so Lisa
Yes.
posted a picture of her mama with her dimples, with the new baby with the dimples, and of course we all we're trying not to.
That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard.
And look, then it had you know how the Facebook or whatever does flashbacks. Then it pulled up when Ellis was born. She did
Same
the
thing.
same comparison, and you can see they both have.
Isn't that cool how those traits go through?
I
the
know
family?
it is.
It's
It
very
is.
cool. So,
But yeah,
It's really sweet.
Yeah.
And
But
congratulations to them, man. That's
Oh,
awesome.
It's. I mean, I'm so blessed. It's unreal.
That's something so much better to pass along, dimples, than say overeating.
Yes,
You know,
Right.
that's
yes, that's that. I keep thinking, can I pass anything good on to my
yeah.
kids?
I know.
Anything?
Why is it always the bad things?
Yeah,
You know,
anything
you can
at all.
usually identify a few things. You go, well, you know what?
Right,
I'm kind of
yeah.
glad I got that, and but then all the bad things just seem to flow down the stream.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah. Well, so also, one of the things that I definitely wanted to do while we were off is to spend some time at the farm, because it is that time of year where everything's just really getting beautiful, and do some fishing and that kind of stuff. And so we were going to take Mom and Dad down there, and let Dad fish some too, and because it's one of those things. I don't know if any of you have ever seen the documentary of Glenn Campbell. When Glenn Campbell did his last tour with Alzheimer's, and in that documentary they were talking about things that they Alzheimer's patients don't know and have forgotten, but yet there's things that they for some reason don't forget how to do.
Yeah.
And he could play guitar and he could do the songs and he the picking and all that, and so Dad, is he's struggling with it and has a lot of things he can't do anymore, but for some reason he still knows how to fish, and he can still fish and throw the rods. I make the mistake because I don't know, based on him walking through these stages of Alzheimer's, I don't know like when I should help and when I shouldn't help, and so I approached him mistakenly
Yeah, he'll let you know.
to try to help him get a fish off, and he looked at me like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm just bringing the pliers over here to see if you need." I don't need help getting the fish off. And then he looked at me like, "Have you lost your mind?" And I was like, "Okay, sorry about that, Dad." And so, but man, we fished, and it's one of those things, Greg. And I know you've talked about it too, and it's a tough thing because you think about how their short-term memory goes and all that, and you kind of have to adopt this. And Bubba, I know you've been through it. You have to adopt like that picture of Dad fishing right there. He's not going to remember that, but I will.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
at that moment,
yeah,
he's
you
enjoying.
have to take that mentality of you do these things, and it really doesn't matter in the moment. He's having a good time and a great day, and he may not recall it even 20 minutes later.
Yeah.
But you will. And so you try to you try to do those things, and of course we had a great time down there, and of course we Sherry of course had to build a fire, and I mean, let me tell you, Sherry Burgess is going to build a fire.
We may need Sherry to come over and help us out. Looks like we're going to be burning some stuff.
I was about to say, if y'all need to burn some stuff,
Plenty of fuel.
Yeah, you're not going to have any issue. Please look right there.
Oh, now that's a fire.
Yeah,
That's a good fire.
But
Rick, your fire pit at home may be my favorite. I like them a little higher.
Yeah,
so
Sherry
you
likes
put your feet up on
Sherry likes working on kind of that old school one, but the one at home is deeper and you can prop a foot up on it and all that kind of stuff. But she likes it a little old school, kind of like that. But she's going to build a fire. I promise you that.
That's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, and then of course I sent this to Joel at Hendrick.
That looks like a commercial.
I just looked up and saw my Ram 1500, my lift kit sitting up there at Sunset, And I sent that to Joel, and I said, "How you like it right there?" And he said, "Look it up there, riding high."
Man.
And of course, I tried to get my 82 and 81-year-old parents in that.
Not recommended.
But not, Dad always said, "I think they don't want me to help them with that."
Yeah.
You need some help? Well, you mean I need help? And
You help him get out of
Greg,
it.
let me tell you this. I took him down there, and we were putting some gas in. I went and got Big Six, the rack mount.
I saw that.
So he and I went over to do that. Well, we stop, and I'll show you some Camp House pictures when we come back. Because guess what Camp House has got? Camp House has got a new rug.
Oh, really?
Look, there's the Big
There
Six.
he is.
Look, well, there's Big Six
Hey,
on
Big
the rack
Six.
mount right there. Yeah, so I got that and put it in.
He'll always be
So
there.
now down at Camp House, when we're going out, we have to go over and touch Big Six.
That's right.
Like
when you hit the field and you
antlers.
hit wind.
Yeah, I want to ask you something when I come back about some of this I'm doing. There's one thing about Camp House that bothers me a little bit, and it's an adjustment I want to make, and I think it's more of a, we have, I've got some OCD myself about things. Look at the new rug.
Oh, that looks great.
Look at that new rug.
Oh, wow.
Does it have a roof on it?
Ever more reason to leave it like it is.
Yeah, my place still has a roof, so I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but I still have a roof.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks. Yesterday, I actually went yesterday afternoon and saw "Won't You Be My Neighbor," the documentary of Fred Rogers.
Did you really?
I did.
On a pretty sunny day?
Yeah, my wife went. Well, you must have had a different afternoon than I did. I had pouring rain and thunderstorms. But anyway, how about the Sherry wanted to go see it, and she loved Mr. Rogers as a kid.
Did you stay away?
Really?
Yeah.
See, I hated it. It was so boring to me.
Yeah, well, it was.
I was Captain Kangaroo all the way.
Yeah, they
When
like
I'm
the
close.
puppet quality.
Yeah, I just remember that. To me, in our world where I lived on our public broadcasting station, it was Sesame Street followed by Mr. Rogers.
I was an electric company guy myself.
If you stuck, all those ran together.
Yeah.
Electric Company, Sesame Street, Mr.
Morgan
Rogers.
Freeman was on, by the way.
Yes, he was an easy reader.
And Captain Kangaroo was a morning show when we were coming.
Yeah.
It was,
I didn't
CBS.
see a lot of Captain Kangaroo.
I just remember the ping pong balls. I remember
that
that a little bit.
polyester suit and him sideburns.
Mr. Moose.
Yeah, Mr. Moose. But it's a very interesting documentary. I always enjoy any kind of product that comes from the radio and TV world that we're in, just seeing how it all came to be.
Yeah,
and how they
yeah,
did it
it
and all
is
that.
interesting.
Which was interesting, and he's an interesting man as well. But I had forgotten, and y'all, these what are they called, the Westboro Church,
them crazy idiots.
Oh, yeah.
So how do they tie in?
Well, Bubba, I didn't remember
Well,
it.
you talk about out to lunch.
I didn't remember it either. But when he dies, did you know they protested his funeral and
Because?
had their little kids from their church holding up signs that said Mr. Rogers is in hell?
What was their beef with Mr. Rogers?
Well, I didn't even know this happened, and I think that
My goodness.
he first of all, from what I gathered from the documentary,
What about Mr. McPhee?
regardless of who you are, where you are, he was an ordained, by the way, Presbyterian pastor, and he had a heart for children, and said, and he was just distraught, which I have to agree to some point, of how what he deemed to be terrible, a lot of the so-called children's program. And this is, remember, he started watching, and when we started coming out of Looney Tunes and started getting into like Ren and Stimpy, and he said it's turned into a bunch of everybody's just trying to be gross and hit people. And he said children are much more complex than that, and a lot of times you don't understand that children are little human beings, and they think and reason and whatever, and you treat them like they don't have any sense, or that they're shallow. And anyway, but he thought children deserved better than what they were getting, and he also talked about the reason why he carried himself in such a calm, let pauses, whatever. He said, children want to be put at ease and all this. Anyway, he had a very, very heart, and he had, his kids were talking about him and his wife, and all that was on there, and it was just a very low budget put together thing that became kind of and they had one of those.
Now, did they cover his years in the Marines?
Well, they did. They talked about all the different rumors about him, and one guy said that worked with him on the set. And this guy was kind of he said, some of the guys that worked with him were just the kind of guys in our business that we see that are not very good people. Right. And they even talked about that, and they said, we just worked on the show, and they even talked about how much they loved him, and he would be, oh, now look, you need to be, And he said, Fred Rogers was raised a rich kid. Fred Rogers don't even know how to use a screwdriver. He said to say that he was in special forces in the Marines, and all of this, and so they were talking about all this. But he said the reason why these crazy people that do not represent the faith correctly or well at all. Here's what they did. I don't remember this because I watched Mr. Rogers to a degree, but it was not my favorite show as a kid. I mean, I remember it. I knew enough about it and the characters, but I don't remember all the characters. Undoubtedly, there was an African-American character that was a police officer, and I don't remember I remember Mr. McFeely a little bit and some of the other people, and there was some young girl that used to sing a lot with the puppets and all that. But anyway, he said that he took on a lot of issues during the civil rights movement, like, there was a terrible, horrible. You can't believe these things actually went on. Where when people didn't want African American people swimming in the pool, and there was one guy that they'd gotten into a pool, and he came in there and was dumping like chlorine in the water on top of them, and all of this. And he said he would do subtle things, like in the next episode he'd put out, the African American policeman came over, and Mr. Rogers had got a pool out there, with his feet in it, saying it's hot today. You want to come over here and join me? Hey, you want to use my towel?
Right.
And sit down in there, and they would put their feet in there together. And he said he would do all these subtle
Francis
things.
Scarborough Clemens was his name.
Come to find out,
trailer, I think we saw.
come to find out, that man was gay. 22 minutes past the hour, so she's some good people. As we make our way back. All right, so here's what I want to get you guys' opinion on. So staycation, we talked about Bubba's trip. So, and these are these little things, just little quirks. First of all, let's talk about how I ended up with the rug for Camp House. And I was kind of against it.
Rick, I really, really like that look. I mean, you know how I've been very sensitive.
About Southwest?
Hashtag save Camp House.
Yeah, to Camp House. And that rug really brings it together. It looks like you've made a big investment there.
Well, not really. Now, I don't know, let's all admit it. We're all very, very thankful for the ability to order stuff online now.
Oh, yeah.
Very thankful.
It's out of hand.
And look, we can all be upset with Bezos and not like them and all this stuff, but Amazon, they do a great job. Of all the people I order stuff from and it's shipped to my house, they're better than anybody.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Rick, yeah, I mean,
they are.
I have to admit,
I mean,
they do a good job, and it's easy, and we use them.
So we went down there, and we're doing work. We're doing.
It's easy for you to say,
right? Well said, but. Bubba, it's all right. Hey, let me tell you this, Bubba. You're this close to getting hugged from me. This close. Okay, I may just come up. I just may come over and hug. Happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday.
And I know you're going to see houses with roofs on them, so don't get upset.
But I was going to say, if you tear down Camp House, can I have your roof?
Yeah, you're going to be trading roof and your rug. But anyway, Sherry was having
and when a mop.
But we've been having to do some painting, having to do some updates and all this kind of stuff. Sun comes up, you can really see it. Can't you?
Yeah.
But anyway, so Sherry ordered a rug for the little White House down there, which is kind of, and it is our house, but let's be honest, it's Sherry.
Yeah,
okay.
we all know
Camp House is mine, and the other. And
you just made an addition right there.
But anyway, so she ordered.
Can't picture you moving all that.
She ordered a rug from a rug company. Didn't do it through Amazon. She said, I regret that now. And the rug company sent her the wrong rug. She said, this is not the rug I ordered. And she goes, look, it's too big a hassle sending these things back. I'm just going to order another rug. I'm not going to do it through them for what I need for the screened-in porch. You want this for Camp House? And I said, we don't need no rug at Camp House.
You're wrong.
That's a good rug.
She said, I think that'll work at Camp House.
You just didn't want to have food.
I didn't want to have food with it, so I put it
just a touch of your Indian heritage.
Yeah, it does. How do y'all like it?
I like it for some reason Greg doesn't have.
Yeah, right.
Miss me.
Yeah. So let's go back to my quirky thing here. First of all, I'd like to know. Let's go to Big Six, the rack mount. Do y'all like the location? I put it by the door, by the gun safe.
Let's have a look.
And do we like that location?
Well, I can't tell.
It's going to be hard to reach it.
Well, you know what I'm talking about? You see where it is. You know where if you walk in the door, it'd be right to you. Because I want it near the door. We could touch it on the way out. Okay.
Or you could put it on the front of your big lift kit truck.
Yeah, I could. All right, here's the other thing. Now let's look at the other look of Camp House with the rug where you see the two deer heads on the other end. Let me tell you what, there's one other option. Okay, looking at this.
Yeah.
Here's what bothers me.
TV still needs to be bigger.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
here's what's bothering me in this room. And tell me
a ball game on it.
Tell me if this is an overreaction on my part. Okay? if you're in this room, there's another deer head back to the left here.
Look, that looks so cool.
You've got the two in front of you, okay? And then now you've got big 6 rack mount back behind you.
Gotcha.
You know where you are?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You see the deer to the right, over here to the right?
Yes.
That's the only deer in that room that wasn't killed at the farm.
He must have to go.
Yeah, he must go.
And I think, should that room have only deer in there that were killed at the farm?
Absolutely.
Well, Rick, I don't think you have to have it that way.
And these are weird
every
looking
head has its own story, but maybe when you get another one and you could, upgrade it. I wouldn't take it out of there just to take it out.
Would you move
put it in the barn.
Would you move big 6 rack mount here and move that deer head to another
I kind of
place?
want it between them two above that sign, but that's just me.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, if you're sitting in that room, if I could say now every deer in this room was killed on the farm. Right now, here's what I have to say now. 4 or 5 of them were killed on the farm. That one right there wasn't.
I know.
Now,
get it out.
Rick, and I've heard
that's
people
bothered me a
go.
little
I've heard
bit.
people
me too.
ask you if that was killed on the farm.
I know. They always do. And they
They're like,
excited.
wow, is that
The
killing
barn
them?
would be a good place for that one.
Well, a lot in the barn.
I know.
There's a lot of
You know
deer
what
in
else
the
you
barn.
need?
Are there any deer in the barn that was killed on the property?
No.
I was going to do a swap.
I know.
And you know what would set it off? One of them Billy Bass right between them. It seems.
Yes, absolutely.
Rubber
Greg, we're
fish.
trying to enhance the situation.
Have you ever read the sign right here? I don't know if you can bring in the sign in between those 2 deer right there. If God didn't want us to eat animals, He wouldn't have made them out of meat.
There you go.
So the
Give me back my fluffy.
but what? Because don't you like to be able to go now? Everything in this room was killed on the farm.
Yes, you want to be able to say that.
By the way,
Yes.
that was another funny statement from Dad. This is what's funny about Dad, because even him fighting, this uphill battle, we're in there looking at all the deer heads in the barn. He said, "Where'd all these deer heads come from?" I said, "Believe it or not," I said, "you killed some of them." You know what he said? "You're gonna love this." He goes, "Hey, do me a favor." I said, "Okay." He goes, "When people come in here and they start looking at the deer heads, pick out the big ones and tell them that's the ones I shot." I said, "All right, we'll take it up." See that you don't like that location
No,
right there?
that's fine.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah,
I like that.
But are you for not taking that deer head out and putting it over there? You want to wait on a full head over there?
Yeah. A property, another on property deer.
Mm-hmm.
One I
I
saw
think
on
it
camera.
definitely. I don't necessarily think you have to put something there now. I think that's fine, but I would move it out. I
What are you
would
gonna
take
do
that
with it?
deer out.
You ain't got where to put it.
He's got,
Maybe one of the other rooms down the hall.
Bathroom.
It just looks
Yeah,
cozy.
no, that would
it looks
work.
cozy in
That
there,
would
Rick.
work. Yeah.
I kind of want to get in that big thing you can lay in front of the fireplace.
Oh yeah, that'd be all right. Now I got to
that
get
smoke would get all
Yeah,
over.
but so
you wouldn't be able to see the TV, but
right.
because
Yeah,
it's
that TV.
small.
By the way, also while I was on staycation, I
I've
saw.
seen cell phones bigger than that.
You might as well put your iPad up there, Rick.
You know why I went with a small TV? Because like my dad taught me that we ain't down here to watch TV. We're down here to hunt.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I might have one I can loan you.
No, I don't want
Bubba,
one. I don't want one
Bubba,
water
we're
down.
gonna have to. We're gonna have to tell the audience what's
But,
going on.
no, I'd like to have one at work.
Yeah.
How you like that
Let's
rocking
try
chair?
it.
Do something with it.
And now, you know who that rocking chair is for, don't you? One Gerald K.
Oh, he loves to rock.
He loves to rock.
If you could just get him a fire, he liked and went crazy because there wasn't no fire that day.
Yeah, man.
Don't nobody love a
question.
fire like Gerald.
Is it not drawing right? Still not?
I think
I
it'll
thought you raised it up.
Well, we tried, but right now I think you still, if you're going to put a fire in there, you got to cut the AC off, the heat and air.
Really?
Yeah, because if not, it'll draw into the house and won't draw up. It doesn't draw like it needs to.
You got to get that
It
thing
looks
up
so
higher.
cozy, though,
I
too,
know.
doesn't it?
We got to get that thing up higher before you tear it down.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he said that for a long time he said, now when I first
I thought Mr. Rogers was.
no, and they
Rick.
took that on. They took that
I'll
on.
let him
They,
say it. I'm
no,
just
they took
saying.
they took that on too.
Yeah.
And said he absolutely 100% was not. Like say this guy even said it. He goes, look, I was gay, so I have gaydar, and Mr. Rogers is not gay. And what he said was, he said he came to me when the first time he said I got married because I was trying to overcome this, and I knew that I was working on a children's show, and I didn't want to bring any handles to anybody there, which we'd say in our language. And he said, and I had frequented a bar that he found out about, and he told me that if you're going to continue to do this, you can't work for this show. And he said he wasn't mean about it, he wasn't, whatever. He just said, James, and over here you had Matthew, and then you had Paul, and and they weren't the same, but they were all moving down the same road in the way that they handled things. And so I took away from it that this was just a really kind, pleasant guy. And I tell you one of the scenes that was funny. He went before Congress because Nixon had put some. I'm talking about crass, mean guy up there that was going to pull money from PBS. I'm talking about today, and I mean, and everybody up to Mr. Rogers, and they needed $20 million. Okay, which is not a lot of money on the big picture, but at the time it was a big. And look, and everybody's and this guy, that guy right there, Patori or whatever, and he's dogging everybody. Okay, hey, I don't want to hear anybody else read me something. I'm tired of having things read to me. And finally, Rogers comes up there and he goes, well, in his soft voice, I had something prepared to read, but I'm obviously not going to read it to you. He goes, but I would ask you to read it. I'm going to give it to you. I just want to talk to you a minute. He goes, would it make you feel better if you read it? He goes, no, I'm not going to read it because you've already said you don't want anybody to read anything. And finally,
everybody reading.
And finally, he just started talking to him about children. And he says, children need this kind of programming. And he goes, this is what children need. And he said, here's some things, like here's an example of what I'm trying to teach children about their worth and their value and that they're loved. And, he goes, and there's a lot of houses out there that are turned upside down, and maybe somewhere there's a light that is for that child. And so also he finished looking, here's this old crusty guy up there, and he goes, well, I think you just got yourself $20 million. And before that, it was over.
Yeah.
It's out.
Well, I
So
think
it was-
Mr. Rogers would have done well in the public arena too. So
yeah. But he's just a kind guy, that everybody seemed to love, and he seemed to treat everybody pretty well. We could certainly use a lot of that. 14 minutes. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So today, stories from vacation. Been hitting those. Working on a new phone system, trying to figure it out. It's Bubba's birthday, 59 years old today. Taking your phone calls. We'll get to more of those coming up a little bit later on. But So we'll take a look. It did a lot of work down at the farm while I was gone, and I'll tell you one thing that happened that was hilarious. So in our state, we changed years ago. You can actually supplemental feed deer in season and out. It doesn't matter. And so one of the things that we try to do is to make sure that the does, while they're all pregnant now, or most of them are, that they have plenty of nutrition, for the fawns, and it gives them a better chance at survival. And we supplemental feed, and we're doing all that. Well, I'd kind of let some of the feeders I wasn't worrying about it as much. And Gary, this is what makes it so perfect. So Gary calls me. He says, hey, I'm going to go and get some more feed. We won't supplemental feed them, when they got them babies, and, it's a good time to do it. And I said, yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah. And so we were doing all that. And so all of a sudden I get a 9/11 call from Gary. Okay. And I'm like, what's going on? He said, you ain't going to believe this. And I said, what's going on? He said, I guess they changed it. I guess I missed it. You can't turkey hunt with feed in them feeders.
No. You've never been able to turkey hunt with feeding those feeders.
You actually could. They actually changed it in July this past summer. You can't even have a kernel on the ground anywhere on the entire property.
Yeah, well, I think that's how it's always been. They only changed it for deer. It never changed for turkey that I'm aware of.
No, I thought it changed in July. I mean, somebody told me that because they said that's how Gary messed up. They had a big ruling in July involving turkeys that made it more severe or something. I don't know.
Or so you can only do the out of sight thing like you used to do with the deer.
You can't do any of it now.
I mean, but maybe that's what
it used to be. They changed something to make it more severe. You
could always supplemental feed. You just couldn't hunt there, and now you can buy a license to hunt over the feed.
Right, but in turkey,
but only for deer.
In turkey season, you can't even. I think what you may be talking about. You've never been able to hunt turkeys over bait. But you could have it on the property. Now you can't even have it on the property anywhere, not one kernel. as of July. That's what I was told. I don't know that. I don't keep up with
Rick's
turkey.
making stuff up.
But well, I'm just telling you because I asked Gary why he didn't know that.
You would think he would know because he is the sperm master.
Well, you know, Gary has stayed on top of the hunting game and fish rules pretty regular over the years.
And a friend of mine who does turkey hunt said, yeah, they changed that in July. Gary must have missed that. That's where I got that from, but I don't know that. But what is hilarious is now Gary is sitting here with
bunch of feeders full of corn.
Yeah, and him trying to empty those feeders, and that's find places to store the feed and anything. If we want to turkey hunt it all this year, and then even from the time you clean up, you got to wait 10 additional days. And watching Gary trying to gather it was. And then I do things like, let's just don't even turkey hunt this year. And and watching him trying to deal with that.
I bet he got water pump cleaned out.
Greg, if you could have seen the panic that hit him, the absolute panic. And then I would say things of, well, let's just don't even worry about this.
Just forget it.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, we'll know next year.
Yeah, and you, Greg, and he said, hey, you know these people. I mean, and I said, I said, boy, they'd love to come after. To catch you out there, Gary.
Boy, yeah.
And I said, I said, you
bag the sperm master.
I mean, you're gonna have to. I mean, you can't even have a kernel, Rick. If they find one kernel on this land, and I said, so you're gonna pick up every single kernel? I mean, we have to. And what that's and that being Gary's project right now is absolutely owning me because I mean,
and it's easy when it's so muddy.
Yeah, if I turkey hunted this year, it'd be fine. If I don't, I wouldn't care either.
But now he raises the sperm master.
Yeah, I mean, and it is, and then of course, you know, people all over the country send him stuff. But hey, they sending me stuff all about it, about how my call's working. And then I send back, well, shame you won't get to use it.
Yes.
I mean, and I'm having the time of my life.
Let me ask you this. With that call, can you scoop up corn?
It got like a scoop on it.
Help you put it in the bag on the back.
So I keep texting claiming I'm finding corn.
Yep, it's all kernel.
So today I just texted. I said, you know, I got to think about it. I just put it back in there. I said, I'd rather supplemental feed than worry about turkeys.
Yeah.
And look, and he is having. I mean,
he can go. He's got other places.
Oh yeah, but I've got him down now.
Yeah.
Where I can. I mean, and it's rare to have him have this position of me. Got him where I want him right now. It's funny. And did you know that he claimed the other day that somebody pranked him? Like we did Speedy and put him on one of those trade day things that he had 2 calves for $75 a piece. And he got mad about it. I said, you got mad at somebody about doing that?
He can't get mad.
You can't get mad at anybody for that.
Ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Also, while we were away, because I was doing staycation, so Sherry and I went on a couple of dates, I saw Jesus Revolution finally.
How was it?
You know what? It is, as far as you can tell as these faith-based movies are moving forward and getting bigger budgets, and you know this thing has you read the numbers of the day to us, Bubba.
Oh yeah,
I mean they were expecting it to do
exceeded.
what 6-7 million, and it's done. It's over 40 now.
Yeah,
and it's been. I will say this: if you're a person that is just a person, and this is the key with faith-based movies, I think, and you just wish you could see a movie that was not full of all the garbage and smut and. But you don't want the movie to be hokey. You don't want it to be corny. You still want it to be well done with great acting and big time budgets. You know, production value. It's a great movie to go see. Just to go see a good movie. You know, even if you still haven't decided where you are, and you know it. You know, I think I was familiar with this movement a little bit, but we were so young when this happened that I wasn't really part of it or didn't know anything about it. And what's interesting are the people that are now like big time, influencers for the kingdom of God that rose out of this, that this was part of their testimony.
Yeah.
And now they're being used in incredible ways. And so Kelsey Grammer is fantastic in it. Man, he really does a good job in this movie. And of course, Jonathan Roumie, this isn't a big stretch for him because he's playing Jesus in The Chosen.
Yeah,
even though
he just moved across the line.
Even though the Frisbee guy he's playing isn't Jesus, he dressed like the traditional, the way we thought Jesus would look. And so that and they didn't sidestep some of his issues, which I mean you may or may not know some of that, but it was I thought it was really, really well done. Sherry and I saw it, and it was a great time at the theater. I thought it's just a really good movie. Yeah. And you know how sometimes the faith-based movies, you'll see that they had enough budget for like 7 good actors, but then 3 are just trying to help out and volunteer. This never has that drop off. I mean, everybody on the screen is, they're seasoned actors, and they all do a really good job. I mean, there's a cameo thing in it that you'll love from The Chosen, which I thought was, you and I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you want to win us over, have something like that.
And they've had such success. I think they've really got some momentum even for their next project, which I don't think they've announced yet. But Betty was telling me last night that a major star has signed on for their next project.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I assume that's out there already.
Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah.
I heard them talking about that, but I didn't know it was official.
Yeah, that's what she said. That I assume she read it somewhere.
David Hasselhoff.
Yep, that's it. but it was
the car.
Yeah, it was. I didn't understand. I didn't realize.
Camaros for Jesus.
I didn't realize as far as the United States of America, because a lot, and I've been as guilty of this as anybody, where we think the whole world is the United States of America.
Right.
And when we talk about the church, we need to clarify we're talking about the Western Church.
Right.
But anyway, as far as America, it's still considered to be, up to this date, the biggest movement and revival that this country has ever had, and that it was the biggest movement of the church growing, and it was all around because the hippie movement, they were searching for something, and then there were people that said, "Here's what you're searching for." Now, the long-term effects of that and all that, if just the people who are still going shows you how powerful it is. Greg Laurie and his story being tied to that is incredible. His story is kind of the focus as far as the testimony of it all and the things that God's still doing through him. Incredible. So anyway, it's a good movie. I would highly suggest it to go see it. And again, even if you're not into hey man, I'm not as radical about all this as y'all are. It doesn't really matter. If you just want to see a great story and a great movie that you don't have to get in the car and go, why did I sit through that smut? That's really well done. It's as good as anything else out there, and a great story. And you can tell when people of faith are given bigger budgets.
Yeah. Good job with it.
Yeah, and it's
and they've got good returns on it.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. They have, and also it's a great message at the heart of all of it as well, and that certainly doesn't hurt. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show. We're back. Big Rick and Bubba announcement. A Rick and Bubba show first. Coming up next hour. Be listening for that. Show's been around a while. There's a lot of things that we all have little quirks about. I have a hard time watching the elderly eat, especially soft foods, and I'm not proud of it. I mean, I will push through it. But what I'm talking about is
so if it's
the
pudding,
fact that you've been able to identify that and you can list it.
Yeah.
If they're eating pudding, you're out.
It's the worst. Okay. I mean, I will do it. Take care of my parents, take care of whoever needs to be taken care of, take care of my wife, or her. Of course, the odds of that are not very high. She's probably gonna have to feed me, but what I'm saying is, you do what you got to do. I'm just telling you, it's a mountain for me to overcome. And one of the things is what you're talking about. I have a hard time looking at botched plastic surgeries.
Ooh.
These people that try to have plastic surgery and it goes south, that's difficult for me to look at.
It is.
And you watched a whole show of it?
Rick, I'd seen the promos, but I really hadn't locked in, and it was on when I got home yesterday, and I sat down for a few minutes and started watching it, and I know it's been around for a while, so I'm new to this, but the level of some plastic surgeries that have gone bad, and what people will do, they go to foreign countries and they let people shoot all kind of strange things into them because they thought it would be cheaper. I don't get, but this is on this show, and it's 2 doctors, and I can't give you their names, in Beverly Hills, and they come in and they're experts at fixing bad plastic
All right,
surgery.
so we
now
had-
that can take a lot of
They clean
different
it up.
forms. Rick.
Yeah, so botched. It's called botched.
It's called botched.
Botched, and it
What a
has been on the
freak show.
E channel, and
It
I think
is.
it debuted in 2014. And if I walk through the room, Terry is a threat to have this on.
Really?
And I'm like, how do you watch that? It makes you squint. Go, oh my goodness,
No,
what's that?
Rick, you go from basic people who wanted to change their figure because they were athletic or they were a dancer or they were over gifted in a certain area to absolute
Greg, we know how
freak
that
shows.
Yes.
Okay. And some of the latest changes in our society has added to the freak show factor of this. And the doctors to me are funny. One of them particular, because the weirder it is, he'll just keep asking questions.
Really?
And
So he's gonna do a
there's
show
some
for you.
comedy in that.
So he can do some shows for you.
Yeah.
Is it Dubrow and Nassif or something like that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Probably
that's
just
their name.
just botched
and,
their
and
names.
some of them they work together on. Some of them they work independent. But there, I tell you, Rick, I can't believe what some people will do. You know, and I guess I just can't believe some of the problems that people run into. I'd never really thought about. But they're all, and they show you the surgery. They're all getting in there making it happen. You know,
Yeah. There's been a spinoff, something Botched by Nature too.
By Nature?
Yeah.
I guess
what you got attacked by an animal or something, and you got to get something fixed.
It was an 8-part series.
I guess it's somebody
They traveled around the country and tried to help people that were botched by genetics.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
You got some kind of goiter or something like that, or you got a foot that's too big, or I don't know why I threw foot in there, but
Rick, I think their cases might be even stranger than that.
Elephant Man kind of stuff, that kind of stuff.
Or traumatic incident.
No way I can watch that.
No,
because
no.
I mean, look, let me tell you how bad I am. I hate when people, and for some reason, especially men, when they reach a certain age, they're obsessed with wanting to show you their scar if they've had surgery. You know, how about this? I don't.
Or they're bruised.
Yeah, I don't want. I don't. If you've had some sort of procedure,
I did that for y'all, so y'all hug.
right? Yeah, that's different. But you know, like the guy that you just, you're talking to, like at the grocery store.
Yeah.
You know, and he's like, oh yeah, I just had my son. So hey, look at it, and pulls his shirt up, and you're like, hey man, I honestly don't want to see your scar. I don't want to see.
What is
that? I don't want to see your staples. I don't want to see your stitches. I don't want to see any of that. I don't. I'd rather not see it. Matter of fact, I'll go that far. I'm trying to avoid it. You know, just tell me about the surgery. That's
Why
fine.
do people think you want to see that?
Why do they, Greg?
You want a little fact on these doctors, Rick? And when I heard the name,
Yeah.
Do you know who Dr. Dubrow's brother was? Kevin Dubrow of Quiet Right, the lead singer.
Greg, you are
the late Kevin Dubrow.
That's not true.
Yes, that's
You're
his
telling
brother.
me that Quiet Right's lead singer's brother,
Yes,
is a plastic surgeon,
and that's him,
and
on
now
the
has
show.
a TV show.
Yep.
How about that? See those little tidbits you would
I
hear.
know.
If
You know, we count on Greg to bring
I
this
know.
to the table.
So, wow.
How about that?
What?
That's funny because
Come on, feel the
Rick,
noise.
Rick,
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour, and we're going phone calls right now, so you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So all 10 lines are available. Helmsy now taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. He'll get you lined up. He'll get you ready to go. And we'll chat with you about whatever is on your mind, as Bubba and I are glad to be back from vacation. All the guys got a little time off while we were away. Hope you enjoyed the best of shows. But now it's an opportunity for us to chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And if you dial up right now, Helmsy will get you lined up, ready to go. We're slowly but surely learning the new phone system. Carshield.com/Bubba, I'm telling you, it is only a matter of time before that automobile, once it gets outside of warranty, it gives you that you can't even have a. I mean, and it seems like the automobiles today minimum is $1,500. I mean, minimum.
Oh, that you just pull up and they give you that.
That's right. So, and if you don't have any warranty on that automobile, guess who's going to be paying for that? That's going to be YOU. So, if you go to CarShield, get a protection plan, and it's covered, it's a covered repair. They'll pay the ASC certified mechanic that you chose directly. You also have 24/7 roadside assistance. You have rental car eligibility. You have an opportunity for them, to get you back out on the road quickly. And of course, don't forget too, they cover more parts than ever before, and plans are really inexpensive. So go to carshield.com or rickandbubba.com, and you'll find them right there under the sponsors button, and then you can drive with peace of mind knowing that your car is covered and protected by CarShield. All right, so let's go to Adam. Adam is out of Sylacauga. Adam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
Doing fantastic, gentlemen. Hope y'all are having a great day.
Thank you, buddy.
Just got a question for Rick. I'm not trying to pass judgment on Sherry because I don't know her, but this sounds like something my wife would do. Is there any chance that rug was originally intended for Camp House and she just tricked you to get her foot in the door and start decorating?
Oh, boy, what a sinister plan that would be. I don't think so. Yeah, that's not really her mode of operation. If Sherry wants to take over the Camp House, she's very direct about it.
Sneak.
She's not.
She wouldn't beat around.
She's not one to sneak. No, no. I think this was, it's a hassle to replace these things and see if you can find a place for it there. And I think it turned out pretty good.
It looks really good, Rick. I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Sean, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
A bit jealous.
That's right. Hey. you might need some rugs.
Yeah.
Tarp. Sean, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's Sean from Gadsden.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, going turkey hunting this weekend, and I get on YouTube and listen to the best of us because it, make you feel good in the mornings.
Oh yeah.
And I heard for the first time the New Jersey trip with Francis, and it was all I could do to drive.
New Jersey
that
trip.
is so funny.
That's when we were up at Six Flags over in New Jersey. We went up for the Hannity event, and we had the young man driving us.
Yes. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how you forget
good.
about stuff like that?
Well, thank you, Sean. I'm glad you enjoyed that, man, and good luck hunting this weekend. Or did he say he went last weekend, or is he going this week?
Going this weekend.
So let's go to Anonymous. Anonymous, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good.
Good. I was a part of the Jesus Revolution movie. I was an extra, a background extra.
Mm-hmm.
What a wonderful experience. Kelsey Grammer's awesome.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Rumi, so nice. And it was a wonderful experience.
Well, I'm glad you got to
and
do
I was
that.
really happy.
How about I want to meet Frazier.
I do too.
Kelsey Grammer.
I keep waiting.
He's always Frazier to me.
The Irwin brothers, they always want us to help promoting, but they draw hard lines on how far they want us involved.
Yeah.
They never give us access to the Kelsey Grammers and whatever. I mean, they'll throw us a bone here or there, let us talk to Andy Andrews or something. But, so have you seen the movie and did you make the cut? Are you in it?
I did make the cut, several cuts, but of course very fast, and I was fuzzy.
Are you dressed up like a hippie?
But Kelsey, no, I was actually the older single, looked like a divorced widow or married person, or widow or divorced person in the congregation of the older people.
Oh, were you one of the ones upset, or did you go along with it?
Yeah, I looked mad.
Oh, so you were upset about it.
So tell us about Kelsey a little bit.
I lost that. I'm sorry.
Did you hang up on me?
I did. I thought we were done.
It's a new system.
Yeah, it's new.
I wanted to hear more about Kelsey.
Yeah, well,
I think on this new system, you can, if you've hung up, you can go, hey, wait a minute, and they come back.
You cannot.
There's the hey, wait a minute button.
Yeah, it's right there.
It dials them right back.
It's over. Oh, I see. It says, wait a minute. Hang on. How do you like it? Does the click bother you?
It don't bother me.
How you on the click, Bubba?
No, I don't like it.
I will say this from the screening side. They are clear. I can hear them better.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about a bad cell phone, but in the past it blared a lot.
No, I'm telling you, I think some
the
of
audio's better on it.
I think some of the hesitation that our callers started to sound like they were slower and slower is that they couldn't hear us good.
Yeah.
I think they struggled to hear what we were saying.
Yeah, I agree.
It's much clearer.
But listen to this right here.
You know what? It sounds like the old Pox line where you had the lighted buttons down on the bottom.
It does. Austin, welcome to Rick and Bubba out of Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Go ahead, Austin.
Hey, brother, what happened with the Shark Tank and Gary?
That was the best stuff. I played that about Gary with Shark Tank.
Okay. I noticed, like, I had somebody, like, eat me up about something this week to the point that really, honestly, seriously, if I'd been in the same room with them, I would have beat them up. We would have
over an old bit.
We would have had a physical altercation. There's no way I could have let that go. And by the grace of God, it was an email, and I was able to calm down a little bit. And I basically said to the person, and they agreed. I said, please look at what you've written here.
Yeah.
Do you realize how wicked and sinister and evil you are right now?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, why would you write something like this? I want you to really think about that. And they did come back and say, yeah, it was a bit of an overreaction.
Plus, they thought it was live and it wasn't.
Yeah. But do you get eat up for bits at play when we're not even on there?
Oh, yeah. Like we had a young man show up this weekend, and he was telling me about naming a cat.
Right.
And he kept talking about it, and I'm like, I didn't even know what he was talking about.
Yeah,
and
right.
his dad said it was on the radio when we were driving over here.
Right.
And I thought, I don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I had a lady send me a bad email about it. I barely remember when we did it. There was a dog showed up at my house, and I threatened to take him on that long ride. And it was a joke, obviously. Oh, she was ripping me a new one. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the animal people, they're in the number 3 slot of buddy. They're out there.
They get you.
Yeah, I got ate up by some kind of animal thing too. Yeah, from like a guy that ought to know what's going on. And I had to send him back the very calm because of his complete overreaction too. And I said back to him, I said, I think what you're talking about is I just don't equate animal life with human life. And as much as I know your passion, I'm gonna go ahead and stand on that one.
Yeah, leave that.
Yeah, I really think I think I'm probably sitting in the right spot biblically on that one. So I think I'm gonna hold right there. Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how are you? Hey, that click that you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
Bubba hit it spot on. It's a sound effect that's supposed to sound like when you had all the lights on the bottom of your phone and you click over to one. Because,
it sounded just like it.
The Paul Feinbaum show has that exact same click when he goes to a call. So.
Does it really?
It does. It's the exact same click. So.
It must be the same phone system. But I do like the quality of how the phone sounds.
Yeah,
it's a lot better.
Absolutely
much better.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll just tell you one case I saw yesterday. It was just unbelievable. They had, they run promos for that constantly. They had a guy who wanted to be a girl and had been through some process of that.
Yeah.
And she had been to like Mexico and had someone had put concrete into their face.
Goodness.
And he had to open her face up, his face, her face.
Concrete.
And literally, he was even joking. He said, I usually don't get to use the orthopedic tools, but he had a drill and he was chipping concrete out of her face. And I mean, it was just.
I can't even comprehend that. I mean, my mind can't even. I can't even.
Yeah,
it's like you're trying to enter programming, and I'm rejecting the programming you're trying to enter.
Yeah, and he said I can't take the concrete away that's right next to the skin, because it'll cause problem. But I'm gonna get all of it I can out of the middle and make it as thin as possible. And he was literally chipping and taking pieces of concrete out of her face. But they even made the point on there while they were doing this, and I thought this was very interesting. He said, even though we have hormones and these transition things and we can do surgeries for various parts, he said we still have a different anatomy. Talking about the nerves, where they work.
Yeah, everything's different.
He said in a man, they have a lot of difference in the blood supply to their face because they have hair follicles and women don't have that. So they had to do special things. So
you're not saying men and women are different.
He said genetically. I mean, we're talking about XXXY, which is something we commented on in the past.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On a Sunday morning. One foot on the pedal. I was born a rebel.
Those of you that maybe you had your office pool going, you had your bracket up, who would be the first grandparent on the program? It appears it will be Greg Burgess.
Yep.
Hey!
Congratulations,
Greg.
Granddaddy. Yeah,
Hey, Pawpaw.
Yeah, we've known for a few weeks, but you wait on things. But yeah, Taylor, my son, and his wife Kelsey are due in January. A little boy.
How about that?
Wow.
There we go.
Congrats, Greg.
I'm done.
Yes.
Now, do you have your granddad name?
I don't know. I'm working a few. I had to come up with something.
Well, what do you?
I don't know.
Pawpaw Rump.
maybe.
Huh?
I don't know. I'm working on a few. Pop, something like that.
Gin Daddy?
Gin Daddy?
Now, I know Lisa's thought this through. Because women are different.
Oh,
like
boy.
my mom,
They'll
I know
assign
she
it.
was like, when we had our first, she was like, I'm Nana. You need to make sure the other side understands I'm Nana.
Yeah,
The other side?
Yeah.
No, you're right. No,
Yeah.
that was absolutely.
So what is Lisa going to be called?
Lisa will be called Lily.
Lily.
That is hers.
Lily.
I like it.
I do. I like that.
Well, here's the thing you got to watch out for.
To some of the young nephews in the family, she's already La.
La. Well, that's
Yeah.
now you're making my point. I've seen some people that went
I'll
natural.
probably go with Papa.
So they went natural, not natural birth, but natural naming of grandparents.
Right. Yeah.
And you can be Gaga. Wham wham. I mean, you let kids come up with it, and all of a sudden when they can barely talk, they just call you some sound.
Oh,
and you
yeah.
stuck with it.
Yeah, you're right.
So you keep.
Gotta
It's
declare
better
it.
to lay it down and say this is who I am.
Yeah, there's
Is that
some,
Paul?
Yeah,
You know,
I think I
Pawpaw's
want
a
to be.
classic.
I think I want to be old Poppy.
Old Poppy.
Greg, you
I
just,
may be Big Papa
you
Pop.
just did something that because every time Pawpaw is mentioned, you kind of go, eh. And I feel like Pawpaw has a bad rap these days.
Well, that's
People
from
don't go
our
to it.
generation.
It's a different generation.
I know, but I
I think
still
about
like it.
I mean,
Well, I told you the time.
You don't think Mac Daddy goes by Pawpaw?
yeah,
Oh,
well, my
yeah,
both
well,
I like Papa.
Oh, well, our granddad was Papa.
Yeah, no, Pawpaw
And mine
Burgess.
was,
I had Pawpaw Burgess and Pawpaw White.
I love my Pawpaw.
Yeah, I thought
He let
I
me
just
drive.
feel like we're getting away from Pawpaw.
He let me drive when no one
We
else
are. You're
would.
right.
You're
Yeah.
100% right. And
Not a
this,
Pawpaw.
well, it's just like everything else. You remember when Craig Shoemaker was on the show? You go through the era. There's certain names people don't name their kids anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, when we didn't know anybody named Harrison when we were kids. Nobody. You know what I mean? Right. And so Ronnie, Donnie. You know what I mean? Larry. and so you don't Fred. You don't see my Frank. And all those things, Larry Wayne, various combinations of Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne you could use a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Gary Wayne,
First,
Larry
Ricky
Wayne,
Wayne, or last name.
Donnie Wayne.
Yeah.
Now
Donnie Wayne Jones.
And you have one. I probably know. It seems like 11 people have a kid named Hunter.
Yeah.
Hunter took off
Yeah.
like I mean it just and then you got the ones who want you to emphasize the T. No, it's Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, where I'm saying Hunter the way I say it. I'm from Oxford, Alabama, Calhoun
The
County.
T's in there. It's just real quick and it's halfway silent.
Yeah, to
Hunter.
me, I hear the T, and I think the way I say it's better than emphasizing it because you can't call them that way. If your son's named Hunter, like we're from, and you're calling him Hunter, well, if you're one of these T people, Hunter,
Yeah.
Hunter. And you're like, that just doesn't have the same feel. I mean, it just doesn't. You can't get anything done with that. That doesn't even sound like anybody should respond. It's almost it's like he ignores you 2 times.
I know.
If you
Well,
put the T in there.
Hunter
Yeah.
sounds like a proper name. Hunter sounds like a common name. It's like a skill you do or an activity.
Yeah.
You know?
He's a hunter.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm a hunter.
You're right.
But I'm calling Hunter.
Yeah. So Pawpaw, to your point, now that I've noticed,
I'm not going with that.
It seems the women.
I could
Probably
tell when
Papa.
I brought it up.
P-O-P-A.
Papa.
Your face.
It seems like the women have took.
I like Gin Daddy.
When I was a kid. 6.5 minutes past. Get some shelter. We're ready. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess here. Speedy out. Adler in. YouTube experience back today. Been talking about vacation. Been reminiscing over that. Bubba went to D.C. I had a little staycation. Loved it. We're refreshed, well rested, and back. Also today, 59 years of Bill Bubba Bussing. His birthday today.
How about that?
Thank you, Edgar's, for a great cake and a great celebration here today.
Thank you so much. Wow, that's good.
Bubba, anything you want to talk about?
Well, Rick, it's been
There we go, Helms.
been an exciting morning here on the show already.
Mm-hmm.
We've been very fortunate, and we've talked about having a little place down at Lake Martin, and we've enjoyed that tremendously over the years. And we found out as we went on the air this morning that it was hit by a tornado last night.
How about you
how about that?
can't even have a lake house?
So we'll kind of assess that as as the day goes on. It gets a little more daylight, but obviously a lot of trees down and significant damage. We know the roof is gone, and it's been pouring like buckets all morning.
Sure.
So, we knew when I woke up this morning. I knew the alarms had been going off, and we were hoping for maybe just a busted door and some water blown in. It's a convertible now, Rick. It'll be a hassle. But look, we're just thankful that we've had the chance to have that, and we've got insurance. We'll see how all that works out, and we're just thankful nobody was hurt.
Wow. Amen. And you were going to stay there last night.
The plan was to stay there last night, and we called an audible on that yesterday afternoon
because of the weather.
Well, the problem was I knew that there was going to be weather this morning, and I didn't want to drive in that because I've done it before. I mean, you can do it, but
it's not fun.
It's a little more challenging, and it was already cloudy and rainy, and I thought, well, we can't see the sunset, so we'll just go on home. But so we got a little work ahead of us there. Looks like
what a hassle.
It took out some major trees.
There was one I was showing Greg that was snapped. There was a pretty good pine tree.
Talking about the old twist off.
Yeah, how about that?
I didn't know this was going on merely a couple hours from us here in Birmingham. And when you first started getting the news this morning, I thought, well, he's just got a tree down. It's probably went through some windows.
Yeah, right.
And probably, he's got some roof damage. And then when you started getting this footage, I could not believe what I was seeing. And it clearly was a tornado that went through there.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know there was a tornado in there.
Yeah, well, there was some weather. One of our neighbors, who's always very, very good to go over and check on everything, I had texted them this morning and apologized for the hour. And I said, we got a back door alarm going off. We got a water alarm going off
in
the same area. No, and I said, do you mind checking that? And when I got the text from them this morning, it said, call me, exclamation points. I thought,
not call me, to call me.
He said, call me. And then the first picture started coming in. I thought, well,
hey, now
how about that?
Hey, trees.
Hey, trees are great for shade, but they don't stand up well against the old twisters.
No. I guess we'll shift our location for the Bill Bubba Bussy birthday bash.
I guess we will.
Yeah. The big weekend pontoon ride's going to have to be postponed there a little bit. So
that's really a downer on your birthday of all days.
Yeah, how about that?
That ain't right.
I heard you call Betty in the break and let her know. Yeah. So what was her reaction?
She's good. Listen, Betty is she's a strong lady, and she gets through things like this better than you would expect.
Mm-hmm.
She's always sad. I mean, you have an emotional connection to things like that, but when the cards are down, you want her on your side, no doubt.
Yeah.
Proud to have her. Told her that this week.
You're handling it much better than most of us would, I think.
Well, again, it's something can be replaced. It's wood and glass and
these
all
people
that.
in Mississippi, what they've been through.
Yeah, listen, and that's a place to go for fun. It's not where everything is, and that's why I always feel for those people, because I think, how are you going to, what do you even start to do to rebuild when you have
where
nothing?
You stay?
I mean, I saw on TV one guy, all he had was a suitcase left.
Yeah.
And your heart just goes out for them. We're very lucky, very, very, very lucky, and it'll be a hassle and a headache, but we'll get through that.
Yeah, well, like you said, we've learned.
We're visitors here, guys. Everything's icing,
and we've all seen it, and we've all learned. There is the things that are calamities and tragedies, and then there's things that are just minor inconveniences.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they're not the same thing.
But what's so funny?
We've seen them both.
We were talking about it. We were out there Saturday night watching a beautiful sunset. We had friends over, and we're having dinner on the deck out there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so peaceful. And we sit out there after sunset and sitting around just talking, telling stories and laughing, having a good time. And 24 hours later, man, that porch is no longer there. The roof is not there.
The doors you walked in and out of are not there.
No.
It's unreal.
That front was heading your way when you were sitting there.
That's right.
As we've said 1,000 times, good luck trying to create heaven on earth. It can't be done.
You know what is funny about this? There were storms in the area Saturday night, and our weather radio kept going off. And, we have 3 dogs, and they're sleeping close by. And, it's, having a dog, it's kind of like a baby. Don't let the dog
No,
dogs.
What about the
I remember that.
And so the weather radio, I bet it went off 8 or 9 times. And Betty's pushing me and kicking me. And I finally just got up and unplugged it and took the batteries out of it. I said, I just can't take it anymore. You know?
Do you think do you have your settings a little, you need to hone them in a little more?
Well, they're probably kind of set the way that they come out of the box.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I did reprogram it to tighten it up a little bit on things that we would accept. But most of the things that it was going off for would have been what we had accepted it, for anyway, with severe weather. So, but those things are good to have. And I'm certainly glad that I wasn't there last night.
I'm kind of down to severe thunderstorm warning is good to know. Tornado warning is really good to know. I don't really care about tornado watch.
Yeah, you can cut tornado watch off.
Yeah,
you can cut.
It's too broad. It means all day long conditions are favorable. Okay, we all know that. I don't need to be beeped about that.
They have one that's on there that I don't know what all it covers. It says severe weather threat. They don't have tornado warning that you can cut off, which is good. You don't need to cut it off. You can cut off tornado watch.
Absolutely.
I don't need hard frost either.
Yeah.
No, I don't either.
Hurricane.
How you on
warnings,
wind?
all
How
that.
you on wind advisory?
Well,
take it or leave it.
I wasn't real big.
Straight line winds,
Probably
I like
pay
to
a little
know.
more attention to it now.
Yeah, but you had that's a tornado right there.
Well, we're right on 2 county lines, so so we were on 2 counties, 2 multiple
Polygon.
codes, so we'll probably tighten that up a little bit too. But hey, the weather radios are good. Need to know about it.
Absolutely.
Yep,
they are. And no pontoon ride today.
No.
Yeah.
No. Maybe a bonfire when it dries out.
I get Sherry down there. She'll love it. Yes, sure. Well, look.
Yeah, it's fun. Listen.
You didn't think you could
Again,
have anything.
Listen, I know that. I know that more than anybody.
You can't have nothing. No.
I mean, I sit here every day, look around, you can't have nothing.
No, you can't.
No,
have nothing.
it's all good. And thank you for the emails and concern, and it'll all be fine.
No doubt. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
G Daddy. Do y'all not agree with this? When I was a kid, when we were kids, because we're all from the same region of the world in the country, I didn't think anybody had grandparents that were called anything other than Mama, Meemaw. Either one of those, either Mama or Meemaw, or
Granny.
Pawpaw. Or Pawpaw.
And pretty much they all were.
I didn't know any other names. Everybody's grandparents were called that.
Yeah.
Now, the only variation you saw, and really at Granny, we would not use for your immediate grandparent. That was a great grandparent.
Yeah, that was Granny.
Yeah,
You had to be older.
That's who Granny was. But nobody was Nana. Nobody.
No, that one came on.
And now Nana, it's like every woman wants to be Nana now.
When,
You know what I mean? It's like-
when Hallmark starts making cards that say Nana on it, that means it's finally took off. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. You're right.
And it does. You can find. I remember at first you couldn't, but you can find them now.
And so, Greg, to your point, that I see the men now. Pop's getting big.
Yeah, Papa.
But
Big
Pawpaw,
Papa. I'm going with that.
Pawpaw's almost over.
It's
Yeah,
a dying
Pawpaw's
breed.
out.
It
It's,
really
it's
is.
dated, I
Yeah.
guess, or maybe I'll bring it back.
Now my mom's
Boy, it
side,
makes you feel old,
last
doesn't it?
name
It
was
does.
Kidd, Kidd, and so we called them Daddy K and Mama K.
Okay.
So we were hipping it up before it was cool to hip
Y'all were
things
ahead
up.
of your
But I
time.
know some people.
But I had a papa on Mama too.
I know some people who their kids call their grandparents like sounds. Gaga.
Yeah.
Because that's just what the,
Jiggy.
that's just what the kids said when they were little. You got to be careful of that.
You're right.
Don't let it be too natural.
Yeah, if they put one on you.
You're gonna end up with something like
That's how Caitlin got her nickname. Her brother.
yeah. See what I mean? You let people throw it out there.
We would say Kate Lund. He go KK.
Right.
Kate Lund. KK.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess
Close
it's KK.
enough. Let's just go with that.
Let's go with KK.
Yeah, it's close enough.
And how about this? You ever seen this? I've seen people call their grandparents Bubba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can go with that one?
Probably not.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of.
You want to be Papa, Big Papa?
I might go with probably
Big
something like
Papa?
that. It's too close to Pop, but it's close.
Yeah.
Because we already have a Pop.
You really have a bad attitude about Pawpaw. And to me, you would make a good Pawpaw. I think he
put
would
a hat on.
I think you'd
you
be
one
our-
of them foam caps. Put that on.
I look at you as Pops.
Pops
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah.
For some reason, Tommy Wilcox thinks that's what my dad's called. He always adds the S. So how's your Pops doing? I'm like, it's Pop. Pop, Tommy. Yeah. Be sure to tell old Pops how Tommy said hello there. It's Pop, just one, no S.
Well, Greg, we're very excited for
That's
you.
big,
This
Greg.
is great.
And do you?
So now you can spoil them and hand them back off.
Are you
like all good
are you going to
grandparents.
talk names yet?
Yeah, his name is, unless I have it backwards. There's been how many Williams? We found William Burgess all the way back to Jamestown.
All the way
Remember?
back to Jamestown, and William Burgess on the ground.
So his name is either William Ellis or Ellis William. I
think
may
it's-
have it backwards.
I like having William in there, Greg.
William Ellis.
Yes, Bubba's name.
Think
And
it is.
his
But
middle
then
name's
again,
Eddie, like you.
because they're struggling with what happened to me and what I did to my kids, you go by your middle name, which causes confusion.
It does.
So they may be trying to avoid that. And
See, I'm a middle
plump.
name guy too.
Yeah. Every one of my kids is middle name. Every one of them.
Taylor, he's got 3 names. He goes by his 3rd name. You talk about confusing. And then when he has to fill stuff out, first name, middle initial is a disaster.
Yeah, what does he do?
Yeah, I don't know. He just goes with it somehow.
He really hates that y'all hammered him with that many names. He's brought that.
Well,
up.
I mean, Lisa wanted him to have both, and she was right. She said, I may only have one son, and I want him to have William, and her dad was Thomas, but she didn't want to call him either one of those. She wanted to call him, so she said Thomas William Taylor Burgess.
Yeah, to me, it would have made sense to get them both in there and go William Thomas Burgess and just call him one of those two.
Yeah, but she didn't want to call him either one of them.
Okay, right.
Taylor is a fairly recent name.
It is,
Yeah.
and it's popular.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a good name.
So just generationally, names are. You think we'll do like we always do? We'll come back around. Like there's a baby going to be born this weekend that somebody's going to call Harry. Do you think? Is that?
Oh yeah, it all goes.
Henry.
In cycles.
I like Henry. I've always liked Henry.
Yeah.
No, that's an old name, Rick. You talking about an old name?
I love Henry.
Henry.
If
I
I
got
had
a cousin that named their kid
granddad.
Henry.
If I didn't have the B thing going, I didn't realize I was naming my kid B names. I was just coming up with names that went well with Burgess until we got to like the kid 4, and then I realized, wait a minute, I guess I can't stop this now. It's out of control.
Here's another one you don't hear a lot today. Chester.
No, that's another one.
Yeah.
Who, Chet?
Yeah. Chess.
It's a nickname
That's
now.
my granddad's name. I had one Henry, one Chester.
Yeah. So how about this, Speedy? Did you know our grandfather's name on the Burgess side, William Calvin Burgess?
Yeah, really. I have a cousin named Calvin.
WC, of course. You didn't call him
Right.
either one of those. You called him WC.
Call him Shorty.
Our Shorty was his nickname because he was tall.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense, didn't it?
Yeah.
How about that? Yeah, well, there it is. So
Greg is will be the first grandparent.
And as far as age-wise in here, I'm 3 from the top. It's Bubba, you, then me, then Speedy, and then Helms. But I just went ahead and
You jumped
on
the
out there.
gun on that one.
Yeah,
That's good. Congratulations.
Oh, we're
Political update, 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Them politicians, aren't they something? Everybody. Too much time on my hands. Too much time on my hands. I don't know what to do. Somebody say, All right, so Bubba, let's get started with the Biden first.
Where
Here come Biden. Here
Where
come.
to go?
Did anybody know?
Basement Joe.
So here is the
Basement
president.
Joe.
I heard this actually over while we were on vacation. He is now. Keep in mind what's going on with Russia, what's going on with China. What's going on? All the things that are happening in the world. What's going on in the Middle East? Okay, we got more trouble there, which we're accustomed to that over time, and we know that's not going to be resolved. We're going to have a false sense that it get resolved one time, then we're going to get the double back 3.5 years in.
Double back.
But anyway, and then literally hell on earth is going to take place. but anyway, so all this is going on, and what is our president concentrating on? Climate change. He's out, and he just cannot wait to talk to the Canadians about all that we're going to do together with them about combating climate change. You realize you have an administration, if we don't get out and vote them out soon, we're going down the tubes. You're going to get more of that today. The biggest problem facing our country right now in the times we're living in isn't man-made climate change.
No,
it isn't. And it is sucking money away from us. We're throwing money at terrible ideas. We do not have the things we need to transition some of these things we're transitioning. Air conditioners are back in the crosshairs now. Gas stoves are in the crosshairs. And meanwhile, China, Russia, and the Middle East are all in chaos, and we're worried about climate change. So here is the president when he said he means to say he wants to applaud Canada, but unfortunately he gets the wrong country. Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry. That's on me, Adler. All right, go now.
So today, I applaud China for stepping up. Excuse me, I applaud Canada. You can tell what I'm thinking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe it's all that money you get from China while you protect them.
So today, I applaud China for stepping up. Excuse me, I applaud Canada.
Oh, my goodness.
You can tell what I'm thinking.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't.
Laughing stock. Laughing.
You realize the countries, how they laugh at us? You just heard one right there. Now we get into John Kerry. Well, Bubba, he is out there, global elites, private
jet
jets.
setter.
First of all, here's your favorite,
Why
Bubba.
does he look so sad?
There we go. John Kerry, once again, wants to let us know, Bubba, we don't get to fly in private planes, but he does.
Right.
So
he's important.
Yeah,
right?
here we go.
Private aviation is an example of something where people are starting to pay more attention, and but when people who go to Davos to talk about climate change fly private, it seems like they don't want to make.
Well, they actually, I've talked to them about it. They offset. They buy offsets, they offset, and they are working harder than most people I know to be able to try to affect this transition.
Right.
So if all you got to do is buy offsets, we got it. The answer, right?
Yeah,
that's what you just said.
Like
they
to-
can
Yeah,
do it because they buy offsets. Well, okay, that's your answer.
Well, Greg,
I
also
would like to see his offset purchase.
Yeah, and plus I'd like to see the science on that one.
Yeah.
But let me go back to
Well,
this,
that's my
Greg.
point.
But here's
If
what
he
you also
expects
hey,
us to
hey,
believe
let me
it.
tell you what you need to do, Greg.
He has the
John
answer.
Kerry's telling
You
you
need to pipe down,
You
Greg.
know why? Because they're working harder than most people he knows, including you, my friend.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
they're
work
too
real hard.
important, Greg. You can't get on a private jet and buy offsets. They
see,
can't. You're not working as hard as they are, Greg.
See, this
I'm
cowboy.
not near as important.
No,
he's
you
been in-
peon.
Pale.
He's been in the Senate forever. Then he wanted to be president. That didn't work
Offsets.
out. He's got to find something to do to be important. And this was his big move, is to be the climate czar.
If in case they lose the election, he's already setting the ground about being troublemakers. He's saying that when they get all this stuff in, that nobody will have the courage to remove it if they go into office. Here he is.
And I think there's a massive movement now in this transition that is bigger than any one administration or one policy. And I don't think anybody in the future could get away with trying to reverse that. It's just not going to happen.
That's them setting the stage in case they lose.
Yeah. You mean when they lose.
That everybody's got to make trouble and make it impossible. Guys, what we're doing is going to destroy, and the things that they're doing affect hardworking people more than anybody else. If your air condition keeps changing and it keeps costing you more, if you can't use gas to cook what you want to cook and everything starts costing more, they are taking our utility bills and they're playing games with them on science they can't even prove.
And then, Rick,
and
they're
we
going
don't have
to-
what we need to transition.
And then they're going to tell you that they are your friend because they're passing taxes on the wealthiest and the biggest corporations. Well, those are the same corporations that these same people who just had to pay more for all that environmental stuff has to go out and buy their products. Well, guess who's going to pay for that? The consumer.
Yeah. Now he wants to make sure that we know, here comes John Kerry, who works harder than all of us and can fly private planes, and he'll offset. We don't need to worry about it. We need to quit questioning him on it because he's doing something more important than us. He wants us to know that more climate mandates are coming.
Well, we're doing a lot more than just the IRA. The IRA is a package that in and of itself could get the 40%. But in addition to that, the president is issuing executive orders. There'll be changes on automobile, on light truck, heavy duty, a number of initiatives that are being taken by states, subnational. cities. They really kept us in the game, frankly, during the Trump administration when he pulled out of the agreement. But 75% of the new electricity that came online during the Trump administration came from renewable resources. So we have a lot of other options, tools, if you will, in the toolkit besides the IRA.
Tools is right.
So there's a big one. Light trucks and heavy trucks. Here it comes.
And he was so happy about all that. Why does he look so sad?
I knew you were going to say that. Golly, so good.
In all seriousness, he has a very long face.
He does.
I mean, it is.
I can't throw long face barbs. I have a long face.
It goes and goes.
But
if you had a joke that a horse and John Kerry walked into a bar, you'd be hard pressed to say which one the bartender thought looked the saddest.
That is hilarious. That is so good. Do you want to hit Rand Paul before we go?
Yeah, this is big. This is big, y'all. This is really important. Everybody needs to listen.
Here's Rand Paul now talking about the aftermath of some of the vaccines and the things you're not allowed to say. And he's had a conversation with Moderna's president. So here's his comment.
I also spoke with your president just last week, and he readily acknowledged in private that, yes, there is an increased risk of myocarditis. The fact that you can't say it in public is quite disturbing.
Yeah, so the president even is saying of Moderna, yeah, there is an increased risk of myocarditis, and we are seeing increases on that, but we're not allowed to say that.
Yeah, that's fluid around the heart.
Yeah, I mean,
among other things.
Yeah, I mean, these things are not.
I don't know why.
Conspiracy theorists
we
anymore.
had to have the vaccine at the time. It was rushed. We needed to. It was fast-tracked. It's not political. But why can't we also admit where there was problems with it? That's what I don't understand. Why the big cover-up? Why the big hush? And why are we demanding kids get it? When we know it's basically outdated and it's got more side effects than good now.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He has not picked out his granddaddy name yet. You can imagine the emails and the phone calls standing by. Somebody said, Greg, you should be G-Daddy.
Yeah, I like that one. I'm going to go with Papa, but the only reason I wanted something different is because Dad's Pop, and it's too close to that. But it is different.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm probably going with.
Yeah, so there you go. And we've got callers standing by. We'll start with Denise.
According to Lisa, that's what I'm going to. She's done assigned it to me.
Okay, well, yeah, I understand that. Denise, how you doing? Thanks for listening to us on 100.3. What's on your mind today?
I'm doing great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I was going to say that I just recently found out that I'm going to be a grandmother.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you. And she's due in October. But I decided on the name Nani.
Nani. Yeah. Okay, that's good. You know,
Nani.
you try not to be Nana because you think that's become too trendy. So you're trying to go with
that's my mother-in-law.
There you see.
There you got it. There you go.
Let me tell you, Nana swept the South there for a while because at one time down in the South you couldn't find anybody called Nana.
Yeah.
It was Meemaw or Mawmaw. That's it.
And my mother is grandmother, so I'm going to be something completely different and be Nani.
That's a good
That's
one.
good. I like that one. Let's
You'll
go.
be your own.
Let's go up to Florence. Wayne standing by. Wayne, welcome to the program, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey guys, congratulations, Greg.
Hey, thank you.
Even if it's just for the show, Greg has to be Pawpaw Roughneck.
Pawpaw Roughneck.
Yes, I love that.
Gosh, that's one of my favorite stories. Greg, go over and tear Speedy's shirt.
Yeah.
What a moment that was.
Good
night.
Deborah, Pell City, Alabama. Deborah, how you going?
Hey guys, all right. So, Greg, congratulations. You will never love. You think you love your kids until you have a grandkid, and I have a grandson. He's 15 months old.
That's what I hear.
My grandparent name is Gigi because I'm a redhead. Speedy knows me because we got Yoo-Hoo.
Oh.
And then,
yeah.
You got what?
Yeah. So,
I'm sorry. Usually when a redhead Speedy knows me, we all kind of take back.
We almost dumped you.
Hey, watch it. No. It's all good. But my husband is a lot like you, Greg, and he is Pawpaw, but we were going to name him Grump Grump.
There
we go.
Yeah.
Grump or just
It
Grump.
would be Grump or Grump. But I will tell you, my grandson says Pawpaw, so you might want to think about that because he loves it because he says Pawpaw, Mom, and Daddy, and he don't say anything else.
Okay, yeah, it is natural to them.
And you have to watch them too. They'll take you may have all the name you want, and suddenly if they don't buy in,
they just come up with their own.
They'll shift you right to whatever name and then everybody starts getting on you. Well, that's what he wants to call it.
That's true.
Let's continue. Go to Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah.
Angela is standing by. Angela, go ahead. How are you?
Good morning. I am wonderful. Thanks for the stories this morning. I think I've heard one of the best names. A friend of mine is called Sugar. And to hear the grandkids just call her Sugar puts a smile on everybody's face.
Oh, you talking about the grandmama then?
Yeah.
We don't want Greg to be called
I
Sugar.
can't be Sugar.
Yeah, because if you call Greg Sugar, I mean, you might as well call an airplane a car. I mean,
more like bitter.
That is good though for a grandma. Yeah, bitter,
sour.
Neil in Springville. Neil, go ahead. Welcome to the program, buddy.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Greg. I don't know if Lisa has thought about it, but sometimes kids mispronounce words, and L's are kind of difficult for them, so it might come out as wee.
That's true.
That's true.
That is true.
We continue. Let's go to
that'll be okay.
Meridian, Mississippi. Listening to the buzz. Frank standing by. Frank, welcome to the program, buddy. How are you?
Good. Congratulations, Greg.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's my firstborn was the oldest of the grandkids. I got 6 of them, but I was gonna be called Gramps, but he never could get the Gramps. It come out Grumps, so it stuck with all of them. And my wife said that fit me because I was the grumpiest one above them all.
Grumps, I could
Greg,
live with Grumps.
Grumps is perfect for you, Greg.
I could live with Grumps.
That's perfect.
I don't think Lisa's gonna go
or just
for it.
Grump.
Let's
go see Grump.
Where's Grump? Let's go see. Take us to see Jen Daddy Grump.
Yeah.
You'd think on this show somebody's got to be Jen Daddy as much as we.
Jen Daddy.
How about this, Greg? What if your grandkids called you Garock? Papa Rock. Papa Rock. Hey, look at the rock.
Oh, that's go see Papa Rock.
That's an insider. It's for some reason, Greg. Where did you come up with calling extremely old men that?
That'd be Creeper Jackson.
Is that back to Creeper Jackson again?
I got
Rick,
a lot of stuff from him.
I had a guess it was Creeper Jackson.
Yes.
Creeper Jackson has influenced this show tremendously.
It's unbelievable.
You know what, Greg? Greg is the creek that Creeper Jackson is that rolls into this river.
Half
you know what
of my
Is
material.
Creeper still with us?
Oh yeah, half of my material. That's where I got it.
I'd like to see you bring Creeper on the show.
You know, it is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. All right, so I struggle to live it myself. All right, so the bottom line, I left. I said, yeah, I don't think it's one. We're back. You're potted up. You want down? All right, so
don't make me quote about the river.
Oh no!
Huh?
No, look. You think I didn't hear every one of them?
Oh boy.
MyPillow.com/Bubba. Slept good last night. Snuggling in. I was worried about Big Eye last night. I didn't.
Yeah, coming off vacation.
I usually have Big Eye, but I didn't.
With a big eye.
I slept good last night.
About your Big Eye.
I've realized. I think I'm headed to this thing about you. I don't wake up and stay up anymore at the time we have to get up. But I noticed on vacation I had to split sleep a lot. I'd wake up at the normal time,
right,
and then I'd lay there a little while and roll around a little bit. Then I'd go back to sleep. But I kept
that's
waking
what
up.
I was trying to do, and then I'd wake up and be 8 o'clock. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Well,
you feel. I tell you, you feel totally different about lunch.
Yeah, I bet you slept better with the fact you weren't at the lake house.
Yeah,
you wouldn't have slept good down there.
Yeah,
it'd be hard.
Wouldn't have got much sleep.
No, it'd be hard to sleep, under a tree limb. MyPillow.com/Bubba though, because Bubba and I, we got the MyPillow 2.0.
Hey,
Bubba.
we can see the stars now.
Oh, look at that view! I didn't know we had a skylight. Bubba, how about you and I right now? Love the 2.0. You get them right now. Buy one get one free. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. And this is the latest. They've upgraded the MyPillow. It's got 4 different lofts too, that you can decide how you want to sleep on the most comfortable pillow you've ever had. 60-day money back guarantee. They're machine washable. They have a 10-year warranty. You can get them right now by going to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's mypillow.com/Bubba. Or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find them right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we're looking at the other video options that Adler has for us today, and you seem to be drawn to number 7.
Rick, anytime I can see somebody playing with explosives, and this is tannerite. We always call what we had here tannanite. I don't know what's the right way to say it.
Bubba, now, you do realize, I'm not saying this time, but 8 out of 10 times, the way we say something
May not be right.
is wrong.
I
got that.
I spelled it right. I was afraid I spelled it wrong. It's tannerite.
Yeah.
What? And it's the same stuff you've been messing with.
If somebody says there's 2 groups of people that say a word a certain way, and we're one of the groups,
right?
No way I go with us.
Yeah, probably go with the other.
I wouldn't go with us, not even
Yeah.
remotely. So anyway, now now we'll just sometimes know something's wrong and just prefer to say it that way.
Sure.
And I think this may be one of those. It doesn't matter to me whether it's right or not. I want to call it the way I want to do it. All right, so
I want to see what happens.
So this is now people play with this stuff, and you really shouldn't. But he almost gets blown up, right? And he's shooting. People love this where you shoot it and it blows up. You're too close. You got to be further away than this.
Yeah,
and it looks
awful close.
Yeah, and it looks like he's put some tannerite in an oven or some kind of bit large appliance. That gray box there.
Oh boy.
And there
An
is
old
audio.
dishwasher.
There is audio. They may be cussing in Spanish because that's where this happened.
Well, let's just pot it down.
No, you want me to pot it down? What?
Wow.
That really wasn't that big a deal.
Greg, that piece
came right over his
past
head.
him.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it did. Okay.
Wow, that nearly hit him right in the head.
Hey, Tubbs. That would've
looking
been
good.
Did you see that piece of metal?
Oh, now see, I was looking at the explosion.
Do you
That
think
would have took his head.
that's what I said? Do you think that would have killed him?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Greg.
Well, I ain't
Yeah,
sure what
would've.
it is. Is it? I mean, what is it?
No, I think it would have, because that's coming like it was shot out of a gun.
Yeah, the
He's
speed.
shaking
the
hands with
speed.
danger.
I got it.
Whoa, my goodness! All right, what is it? Let's get a
Seeing
look.
it's jagged metal.
All right, Adler, go back.
I think it'd cut his head clean off.
If it's plastic, it would have really hurt. If it's metal, it would have killed him. Boom. That's some
I
casing.
think that's metal.
That's some casing on that appliance. And you can see there's a fridge that they've
Yeah.
blown apart right next to it.
Good
They've done
night.
that earlier. So they're blowing up all kinds of stuff.
By
So
the
they're
way,
having a good time.
By the way, his reaction time wasn't there.
No.
Not at all.
It just missed him. You know, it just missed him.
He didn't even flinch till it hit the ground.
Watch how
50
far it's
foot
passing
behind
before his head comes down.
Wow.
That's it.
Wow.
All right. Also, while we were gone, I haven't been following March Madness, but I did see a game while we were eating at a restaurant and having a sweet little date after watching Jesus Revolution. And I did notice that Alabama was defeated in the final 8, right? They make it to
The
the
Elite
8.
Eight game. Yeah.
Did they make
Sweet
it to
16. I
Sweet
think.
16.
Okay,
yeah. San Diego State.
Yeah, I saw San Diego State. It was on in the restaurant.
By the
where
way,
we were.
San Diego State is going to the Final Four.
Right.
They won their next game.
Yeah, and Florida Atlantic, is that
Florida,
the
Yeah,
yeah.
Florida Atlantic.
Is it Atlantic or
Yeah,
I get 'em-
FAU.
Yeah, the people going crazy about them.
Yeah, they're big.
Yeah, and I saw the
underdogs.
I saw the Kansas State coach go in and congratulate them after they beat Kansas State, and he seems to be a class guy. But anyway, there, and I really think, I don't know, I feel pretty confident that Nick Saban did not intend to take a shot at Alabama's basketball coach. Is it Oates? Is that his name?
Yeah, Nate Oates.
Nate Oates. And what Coach Saban is talking about is what happened on his football team.
Yeah.
Okay. And on his football team, he's got a player that is trying to say I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he's not going to take that as enough excuse for the kid not to be removed or punished or whatever's going to happen. Yeah. And so you're being asked about your situation, and I think probably when he said this, he was thought, oh no.
Because this is exactly what
right.
Nate Oates said
right, yeah.
about his player.
Right. So here we go.
Guys, everybody's got an opportunity to make choices and decisions. There's no such thing in being at the wrong place at the wrong time. You got to be responsible for who you're with, who you're around, and what you do, who you associate yourself with, and the situations that you put yourself in.
Yeah, that's
now based on what happened with the Alabama basketball team. That sounds like it's a direct shot, but I don't think he meant it to be.
Well, but
I think he was talking about his players, but he ends up quoting Nate Oates verbatim in it.
Yeah, and I have zero reservation that all Coach Saban was doing was talking about how he sees his football team,
right,
It was not supposed to be a shot at the basketball coach, who almost verbatim said the exact same thing.
Right.
I mean, I
But you
don't
see-
even know if there's a change.
But
in
you
the
see
wording.
how this catches on,
Right,
because now they've heard this, so that's going to be my excuse.
Right.
Wrong place at wrong time.
Right. And so
Coach Saban said, "No, we're not going to have that.
That
We're
won't-
not going to start getting under that umbrella."
Right. Yeah. So,
But
yeah.
it did. I mean, I got several emails when he said it. People said, "Man, he just took a swat at Nate Oates," And I said, "I can't believe. I
Yeah.
can't imagine him doing
think,
that."
I don't think that's accurate, but it is interesting.
Well, it just kind of worked out that way, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of the wrong words at the wrong time.
Of course, if I say that, that means that's how I see the situation.
Yeah.
Right. So, but
If
he
I'm not quoting,
right. Well, he didn't publicly go out and try to say
Didn't Nate Oates later say, "Okay, I shouldn't have said that"? Didn't he go back
I
after,
think he did.
now that I look at what I know now?
I think he walked it back a little bit. Since we're talking about a murder,
It's like what he had first thought
right,
as
yeah.
opposed to what it actually was.
Well, and also I am developing quite a fondness for one Deion Sanders.
Yes, sir.
You can't help but
Let me
love
tell you
him.
something. Let me tell you what he's saying about football numbers right now. If I could hug him,
Rick, I saw
if
that.
I could hug him, thank you, Coach Deion.
I think the Buffaloes are
Thank
going to
you.
have an 8-win
Thank
season
you.
just based
Thank
on his
you.
attitude.
You're right.
He said, I with him, guys, I do not for the life of me understand any player desiring to wear the same number as another player on the team on a different side of the ball. I can't even understand that. But he brought up something I had not thought
I
about.
know where you're going.
And the defensive lineman wearing single digits.
I guess on my nerves.
He said the problem with that is you're now giving me fewer numbers for my skill players because they can't wear 98.
Right.
Yeah.
They can't wear some of the lineman numbers. And and he said same thing when he played and same thing when I played. You wore the number that they gave you based on what position that you wore. I remember going to Troy and wanting to wear 75, and they said our defensive linemen wear 90s. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And you're 96. And I was like, well, I want to be 75. And they said, well, then play offensive tackle because that's what he wears, And so here he is talking about it, and this is a
I
breath.
like the cowboy hat.
This is, and I love what and he said in the old days, if you got a duplicate number, that meant you ain't never going to see the field.
Exactly.
Yeah. So here we go.
Decision to have the kids earn their jersey numbers.
Yeah.
Is there a story behind that, and what
No.
are you hoping that creates?
I'm old school. Anybody here over 45? Didn't we have to earn every darn thing we got? Ain't nobody gave us nothing. So this whole new thing. First of all, we got this new thing now in college football about double numbers. We didn't have. If somebody gave you a double number in college, that assured that you weren't gonna play.
Right.
That's how it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now it's like normal, and you got to earn stuff. Ain't nobody giving you nothing. We got kids, they ain't played a snap, and you want to be one? You know what number one meant back in the day for us? That you were that one.
I haven't screened the rest of it, so I'm going to hold
it was okay. He goes on to say that we're giving people numbers that have never played one down, that a number used to represent you earned it. You were going to be a go-to guy. Our dad, when he coached, he didn't even allow the number one. No one could wear it because he said nobody should be out there wearing number one. Because that's not it's a team sport. We don't have a number one.
Used to, the only time you saw number one was on the draft day.
Right.
When you were the first round pick, they
yeah.
would hold up the number one, and very few people even wore it then, it seemed like.
But surprise anybody in the room that I wore number one?
No.
There it is.
Does it?
But here's what I'm talking about, though. But even then, you were earning it. What he's talking about, where do these kids get off telling us what number we're going to put on them? And telling us they want to wear single digits when we need more numbers for skill position. That's the thing he said next, Adler.
Now, that makes sense. I never thought about that.
Well, he said the next one is nothing other than, he said it's just a
Ain't enough
strategic.
numbers.
He said there's not enough numbers for me to give, skill position numbers to interior linemen.
Big giant linemen look ridiculous with single numbers on them anyway. It's
And-
hilarious.
and
He referred to number 0.
Yeah, he
which
said
I
people
think's-
want to wear 0, but I love that him saying, whoever wanted to wear a duplicate number? I don't understand that.
I don't.
Think about your parents in the stands. You got two groups of parents wearing the same number.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the dumbest. It's stupid. I've never understood that. But Deion said that ain't gonna be done in Colorado. He said,
they're going to win at least 8 games, guys.
Yeah.
You're right.
We'll take phone calls and wrap up the hour right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, I talked to him one time, and he claims that I need to come get him and bring him. Please,
I wish you would.
Please bring Creeper Jackson. Will you please?
He's a legend.
I want you to get Creeper Jackson. I want Rick to get Rob Street. I'll bring Ted Alley.
Hi, Mr. Allen. Greg, what I'm saying is, you mean to tell me one day you were Creeper Jackson? I used to be one of Greg's old supervisors.
Oh yeah, my mentor.
His mentor, and he would look up and see an elderly old man rolling along with that, like when a classic. I mean, he had to be a classic old man,
Yeah,
right.
And he would say, "Look at old what?
Papa Rock.
Look at Papa Rock."
And then because he shortened everything, then all of a sudden that just moved into Gurrock. Yeah. What it was, if we didn't know your name, you were pal. Hey, tell old pal. You're right.
Yeah.
But if you were over a certain age, you went from being pal to being Papa Rock.
And
Tell
then
Papa Rocks he needs to get out of the way.
And then one day it was
stuff
just,
like that.
and one day it was just Rock.
The Gurrock. That's just when we exaggerate everything. But yeah, so if we didn't, it was funny. One time we were working somewhere and there was other crews working with us, and we were talking about, well, tell old pal to do this, pal this, and the guy come to me, he goes, now which one of them is pal? I said, that's not really anybody. It's anybody
Right.
we don't know their name.
Yeah,
He
it's
thought we were
general.
actually referring to a person as pal.
Right. Creeper Jackson. Please bring Creeper Jackson up here.
Well, Rick, I tell you, you better get the dump button ready.
I know. That's
He's
why
not
I want him.
known for his civility.
I know. He's from a different era.
Oh.
And then I'd like to have one speech about romance from Whaley Taylor.
There you go. That came out of Creeper too. That's a Creeper story.
It's another Creeper
Rick,
story.
he may be the most politically incorrect person I've ever met.
Tearing that sugar up like Whaley Taylor.
Yeah, and then there's some I can't even go there. But golly, when people would ask us how long the power's going to be off, he'd go forever, because people like you won't leave us alone. He's doing it all the time. That's funny, Pop. Forever.
That's good.
Funny, Garot.
Eddie Van Adler also has some more stories that we got to delve into as well.
He got an announcement today?
We'll see. he does have an announcement. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We just talked about Greg announced that he'll be a grandfather. And, Bubba, you're putting together a chart over there with all the various members of the program, ages,
I just thought I'd rank everybody.
Length of marriage.
Yeah, I got age. As Greg had pointed out, it's me, you, him, Speedy, then Helms and Adler, then married, current is Greg, me, you, Speedy, Helms, Adler. Grandkids, Greg is number one in that column.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Heart stints, I'm number one
There
in that column.
As of now. I don't want to be in that column.
And thank goodness nobody's in the column for dead.
Okay, but
You
you
know,
know,
I got
wow.
that.
That column
Wow.
is clear.
It seems like when one of us passes on, there wouldn't need to be added to the list because there's only 6 of us. But still, it's good to have it over there.
Right, just over there.
And I'm compiling some other list here we'll go into later. But, we've had a lot of guests on the show who passed away over the years, too. So.
Try hosting the best of.
That's
There's a
what
lot
Speedy
of
was talking about in the break.
Oh, it's creepy. I
Yeah.
mean, in a sad way too.
Well, Helmsy, I'm getting that too on the TuneIn app. We're starting to add some really old stuff that now has been made available, and people here, former contributors to the show that either have passed on or are not with us anymore, or not able to be with us anymore, but still alive, but physically and mentally can't be with us anymore. So it's when you start doing something as long as we've been doing it, I mean we've had a lot of stuff, guys. I mean, there's a big body of work out there now. So I want to bring Adler in. Speaking of things that are more recent.
And they seem pretty cool.
Yeah.
Actually, I got ran over by a tractor straight up.
Ran over?
Yes.
Really?
We're pulling.
Is that what happened to your back?
That's what happened to my whole. That's what happened to my brain. No, for real. In Texas, I grew up in Texas.
Yeah, we heard about that.
Where at? So
what part?
San Antonio.
San Antonio, Texas. And so we're going along the fence line, and we pull the tractor up to the fence line, and then I walk up and take a cable and wrap it around those tiny little saplings that'll grow around the fence line in your field and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then you use the forklift on the tractor to pull the trees up, and then boom, you took care of all your saplings, and then they don't turn into gigantic trees along your fence line in your fields. So I'm like, I don't know how old I was. I think I was in like 7th, 8th grade. And
Big one.
my buddy is driving the tractor, and I get in front of the tractor, and I start wrapping this cable along the bottom of this tree, and his foot slips off the clutch.
No.
And so the grill of the tractor hits me in the back of the head, and I realize what's going on. Y'all, I freaked out, and I curled up into the smallest ball that anyone has ever curled
like
up
a hedgehog.
into. I got half
funny.
of my size, like a hedgehog. And y'all, and this
8 minutes to the top of the hour, 30 seconds a pop. Here come the people. Let them loose. Let's drop the gate. We haven't talked to you guys in a week. We like getting to talk to you. Got a new phone system like we like it. Got a little bit of a click sound, but I tell you what, the quality of the phone sure do sound better. 866 We Be Big. When you hear the click, you're talking to Rick and Bubba. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines available. We'll roll through it rapid fire, 30 seconds a pop. The buzzer will sound. No meaningless shout out, shameless plugs. Can't do a baby prediction or anything like that here. This is you making comments, asking questions, and bringing information to the table. Now, I do see a problem on line 2, but I'm going to allow it because it is Bubba's birthday. If it wasn't Bubba's birthday, I would not allow it in a phone tro. But Joanne is saying that her husband shares a birthday with you. Now, normally I would buzz that.
Yeah, how about you, 2 sevens?
Yeah, I would buzz that. But I'm not going to buzz it today because of the connection to your birthday, and we're in a fun zone because of your birthday, okay? So, Joanne, I would normally not allow this in a tro, but go right ahead, 30 seconds.
I appreciate it very much. My husband, Eddie Davis, has a birthday with Bubba, so he's 63 today. A year ago, he had a motorcycle wreck, almost died, lost his right leg below the knee, but by the grace of God and prayer, he is still with us to celebrate another birthday with Bubba.
How about that?
Tell him congratulations.
Congratulations, and what a great story from both of you, and I hope you'll have a great day together, and I know you're thankful that he is here. Lines are available, 866 We Be Big. Go to Mark. Mark, welcome to the program. 30 seconds, and go.
Hey, guys. Mark Norman up here in Jacksonville.
Hey, Mark
you doing,
Norman.
Marco?
Talk to me. Listen, I am wanting to know how your ham shack did down at the lake. Do you know?
No.
Well, I don't have a full report on that, Mark. I think it was dry right now, but it probably won't be by the time the day's over.
Yeah, because I figured it was at the top of the house.
Well, it's might have to have a yard sale, a little mini ham fest.
It's a ham shack, baby. Ham shack. Bubba, poor ham shack. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Cody out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Cody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah, I just want to tell you guys a funny story over the weekend. My little boy is 3. We were roasting some marshmallows, and one of them, of course, caught on fire, and my wife had said, "Help me, Ricky Bobby," and not thinking anything about it. But a little later, him and his aunt was wrestling around, and he started yelling out, "Help me, Rick and Bubba! Help me, Rick and Bubba!"
That's good. By the way, I hope that we sound as good to them down the line as they sound to us.
Rick, the improvement is astonishing.
It's almost worth the click, isn't it?
It almost is.
Yeah. Are you? Can you live with the click?
I'm trying not to hear it.
Okay. Let's go to Chris. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I like
it.
it.
Do you like it?
Thanks, guys. I just wanted to say happy birthday to my girlfriend, happy birthday to Bubba, happy birthday to Mariah Carey, and happy birthday to Fergie. Y'all all share the same birthday.
Mariah Carey and Fergie, huh?
Yeah.
All righty.
How about that? Oh, no, what was that?
Did you?
Is that them hanging up?
Okay, so you didn't hang up on him. He hung up on us.
Is that what it sounds like when somebody hangs
It
up?
sounds like The Price is Right.
So when you hang up on us, you fart on us? Is that what?
I like the sound effects.
That is a...
Rick, that sound effect sounds manufactured. I mean,
it does.
Surely there's an adjustment for that.
So you're thinking that the click...
You think we could pick our own sound effects?
Maybe could.
Okay.
See, that's a sound effect. That's not a normal.
Who did that?
That was you when you clicked on it.
Yeah.
Did I click on one of them?
Yeah.
You'll click.
My name is Click.
Yeah, see there.
I don't think I did that. Maybe I did. Hey, Click, go ahead.
Well, it's amazing. My last name is Click with a K.
That's funny.
And I don't know, and every time you say Click, I'm like, you guys got it down. Everybody else asked me 3 times. What's that, Click?
Yeah.
I said Click.
Do you hear the click on the air that we hear?
Yeah, it's okay.
You can live with it?
You've got to have something different now and then.
Yeah, okay. I can tell the engineer in Bubba, he wants it to be cleaner. I know he does.
You know, the fact that I know it's a manufactured click now, I'm okay.
Well, how do you
with
know it is?
Rick, no accidental sounds like a sound effect.
Well,
and that sounds like a sound effect.
So you're thinking it could be removed?
Yeah.
I think it can 100% be removed.
Yeah,
I think there's a settings that we don't have access to.
But you like it.
It's growing on me.
Okay.
I mean, we could have it make any sound. You know?
I think so. I think we could add our own sound.
Oh, that'd be great.
What if it was a big power cord?
What if it went like doo doo to let you know you're on the air?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, R2D2 sound.
Let's go to Colton. Colton, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
That
Go
sounds
ahead.
like a gun clock.
Colton, go ahead.
Happy birthday, Bubba.
Thank you, buddy. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not me, Bubba. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, happy birthday.
And I just wanted to touch on it. I'm sorry about your shack that got hit. Back in 2002, on my dad's 38th birthday, our house that he worked on for 14 years got hit by a tornado and ripped the roof off of it while we were inside it. So I feel for you.
Well, thank you very much. It was unfortunate, but like I said, considering what we've seen the last few days, we are very, very lucky.
No doubt. Can I tell you, though, and you would have been fine. I'm talking about 0 injury. Please hear me say that loud and clear. Boy, for the show, if you had spent the night there last night.
Rick.
I know.
You think
I agree, but
that wouldn't be appointment listening?
Say that out loud.
That wouldn't be appointment listening?
I hate to play the role of Speedy here, but what are you doing?
when we come back, Bubba tells us what it's like to ride one out. You don't think he'd be listening?
You know, it would be big, but
Are you thankful, though, you don't have that story?
I think that and liver cancer in 1 year would be too much.
You know what? That is well said.
Yeah. I'd like to separate those maybe by a year of nothing going on. Maybe. Just in round figures.
Right. Well, once you face liver cancer, I mean, a roof off. I mean,
yeah, we can fix that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. And look, a liver regrows.
Sure.
If you leave half of
roofs can be put back on.
That's right.
Now you got a convertible with your pontoon.
Right.
That's it. That looks like.
Remember how pesky that roof was on it?
You know, Rick, I just told Rick this morning 2 of the most convenient things I've ever seen in my life that were life changing. One of them was the automatic boat cover.
Yeah.
And I think it's at the bottom of the river now.
You better come check on your gate.
Nobody's been over there.
Oh, that's right. Was that in? I didn't think about that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.